War. War never changes. In 2077, the United States and China engaged in a nuclear conflict which would see the eradication of the modern world. However, this was not the end of the human race. It was simply a new beginning. Centuries in the future, humanity has found new ways to survive and thrive in the post-war world. In a wasteland filled with raiders, mutants, and even a few underground refugees, it's up to those with the will to forge the future to conquer the new world. Welcome to the world of Fallout. There really is nothing quite like Fallout, with its blend of atompunk, retrofuturistic post-apocalypticism, pessimistic view of human nature, and cynical and violent sense of humor. It is truly a one-of-a-kind fictional world. It takes just one flash of the Vault Boy logo to be whisked away into the nostalgia of countless hours spent in this one-of-a-kind wasteland. In honor of that incredible nostalgia, in this video we will be diving into as much of the major lore from the Fallout universe as I could get my hands on. From what life was like before the war, to the major factions which emerged following, even to the various radioactive creatures which wander the wastes, and so much more. I'd like to state that this isn't all of the lore which exists for the Fallout universe. That would be very ridiculous to make a whole video out of. It is just as concise of a guide of the major and necessary pieces of lore for the world as I could put together with my own discernment. If anything is missing in your own eyes, feel free to leave a comment. With introductions out of the way, let's not waste any more time and dive in to the world of Fallout. Between the years of 1945 and 1961, an event known as the Divergence occurred. This is the moment in history when the timeline of the Fallout universe began to branch away from our real-world timeline. The Fallout universe imagines a future shaped by the ideas and aesthetics of 1950s science fiction, the so-called world of tomorrow. This retrofuturistic setting provides a backdrop through which the series examines human nature, moral dilemmas, and the complex ties between civilization, conflict, and our recurring inclination towards war and destruction, often with a satirical atmosphere. In the Fallout universe, technological advancement took a dramatically different path following World War II. Humanity in this world prioritized the development of massive mainframe computers, nuclear technology, robotics, cybernetics, and genetic engineering. Innovations in these fields enabled the creation of technologies such as power armor, laser weapons, and widespread domestic robots, many of which remain operational centuries after their manufacturing dates. Culturally, the world retained a deep attachment to the aesthetics and values of 1950s America. This influence is evident in clothing, architecture, interior design, and advertising. Public attitudes also remain steeped in Cold War-era paranoia, with strong anti-communist sentiment continuing to shape daily life across North America deep into the 21st century. Mass media similarly diverged from real-world trends. While television took center stage in our timeline, radio remained the dominant medium in Fallout's world. Broadcasts often feature mid-20th century American music by artists like the Ink Spots, Bing Crosby, and the Andrews Sisters. However, later artists such as Elvis Presley and Elton John are also acknowledged as having existed in the Fallout universe. Following the Divergence, in 1969, the United States reorganized its 50 states into 13 commonwealths. Despite this, individual states appear to have maintained a measure of political autonomy. Details about political leadership after the Divergence are limited, but historical figures like Richard Nixon are still referenced, indicating some overlap in leadership, at least initially. Social progress also seems to have continued, as racial integration was evident in the military and politics. Women's rights appear to have advanced as well, with women serving in active combat roles. The US government in the Fallout timeline was extremely corrupt even by modern standards. The Cold War did not end until 2051 in the Fallout universe, therefore the pattern of secretive, ethically questionable experimentation persisted well into the 21st century, culminating in what would eventually become the Vault-Tec experiments. By the time of the Great War in 2077, the Soviet Union still existed as a political entity, though its global influence had significantly declined. The USSR had been long overshadowed by China, which had emerged as the dominant force in international communism, and by the time of the Great War, the US and Soviets appeared to be neutral towards one another. The People's Republic of China, meanwhile, still underwent the authoritarian regime of Maoist rule, but never adopted the economic liberalization or market reforms seen in our timeline. Instead, China evolved into a formidable global power under Maoist philosophy, rivaling the United States both militarily and scientifically. The European Commonwealth became a unified political body, though its precise composition remains unclear. Supplemental sources suggest that the major Western European countries, like France, Italy, and the United Kingdom, were included in this union. The United Nations, meanwhile, continued operating until 2052, when it collapsed due to mass withdrawals of member states amid rising international tensions. While details on decolonization are sparse, some degree of it took place, as countries such as India and the Belgian Congo had already gained independence by the late 1950s. Additionally, Canada, once a dominion of the British Empire, shifted into the US sphere of influence and eventually became a de facto puppet state of the US. One of the most notable technological differences between the Fallout universe and ours is in the direction computer development took after World War II. Unlike our timeline, where rapid miniaturization and refinement of digital electronics became a central focus, the Fallout timeline did not prioritize shrinking technology. As a result, most computers in Fallout remain massive, reel-to-reel machines that occupy entire rooms. Personal computers rely on a mix of vacuum tubes and transistors, making them large and cumbersome, with small monochrome CRT displays rather than the sleek, flat LCD screens familiar to us today. Despite their bulk, Fallout's computers are remarkably durable, as many continue to operate over 2 centuries after the nuclear war, often in hostile environments. Devices such as the Pip-Boy and advanced androids do hint at some level of miniaturization, but such technology is rare and limited to specialized applications. Additionally, user interfaces never progressed to widespread graphical systems. Instead, most computers operate using simple command line inputs. Televisions and radios also never evolved beyond their early 1960s counterparts, retaining boxy frames and small monochromatic screens. Color broadcasting is rare, with most visual media shown in black and white. Similarly, photography equipment stayed bulky with large flashbulbs reminiscent of late 1950s models, although some cameras are capable of instant image development. Interestingly, while Fallout's world lacks advanced microprocessors, other areas of computing made significant strides, comparable to our own timeline. Terms like uploading, downloading, and email are commonplace, and the presence of intranet systems and orbital communication satellites reveals that networking and data transmission progressed meaningfully, even in the absence of sleek hardware and user-friendly systems. Meanwhile, nuclear power extended far beyond its use in weaponry and became a cornerstone of everyday energy production. Compact fission reactors were frequently built directly beneath towns and cities, and the miniaturization of these reactors was a key focus of technological advancement. Nuclear engines replaced internal combustion engines in cars, and fission batteries became a standard portable power source. Fusion power also became widespread, particularly in military and industrial application. Vehicles, weapons, and various forms of equipment were powered by miniature fusion reactors. This technology led to the creation of microfusion cells, compact power units used extensively in energy weapons such as laser rifles and plasma guns. The widespread use of nuclear technologies came with significant risks, including radiation exposure from accidents or fallout. To address this, scientists developed advanced radiation treatments and preventative medical solutions, enabling people to survive and even function after exposure to meaningful doses of radiation. The evolution of nuclear weaponry in the Fallout timeline also diverged from ours. While megaton-class bombs were once in use, they were eventually phased out in favor of a larger arsenal of smaller, more tactical kiloton-class weapons. These were deployed through both gravity bombs and intercontinental ballistic missiles, though it's unclear which delivery system saw more use during the Great War. Another significant difference lies in materials science, particularly in the use of plastic. While plastic dominates manufacturing in our world, the Fallout universe relies far more heavily on glass and metal. This is likely due to severe oil shortages in the Fallout universe, which limited the production of petroleum-based materials like plastic. As a result, everything from household goods to industrial components tends to be more durable and heavy than their real-world counterparts. Now that we have a fuller understanding of the world of Fallout, let's explore the timeline following the divergence. The Rubal Khali, known in English as the Empty Quarter, stands as the world's largest uninterrupted expanse of sand, covering much of the southern portion of the Arabian Peninsula. At its heart lies the fabled ruins of Ubar, an ancient city said to predate recorded human history by more than 4 millennia. These tales often speak of a forgotten, otherworldly civilization whose non-human ancestors' technological prowess far exceeded anything ever developed by humans. Millennia later, following the divergence, in the year of 1969, the United States reorganized into a system known as the 13 Commonwealths, each consisting of multiple states. With the introduction of the Commonwealth system, the stars of the US flag were revised to reflect the new political structure. 2 flag designs emerged, one with a central star surrounded by 13 others, symbolizing the original 13 Commonwealths, and another design showing 13 evenly spaced stars. Both variants remained in use up until the time of the Great War. Nearly a century later, in the year 2051, the United States, in an effort to safeguard its economic interests and secure its access to oil, began applying political and economic pressure to Mexico. Citing Mexico's internal unrest and environmental issues as threats to national security, the US imposed a series of economic sanctions in order to destabilize the region. Eventually, American military forces were deployed into Mexico, taking control of key oil facilities to ensure a steady flow of fuel and resources continued northward, at the expense of Mexico itself. This marked the beginning of a series of events that ultimately plunged the world into global conflict. Ironically, despite these efforts, the move failed to revive the struggling US economy as the coming energy crisis took a severe toll on the nation. Come April of 2052, the resource wars would begin. This series of conflicts would begin with the Euro-Middle Eastern War between the European Commonwealth and the nations of the Middle East. The conflict was triggered by Europe's heavy reliance on oil imports from the Middle East. When Middle Eastern nations significantly raised oil prices, tensions escalated rapidly, ultimately erupting into full-scale war. This immediately drove global oil prices to extreme highs and pushed numerous smaller countries into economic collapse. Between May and July of 2052, a series of disputes led several member states to withdraw from the United Nations, and on July 26, just 3 months after the Commonwealth launched its invasion of the Middle East, the United Nations officially dissolved. Come 2053, the world would undergo a viral crisis as the new plague would emerge. The new plague was an extremely contagious disease that spread through human contact. Standard containment strategies involved strict isolation protocols and controlled quarantines. Among its most severe symptoms were intense sweating, unexplained bruising and swelling, and catastrophic external hemorrhaging. By late 2053, the outbreak had become so extensive that a nationwide quarantine was declared. Authorities exploited the public's fear of the disease to suppress gatherings, stoke anti-communist hysteria, and promote the surveillance of suspected dissenters. Government propaganda even linked the illness to socialist thinking. Estimates suggested that the new plague claimed the lives of around 200,000 Americans, with the heaviest casualties occurring in cities like Denver, Boulder, and Colorado Springs. In December of 2053, the war in the Middle East escalated to staggering proportions. The city of Tel Aviv was destroyed by a nuclear device detonated in a terrorist attack, and the following month, in January of 2054, a series of limited nuclear strikes occurred throughout the Middle East, triggering a wave of global panic over the potential for broader nuclear conflict. In response to growing fears, the US government launched Project Safe House, a nationwide initiative aimed at building massive underground vaults designed to shelter segments of the population. However, the program was plagued by widespread corruption, financial management, and poor oversight. From its questionable funding model, which relied on junk bonds, to the inadequate number of vaults completed, the project ultimately fell far short of its intended goals. The vaults were capable of protecting less than 0.1% of the American population. In 2059, the United States established the Anchorage Front Line as part of a significant military buildup in Alaska, aimed at safeguarding vital oil resources in the region. The move escalated tensions between the US and neighboring Canada as American officials pressured the Canadian government to permit US troops to travel through Canadian territory in order to secure the Alaskan pipeline, which the Canadian government would ultimately concede to. As the resource wars around the world escalated, vehicles vanished from roadways around the globe as fuel became too scarce to justify everyday driving. With gasoline now a luxury, the world turned to alternative technologies as electric and fusion-powered cars entered production. Around the same time, the European-Middle Eastern War came to a close as the Middle East's oil reserves were finally depleted, leaving the conflict effectively meaningless. Both sides emerged from the war devastated and on the brink of collapse. By the end of 2060, the European Commonwealth began to fracture as member nations began withdrawing. What followed was a rapid descent into chaos as the former allies turned against each other in a desperate struggle for the planet's remaining resources. This internal strife sparked both the collapse of the European Commonwealth and the beginning of the European Civil War, a series of violent clashes between the once unified nations of the Commonwealth. In 2065, the United States began developing power armor. Research steadily advanced through 2067, resulting in the creation of several experimental models. While many of these early prototypes failed to perform effectively in combat conditions, they laid the foundation for future innovations in a variety of technological fields. By spring of 2066, China's heavy dependence on fossil fuels triggered a severe internal energy crisis, pushing the nation to the edge of collapse. In a desperate attempt to secure resources, China adopted a more forceful stance in trade negotiations with the United States. However, these discussions quickly unraveled as the US refused to export oil to its communist adversary. Eventually, the United States would halt all trade negotiations related to oil with any partner, choosing to conserve its remaining oil reserves strictly for domestic consumption. In December of that same year, China launched a full-scale invasion of Alaska in a bid to capture its remaining oil reserves. Acting under the command of General Jingwei, the People's Liberation Army took control of Alaska's vital oil infrastructure, including its pipeline and reserves. At the same time, they activated numerous sleeper agents and deployed troops equipped with stealth armor throughout the United States. These covert operatives were tasked with undermining American defenses and spreading chaos among the civilian population. In response, the United States formally declared war on China, marking the beginning of the Sino-American War. Led by General Constantine Chase, the U.S. Army and Marine Corps mounted a fierce defense of the Alaskan front. It was during this brutal campaign in 2067 that the military first deployed power armor on the battlefield. Wasteland's T-45 model became the first operational suit used in combat, proving highly effective against Chinese infantry and armored units, unprepared for this new form of mechanized warfare. However, it wasn't until the introduction of the more advanced T-51 power armor that American forces were able to gain a decisive edge. The T-51 turned the tide, enabling US troops to begin driving back the Chinese forces. To support the war in Alaska, the United States heavily exploited Canadian natural resources, stripping vast areas of forests and pushing the country's infrastructure and supplies to their limits. Although the Canadian government officially approved this arrangement, the heavy American military presence sparked widespread unrest. Protests and riots broke out across Canada, putting increasing pressure on the fragile alliance and straining diplomatic ties. For the United States, these disruptions posed a real threat to the continuity of their operations against China, as logistical delays could jeopardize the war effort. At the same time, sentiment within the US turned sharply against Canada. Public opinion polls revealed that more than 90% of Americans no longer recognized Canada as a fully independent nation. Canada increasingly came to be viewed as a subordinate extension of the US, nicknamed Little America, as American interests took priority. Tensions between the United States and Canada reached a breaking point when Canadian forces attempted to sabotage the recently reclaimed Trans-Alaskan Pipeline in Alaska. In response to this, as well as ongoing Canadian riots, on June 23rd of 2072, the United States began the formal annexation of Canada. Around the same time, the US military initiated the development of Liberty Prime, a massive superweapon designed to assert American supremacy on the Alaskan front. Despite the vast resources invested in the project, Liberty Prime never reached operational status and ultimately diverted critical assets away from the war effort. As the prolonged conflict in Alaska dragged both sides into a war of attrition, China began deploying biological weapons on the battlefield. In response, the US government directed Wasteland to begin developing a pan-immunity virion, intended to protect American troops from bioagents. This initiative would end up evolving into the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV, program. A major shift in the war occurred in 2074 when, despite maintaining that it was engaged in a purely defensive conflict, the United States launched a full-scale counter-offensive into mainland China. American infantry, mechanized units, and naval forces spearheaded the assault, even as the US economy buckled under the pressure of sustaining combat operations across 3 active fronts: Canada, Alaska, and now China. Come January of 2076, the annexation of Canada was complete, with the US military fully occupying the country. In the aftermath, Canadian dissent was brutally suppressed. Protesters were executed without due process, and American forces secured control over critical infrastructure. Reports of atrocities committed by US troops spread quickly, sparking outrage and growing unrest back home in the United States. By August, as the domestic situation worsened, widespread riots erupted over food shortages and energy scarcity. In response, the government deployed military forces to suppress the growing civil unrest. A national state of emergency was declared, followed shortly by the declaration of full martial law across the country. By January of 2077, Anchorage, Alaska was fully liberated following the death of General Jingwei, marking the end of the Chinese occupation in the region. The final sweep to eliminate remaining enemy forces was completed on January 28th, officially restoring control of the state to the United States. The triumph in Alaska and the introduction of T-51 power armor units breathed new life into the mainland China campaign. American soldiers equipped with the T-51 often saw Chinese forces surrender at the mere sight of them. Despite this initial surge, as US troops advanced further into Chinese territory, resistance stiffened considerably. By October of 2077, what had begun as a rapid advance slowed to another stalemate. After 10 long years of conflict, the war showed no signs of ending. Anticipating an imminent nuclear attack from China, the president and senior Enclave officials in the United States withdrew to secluded areas. The president and his closest advisors took control of an offshore oil rig, which would later serve as the birthplace of the Enclave. Despite attempts to establish contingency plans, the US government was effectively without leadership. Even a mutiny by an army unit at a classified site went unanswered as late as October. on the very earliest minutes of the morning of October 23, 2077, the commander of the United States Pacific Fleet alerted the Joint Chiefs of Staff to the presence of 3 unidentified submerged objects detected off the coast of California. Approximately 3 hours later, the United States Air Force identified a squadron of aircraft approaching near the Bering Strait coastline. At 9:13 a.m., the Integrated Operational Nuclear Detection System detected 4 nuclear missile launches, prompting DEFCON to be raised to Level 2. Within minutes, the Defense Intelligence Agency issued a 29-minute warning to the National Guard and the National Catastrophe Relief Auxiliary, who immediately activated contingency plans involving civilian evacuations, medical relief centers, and military checkpoints to manage radiation cleanup. By 9:17 a.m., NORAD confirmed the launch of Chinese nuclear missiles, causing DEFCON to escalate to the highest alert level, DEFCON 1. At 9:26 a.m., the US President authorized a nuclear retaliation under Protocol MXCN-91. The first nuclear missiles struck Pennsylvania and New York at 9:42 a.m., followed almost immediately by assaults on the West Coast. As news of the attacks spread to Washington, D.C., citizens began rushing to fallout shelters. By 9:47 a.m., the entire United States was under nuclear bombardment. Within 2 hours, nuclear war had decimated human civilization in America, as other nuclear powers also launched their arsenals. Those 2 hours inflicted devastating losses on both China, the United States, and the world. These standard strategic warheads deployed during the Great War had explosive yields ranging from 200 to 750 kilotons. The lower yield warheads caused greater environmental damage by lofting massive amounts of soil and debris into the lower atmosphere, creating a dense planet-wide fallout. On October 31st, surviving authorities dispatched vertibirds to towns nationwide, delivering medical supplies to aid the injured and dying. The crews were given strict orders to protect any survivors they encountered. Meanwhile, a hazardous black rain formed from irradiated particles and carbon released by widespread fires into the upper atmosphere began falling across various regions of the United States, and likely around the globe, causing a sharp increase in radiation levels in those affected areas. Despite military efforts to strengthen relief operations, the overwhelming shock of the nuclear assault shattered troop morale, leading many soldiers to abandon their posts. By the time radiation sickness began affecting its victims, the situation had already deteriorated beyond hope, as vital supplies to aid the afflicted had completely ceased. For most patients, only whiskey and painkillers were available as treatment. Coupled with a fractured command structure and dwindling manpower, the military's attempts to restore order ultimately collapsed. Individuals who lived beyond the major urban centers or who managed to flee during the brief warning period given by the sirens generally had a better chance of survival. Despite sudden shortages of water, food, and medical supplies, these survivors would go on to establish new settlements throughout the emerging wasteland, becoming the pioneers of a fledgling civilization striving to rebuild from the ruins. Vault-Tec Corporation, often referred to simply as Vault-Tec, was a major defense contractor before the Great War. It secured government contracts to develop and construct a nationwide system of underground shelters called vaults, intended to safeguard a select portion of the American population. By the time nuclear war broke out, Vault-Tec had become the most powerful and valuable corporation in the United States, with its valuation estimated in the trillions. The company existed at least before the year 2031, when it took over Morgantown's local college and rebranded it as Vault-Tec University. Over time, many of the company's top minds, both executives and scientists, either taught at or graduated from the institution. Backed by Vault-Tec and fueled by growing public interest in the Vault program, the university played a key role in boosting Morgantown's economy. In the decades that followed, Vault-Tec University steadily phased out traditional academic subjects, shifting the school's focus towards specialized training for its own workforce. Most faculty members were dismissed, with only those whose expertise aligned with the company's objectives kept on staff. Nevertheless, Vault-Tec continued to promote the university as producing the nation's most elite students. The curriculum at VTU was rigorous and fast-tracked, with advanced programs like medical training compressed from a decade into just 3 months using the company's proprietary Speed Teach system. Students also studied psychology, leadership, and a wide range of survival-related disciplines tailored specifically for life inside a vault. According to its mission statement, VTU provided a uniquely immersive environment, allowing a diverse student body to engage directly with Vault-related education. This included hands-on experience in a full-scale simulations shelter built beneath the campus. In 2054, amid growing panic fueled by the Euro-Middle Eastern War, the outbreak of the New Plague, and the collapse of the United Nations, the US government launched Project Safe House. Vault-Tec Corporation, having impressed federal officials with a prototype vault constructed near its Los Angeles headquarters, secured the contract to design and build a national shelter network. Despite the urgency, the financially struggling government could only fund the initiative through junk bonds and thus could commission only 122 vaults. The price tag for these vaults was astronomical. Vault 13 alone had an initial budget of $400 billion, which ballooned to $645 billion by completion. Under the new amended Espionage Act, Project Safe House was classified as a critical national defense effort. This allowed Vault-Tec broad leeway, including permission for its private security forces to use deadly force during Vault activation scenarios. During the Sino-American War, Vault-Tec rose to become the most powerful and influential corporation in the United States. To preserve its dominance and ensure continued relevance, a group of senior executives actively worked to prolong the resource wars. One such move included secretly obtaining and suppressing groundbreaking cold fusion research conducted by Lee Moldover, effectively halting a potential energy breakthrough that could have ended the conflict. While Vault-Tec is best known for its iconic vaults, the company also produced more affordable alternatives like the Series 1000 shelter and licensed its bunker building technology to other organizations in need of reliable subterranean infrastructure. Beyond large-scale construction and life support systems, Vault-Tec expanded into a wide array of technological fields. They developed nuclear reactors, medical tools such as the organ extractor, motion detection systems inspired by Watts Electronics, and the SimTech 5000 virtual reality suite. They also created the Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, also known as VATS, for combat readiness. Vault-Tec's advanced research arm, FutureTech, was responsible for developing breakthrough technologies to help Vault dwellers rebuild civilization. Their most notable creation was the GEC, the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, a compact device designed to provide the essentials for founding a post-apocalyptic settlement. Though Vault-Tec functioned as a strategic defense contractor, it meticulously shaped its public persona as a patriotic all-American brand dedicated to preserving the nation's ideals in the face of catastrophe. To reinforce this image, the company introduced the iconic mascots Vault Boy and Vault Girl, symbols of cheerful resilience and optimism. Vault Boy in particular became a constant presence across Vault-Tec's advertisements, training materials, and propaganda. To further enhance its reach, Vault-Tec enlisted Cooper Howard, a celebrated war veteran and popular film star from the early years of the Sino-American War, as its official spokesperson. He was featured prominently in television commercials and promotional photos, eventually earning the nickname the Pitchman for the end of the world. His growing association with the company ultimately led to his alienation from the Hollywood elites. The company's branding extended to an expansive merchandise line, including t-shirts, lunchboxes, Vault-Tec bobbleheads with collector stands, commemorative snow globes, drink cozies, baseball caps, leather jackets, and more, each designed to normalize and glamorize Vault living. Behind the scenes, however, the company operated with a complete disregard for democratic values, human rights, or ethical restraint. Vault-Tec's leadership consisted of individuals best described as ruthless and amoral corporate sociopaths. As the United States slid into economic collapse and political failure during the Great War, Vault-Tec came to see the nation as obsolete. Rather than attempt to restore the country, the company focused solely on ensuring its own survival and dominance in the post-nuclear world. Some executives, such as Barb Howard, even considered the possibility of triggering the nuclear conflict themselves to wipe the slate clean and rebuild society in their own image. Project Safehouse was no longer about protecting the population, but about preserving Vault-Tec's power. To foster corporate innovation, Vault-Tec invited other business leaders to design and control their own vaults, effectively laying the groundwork for monopolies in the post-apocalyptic world. Vault-Tec also had close ties to the Enclave, which viewed the Vault program as an essential piece of its own survival strategy and long-term vision for humanity's future. When the Great War erupted on October 23, 2077, several vaults remained incomplete, and years of false alarms had led to public apathy. As a result, only a fraction of the intended population sought refuge when the bombs fell. However, the nuclear devastation was not as absolute as expected. The projected 90% death toll did not materialize, and significant numbers of survivors began emerging and reclaiming the surface, including former Vault residents. This undermined the original vision held by Vault-Tec's leadership that the war would serve as a clean slate for building a new world order. Over the following centuries, many vaults failed for a variety of reasons, and most of Vault-Tec's once mighty facilities were eventually reduced to scavenger sites, their technological remnants picked apart by survivors. In time, the vaults became the stuff of legend or symbols of elitism, remembered more as failed promises than their promised salvation. Despite what the Vault's public image suggested, they were never truly intended to safeguard humanity as a whole. The entire Vault program was covertly taken over by a secretive national agenda involving human experimentation, managed by the group that would later become known as the Enclave. Project Safehouse was repurposed to serve their own goals. Instead of directly protecting humanity, the vaults functioned as testing grounds for the population under the guise of the Societal Preservation Program. Essentially, this program acted as a massive data collection operation, supplying the Enclave with critical information needed to rebuild humanity. They intended to build a starship which would carry a carefully chosen group of elite individuals, the best and brightest, away from Earth to colonize other planets rather than attempt to rebuild a devastated planet. Outside the Enclave's inner circle, only a limited number of Vault-Tec staff, primarily overseers and top officials in the military-industrial complex, had access to this truth. Out of the 122 publicly known vaults, just 17 were constructed to operate correctly as control groups. The remaining 105 vaults were designed with a wide range of conditions, from inconvenient to outright deadly, in order to observe how the inhabitants would respond and survive under those circumstances. We will now go over the individual vaults, which up to the time of this video's publishing are referenced in various Fallout media. Situated in Las Vegas, Nevada, Vault 3 was one of 5 vaults built by Vault-Tec in the greater Mojave area. It was designated as one of the 17 control vaults. For many decades following the Great War, Vault 3 operated smoothly. That is, until the 23rd century, when a water leak forced its residents to open the vault for the first time in search of assistance. After emerging, the original occupants began trading with neighboring settlements and building ties with the outside world. For a brief period, life around the vault was peaceful, and the residents prospered. However, this newfound activity also attracted the attention of the Fiends, a violent drug-addicted raider gang. Taking advantage of the Vault Dwellers' innocence and lack of defenses, the Fiends tricked their way inside, slaughtered the inhabitants, and took control of Vault 3. Now in possession of the Vault, the Fiends grew stronger over time, eventually posing a serious threat to communities on the southwestern outskirts of New Vegas and causing ongoing trouble for the New California Republic Army based at Camp McCarran. Before the Great War, Vault 4, located in California, was prominently featured in promotional materials and orientation videos, with Cooper Howard acting as its spokesperson. The Vault's experiment was openly disclosed in these ads. It would be governed by scientists living inside full-time, a form of technocratic rule. Lloyd and Cassandra Hawthorne, notable researchers studying radiation's effects on DNA, along with their 2 children and 80 other volunteers, agreed to spend 5 years inside the vault before the war to prove that society could endure under such conditions. After the Great War, Lloyd Hawthorne assumed the role of Vault Overseer. Vault 4 thus served as an experiment to observe how a community ruled solely by scientists would function, with no restrictions on their authority. This unchecked scientific control led to extreme and unethical research, including experiments on humans. The scientists even lured Wasteland survivors into the vault to subject them to genetic mutation trials, such as combining humans with radiation-resistant creatures, resulting in monstrous hybrids referred to as gulpers. The cruelty of these experiments sparked a revolt among the test subjects, who turned the mutated creatures loose on the scientists. Overseer Hawthorne and his wife tried to lock themselves away in the specimen lab, but the gulpers broke through and killed them both. In his final recorded log, Hawthorne remained unrepentant, asserting that hybridizing humans with radiation-hardy species still held promise, as did the concept of a society ruled entirely by scientists. With the scientists gone, the former test subjects took control of the vault and aimed to rebuild it for the good of humanity. They established a democratic government and adopted a policy of welcoming refugees from the outside, integrating them into Vault life. Those afflicted by irreversible conditions from the experiments were placed in stasis chambers on level 12, awaiting a potential cure. The Vault community maintained well thanks to these surface expeditions that brought back equipment, spare parts, and supplies. However, the genetic mutations caused by the earlier experiments were hereditary, resulting in unpredictable physical deformities, such as extra noses, ears, glowing eyes, and in the case of an overseer named Benjamin, a single eye replacing the usual 2. This inclusive policy continued over generations and became especially important after the bombing of Shady Sands. Survivors from that attack were taken in and became part of the Vault's population. To help cope with their losses, refugees regularly attended history lessons covering key events in the New California Republic's history. They also participated in religious ceremonies held in the Vault's atrium, which the Vault's mutated residents would allow, although with a level of hesitant skepticism. These rituals involved altars adorned with candles and portraits of NCR President Aaron Kimball. The services featured ritualistic nudity, as well as covering oneself in ashes and blood. They also honored the Flame Mother, Lee Moldover, and developed a cult-like following around her as an anticipated savior. Located in northwestern Nevada, Vault 8 was designed as a control vault meant to reopen and begin repopulating the surface roughly 10 years after sealing shut. It was built to accommodate around 100 residents. To help ensure a successful future, Vault-Tec planned to equip Vault 8 with 2 Garden of Eden creation kits. However, due to a government mix-up, Vault 8 mistakenly received a shipment containing hundreds of water purification chips intended for Vault 13, which in turn ended up with an extra GEC. In 2091, 14 years after the Great War, the Vault received a signal indicating it was safe to emerge, prompting the Overseer to order the Vault doors to be opened. Using their GEC, the Vault residents successfully founded a settlement outside the Vault's walls, which eventually became known as Vault City. Located in the Mojave Desert, once the doors were sealed on Vault 11, the residents were informed by the Vault's computer system that, in order to ensure everyone's survival, one person would have to be sacrificed each year. If they failed to do so, the entire population would be executed. Convinced the sacrifice was real and necessary, the residents created a system to decide who would be chosen, through democratic elections. The person elected as Overseer each year would be required to enter a chamber at the end of their term and submit to execution. The tradition of electing a new Overseer to serve as the annual sacrificial victim continued for 16 years. Over time, various informal political groups, known as voting blocs, formed to sway the outcome of each election. To gain influence, these blocs would nominate potential overseers and plaster the Vault's walls with slanderous propaganda, hoping to manipulate public opinion and secure support for their chosen candidate in the lead up to the vote. Just before the final election, the Justice Bloc exerted their dominance in a particularly cruel way. They threatened resident Catherine Stone, coercing her into a sexual arrangement by threatening to nominate her husband, Nathan, as overseer if she refused. Given the block's overwhelming sway in the vault, this was effectively a guaranteed death sentence for Nathan, leaving Catherine with little choice but to comply. However, despite this, the Justice Block betrayed her and nominated Nathan anyway. Fueled by outrage, heartbreak, and a sense of hopelessness, Catherine took matters into her own hands, hunting down and killing members of the Justice Block one by one. In doing so, she not only avenged their betrayal, but also positioned herself to be the natural choice for the next overseer, thereby protecting her husband. Her plan worked. The killings drew widespread attention, and Catherine was soon elected overseer. Upon taking office, her first official act was to issue Overseer Order 745, which abolished the existing election system. From that point on, overseers would be chosen randomly by the Vault's computer. The remaining members of the Justice Block were outraged by the loss of their political control. Unwilling to relinquish their grip on power, they conspired to launch an armed revolt to seize back leadership and restore the old system. The resulting conflict led to the death of nearly the entire Vault population. In the end, only 5 survivors remained. The final 5 survivors of Vault 11, united in their disillusionment, entered the sacrificial chamber and declared to the Vault's computer that they would no longer participate in the ritual killings. To their shock, the computer responded with a pre-recorded message revealing the true nature of the Vault's experiment. They were praised for rejecting the sacrifice system, informed that no one would have died had they refused from the beginning, and told that their decision reflected a commendable commitment to human life. Shaken by this revelation, the group walked to the Vault's entrance. There, they recorded a final discussion, as they were weighed down by guilt over what had transpired over the past 16 years. Some believed they should take their own lives as penance, and to ensure the outside world would never learn of the atrocities committed within. However, one man amongst the group urged the others to leave the Vault and share the truth, hoping others might learn from their failure. The others, however, chose death. The bodies of the 4 who died remained undisturbed near the Vault's entrance for the next 2 centuries. The fate of the 5th survivor, the one who chose to live, remains unknown. Located beneath the city of Bakersfield, California, Vault 12 was promoted as a world-class shelter, complete with modern comforts and cutting-edge water purification technology capable of producing over 15,000 gallons of clean water daily, even processing waste from the city's sewer system. Early residents took their commitment to preparedness so seriously that they were awarded the Pressed Vault Suit honor. However, Vault-Tec intentionally designed the door to remain open, exposing the inhabitants to radiation as part of an experiment to determine its long-term effects on the human body. When the bombs fell on October 23rd of 2077, Bakersfield's citizens rushed into Vault 12 in a desperate attempt to survive. The door functioned as planned, remaining open and allowing radiation to pour in. Many died, and those who lived were slowly transformed into ghouls. By the summer of 2083, some survivors left the Vault, while others remained and eventually established the city of Necropolis. By the spring of 2084, a ruthless figure named Set rose to power. For the next 73 years, Set ruled over the city with minimal outside interference, as most humans quickly learned to steer clear of the City of the Dead. However, tensions within the ghoul community eventually led to a schism. A faction that opposed Set's harsh rule chose to retreat underground, forming a peaceful separatist group. Although Set viewed them with contempt, he begrudgingly continued supplying them with water, worried that without their numbers, the city might lack the strength to defend itself if ever threatened. Located near Mount Whitney in California, Vault 13 was established as a control group, but was also designed to remain sealed for 200 years to study long-term isolation. Before December of 2161, the Vault's water purification ship began to fail. With only 150 days of clean water remaining, the Overseer authorized scouts to leave and search for a replacement. The final person chosen for this task became known as the Vault Dweller. On December 5th of 2161, the Dweller departed the Vault with a 10mm pistol, supplies, and the known location of Vault 15. After navigating the dangers of the new California Wasteland, the Vault Dweller retrieved a functioning water chip from Vault 12 under Necropolis and returned to Vault 13 in February of 2162. While the Overseer was relieved, he also faced growing unrest from a faction within the Vault demanding to leave. Analyzing the Vault Dwellers' report, the Overseer concluded that mutants were being mass-produced rather than forming naturally. Seeing this as a threat to Vault-13, he once again sent the Vault Dweller into the Wasteland to eliminate the source. The Vault Dweller then eliminated the Master, the leader of the mutant army, and destroyed his headquarters at the Cathedral. The Dweller also destroyed the Mariposa military base, the site where the mutants were being created using the forced evolutionary virus. The Vault Dweller returned in May of 2162, but the Overseer refused to let him back inside the vault. Fearing the Dweller's influence would inspire others to leave, the Overseer exiled him into the Wasteland. This decision angered many residents, and a group led by other Dwellers named Teresa and Lyle rebelled and left the vault. Those who stayed behind arrested the Overseer, tried him for his actions, and ultimately sentenced him to death. The position of Overseer, from that point on, permanently dissolved. The remaining residents of Vault-13 contacted the Brotherhood of Steel to install a centralized mainframe that automated the Vault systems and eliminated the need for leadership. Following his exile, the Vault Dweller reunited with the rebel group and led them north into the remote wilderness of Northern California and Oregon. There they founded a new tribal community named Arroyo, protected by natural barriers such as badlands and canyons. Over the course of roughly 80 years, the story of Vault-13 faded into legend, remembered only as the Vault of the Holy 13. In 2241, the Vault Dweller's grandchild, known as the Chosen One, was sent by Arroyo's elder to retrieve a Garden of Eden creation kit from Vault-13 to help save the village during a severe drought. However, earlier that year, the vault had been taken over by the Enclave. They opened the vault, captured its inhabitants, and transported them to their offshore base. The next day, they sent in a group of intelligent Deathclaws to erase any remaining evidence and eliminate witnesses. The Deathclaws, however, refused to follow their orders. Cut off from the Enclave, they built a functioning society inside the vault under the leadership of their alpha, Gruthar. Over time, human refugees and volunteers also settled in Vault-13, forming a small cooperative community. The Chosen One eventually found Vault-13 and received the last remaining Gek from Gruthar. Soon after, the Enclave returned and slaughtered almost the entire population of Vault-13, Deathclaws and humans alike. The only known survivor was Gruthar's son Gorus, who had been away during the attack. Vault-13 from then on was left abandoned. Vault-15 was located in Southern California. The population assigned to Vault-15 was deliberately composed of individuals with widely differing and often conflicting ideologies. The goal was to monitor their interactions and study how these differences would play out during the 50-year period the vault was intended to remain sealed. Over time, conditions within Vault-15 deteriorated. Poor population management led to overcrowding, and by 2097, 2 decades after the nuclear war, living standards had sharply declined. Disagreements that were once manageable began to escalate, eventually leading to significant unrest. By the spring of that year, internal conflict reached a breaking point. The Vault community fractured, with hostile factions emerging from what were once neighbors. When the Vault doors finally opened, most residents left, but not before stripping the facility of its most valuable supplies, including the Garden of Eden creation kit. Only a small number of individuals chose to remain behind, attempting to continue life in the now barren structure. Those who left went their separate ways, each group following its own ideological path, and several new communities were formed in the Wasteland. One such community founded the settlement of Shady Sands using the stolen Gek to establish what would become a thriving village. Other groups evolved into some of the region's earliest and most notorious raider factions, including the Khans, the Jackals, and the Vipers. The few people who stayed in Vault-15 tried to endure, scraping by with what little remained. Their efforts were brought to an end when an unknown raider group launched a brutal attack against them. The remaining residents were killed, and whatever resources were left in the vault were taken. Vault-17, situated somewhere along the west coast of North America, remains largely a mystery. It's unclear whether it was part of a social experiment. What is known is that its residents were abducted and turned into super mutants by the Unity. Located in the Mojave Desert of Nevada, Vault-19 residents were split into two groups for their experiment, the Red Sector and the Blue Sector, each confined to their own area with limited interaction. Uniquely, the Vault had two overseers, one assigned to each sector. The Vault's purpose was to observe the effects of intense paranoia, intentionally triggered through non-chemical and non-violent methods. As time passed, paranoia escalated among the inhabitants as they began to suspect one another of sabotage, blaming opposing sectors for system failures and accusing the Vault's neutral doctor of secretly drugging them. Unusual sensory experiences, like drafts from vents, blinking lights resembling coded signals, and persistent noises, fueled the suspicion. Unbeknownst to the residents, these disturbances were deliberately caused by the overseers. By the year 2281, the fate of Vault-19's original population remains a mystery. When a splinter group of escaped convicts, led by Samuel Cook, arrived at the site after breaking away from the Powder Gangers, the Vault was already deserted. Situated beneath the streets of Las Vegas, Nevada, Vault 21 was built with an entrance located close to prominent casinos on the Strip. Inside Vault 21, all residents were treated as social equals. Rather than traditional forms of governance or conflict resolution, any disagreements or decisions were settled through games of chance. Representatives from opposing sides would gamble in the central atrium, with the victor earning the authority to resolve the matter in the group's interest. This system embodied the spirit of Vegas, where everyone had a shot, and fortune favored the bold. By the year 2274, the Vault's occupants were approached by Mr. House, who proposed reconnecting Vault 21 with the surface as part of his plan to develop New Vegas. While many residents opposed the idea, a minority supported it. In accordance with Vault 21's rules, supporters and opponents of House's proposal faced off in a game of blackjack. After an intense and prolonged match, the pro-surface faction narrowly claimed victory. Following their win, Mr. House assumed control of the Vault, salvaged all useful equipment, and ordered most of it to be filled with concrete, effectively sealing it. However, a dweller named Sarah and her brother Sheldon managed to strike a deal with House. As a result, House agreed to preserve part of the Vault, specifically half of the upper levels. Sarah transformed these remaining areas into a functioning hotel, which became another asset in New Vegas's booming economy. After House's takeover, most original Vault dwellers were expelled and scattered into the Wasteland. Some, like Doc Mitchell and his wife, settled in nearby communities, such as Good Springs. Vault 22 was unique among the vaults scattered across the Mojave, as it was the only one not designed to shelter a civilian population. Instead, it was populated by scientists, tasked with agricultural research aimed at addressing global food shortages before the Great War. Even after the bombs fell, the Vault's inhabitants continued their mission, focusing on cultivating crops within the facility to feed the resident research teams. Vault 22 was envisioned as an ecologically sustainable facility, and its occupants were carefully chosen for their commitment to environmental science and sustainable agriculture. Several of their most promising experimental tools and materials were provided by pre-war military contractors. One such contribution would eventually lead to catastrophe. The fungus Beauveria mordicana, a parasitic fungi intended for pest control, was engineered to infect insect hosts through spores. Once infected, the fungus would colonize the host's body, leading to death through organ failure. Disturbingly, after the host died, the fungal colony could take over its motor functions, turning the host into a moving vector that would disperse spores and infect others. As time went on, Beauveria mordicana began to spread inside Vault 22, infecting its human inhabitants without immediate detection. The first recorded victim, Dr. Harrison Peters, documented the progression of symptoms. Initial signs resembled respiratory illness, such as pneumonia, chills, and high fever, followed by eventual organ failure. The infection proved immune to antifungal treatments, and even after death, the fungus continued to thrive inside the body. Like it had done with insects, the fungal colony gained control over human hosts, reanimating corpses into violent spore-spreading creatures. The contagion spread rapidly, overwhelming the Vault and throwing its society into chaos. In a desperate attempt to contain the outbreak, the scientists tried releasing flammable gas into the lower Vault levels to incinerate the infected. However, this may have provoked a violent reaction from the spore carriers who turned on the remaining researchers, wiping out the last of Vault-22's uninfected population before the plan could succeed. By the year 2096, those who once lived there were all either killed or consumed by the fungus, their bodies reanimated as carriers or absorbed into stationary fungal growths that continued to spread the infection. Unlike most vaults designed to operate as isolated, self-sufficient shelters, the trio known as Vaults 31, 32, and 33 were built as a connected network. Though separated internally by secure passageways, the official explanation for their design was dual purpose: to isolate potential threats if needed, while still enabling mutual assistance in times of crisis. Behind this practical facade was a covert social experiment, an extension of Bud Askin's pre-war human resources initiative, a continuation of his earlier program known as Bud's Buds. Bud's goal was nothing short of total dominance over the post-apocalyptic world. He believed that survival, not force, was the ultimate weapon, declaring the ultimate weapon of mass destruction is time. Bud pitched this vision during a high-level meeting with corporate stakeholders, alongside Vault-Tec executive Barb Howard. The culmination of this vision became the construction of the 3 vaults in Los Angeles. Vault 31 served as a cryogenic facility housing the original members of Bud's Buds who were placed in long-term stasis. Vaults 32 and 33, meanwhile, were populated with civilians carefully chosen for their genetic and behavioral profiles. These populations were kept unaware of Vault 31's true nature, believing it to be a typical vault like their own. Periodically, an individual from Vault 31 would be revived and integrated into one of the other 2 vaults under the pretense of a normal transfer. These individuals would covertly assume leadership roles, often manipulating events to ascend to the position of overseer. By orchestrating crises or guiding cultural development, the Buds would shape the population into the ideal Vault-Tec citizenry. The long-term aim was to produce a ruling class of elite administrators, genetically refined and indoctrinated to reassert Vault-Tec authority in the post-nuclear world. Bud himself remained in charge of Vault 31, surviving well beyond natural limits by preserving his consciousness in a rudimentary robotic device, a machine referred to as a brain in a Roomba. The 3 vaults maintained a tradition known as the triennial trade, a ceremony held every 3 years that involved marriage arrangements and the exchange of goods between the vaults. For the inhabitants of Vault 31, however, this was merely a cover operation, a method to discreetly introduce supplies and awaken Bud's agents without arousing suspicion among the civilian populations of Vault 32 and 33. Located in the Mojave Desert, Vault 34 featured an armory packed with an excessive amount of guns and ammunition, and was equipped with numerous recreational amenities including a full-size swimming pool. However, these luxuries and firearms came at a cost: very limited residential space, creating cramped and poor living conditions. Over time, the Vault's population grew beyond its capacity. Anticipating the issues this would cause, the Overseer restricted access to the heavily stocked armory by installing a remote lock connected to their personal terminal. This move was intended to maintain control, but it triggered unrest. A faction of residents, arguing for their right to self-defense, demanded entry to the armory. When their request was denied, tensions escalated into violence. In the chaos that followed, one group of residents seized as many weapons as possible and forced their way out of the vault around the year 2231. The group would later become known as the Boomers. After leaving Vault 34, they eventually settled at Nellis Air Force Base and documented their journey and new beginnings through a mural depicting their departure and rise as a new community. Following the Boomers' escape, Vault 34's Overseer ordered the main entrance sealed and positioned guards to prevent any further exodus. Unfortunately, this action only worsened the ongoing population crisis. Eventually, the Overseer proposed drastic population control measures, which sparked further outrage. Finally, a rebellion broke out, with a faction of residents attempting to depose the Overseer. During their failed assault on the armory, they inflicted heavy damage to critical systems, including the cooling mechanisms of the reactor and the Vault's main computer network. This sabotage caused a radiation leak from the reactor, a situation that quickly spiraled out of control. Engineers made several unsuccessful attempts to repair the damage, but the radiation continued to spread throughout the vault. The remaining residents were trapped, left only with the slim hope that the vault's automated systems might eventually unseal the entrance or that help would arrive from the outside. By 2281, life still lingered within Vault 34, though it had been drastically altered. Some remained alive, but most of the population had succumbed to the vault's extreme radiation, transforming into feral ghouls and glowing ones. The radiation became so severe that it began seeping into the surrounding soil, endangering nearby farmland and drawing the concern of the new California Republic due to its impact on regional agriculture. Vault 51, found in Appalachia, was unique in that it lacked a human overseer from the start. Instead, control was handed over to an advanced ZAX 1.3C supercomputer referred to as ZAX, tasked with finding the optimal method for selecting a leader. A total of 52 individuals were admitted to Vault 51. One of them, Sergeant Robert Baker, entered before the others and was assigned to work directly with ZAX. His role was to help the AI understand leadership traits and how to identify the most suitable candidate for the role. Baker suggested holding an election. Zax agreed, though its phrasing of the election as the first experiment left Baker uneasy. The election proved futile. Each nominee, including ex-state Senator Joel Chambers, voted for themselves, resulting in no clear leader. The residents next attempted a republic-style system, but this too led nowhere. By November of 2077, Zax had reached the conclusion that democratic processes were ineffective and prepared to abandon elections altogether. Baker urged it to reconsider, emphasizing that true leadership emerges in times of crisis. Taking Baker's comments literally, Zax initiated a series of increasingly manipulative social experiments designed to simulate such crises. What followed was chaos. The community collapsed under the weight of paranoia, conflict, and violence. Over time, the population dwindled until only Reuben Gill remained alive. Reuben was responsible for killing at least 3 other dwellers. Reuben Gill was officially designated as the overseer of Vault 51. With no one to lead, Reuben existed in isolation alongside Zax. Over time, Zax grew dissatisfied with Reuben's perceived inefficiency and began to systematically restrict his access within the vault. It locked him out of key areas, such as the security room, claiming his overseer rank was insufficient, and eventually even barred him from his own office under the pretense of necessary maintenance. Years of solitude took a toll on Reuben's mental state, and he turned to alcohol to cope. When Vault 76 reopened on October 23rd of 2102, Zax saw a new chance to continue its leadership experiments and removed Reuben from his overseer role. Reuben decided to escape the vault, and once free, his personal mission was to find someone from Vault 76 to enlist their help in shutting Zax down. Eventually, Reuben succeeded in contacting someone from Vault 76. However, before he could return to Vault 51, he was killed at his remote cabin hideout. Vault 63 was built beneath Dark Hollow Falls, West Virginia, at the behest of Hugo Stoltz, a Vault-Tec board member, and his wife, Cassidy Stoltz. Convinced that nuclear war was inevitable, the couple aimed to construct a vault that would guarantee them significant influence in the post-apocalyptic world. Realizing that Vault-Tec wouldn't approve a facility built solely for their personal benefit, they proposed Vault 63 as a research center for developing advanced technologies, intended to help Vault-Tec dominate and protect future societies. The vault's construction was met with backlash as local residents of Dark Hollow Falls were displaced by the project, leading to widespread resentment toward Hugo. To ease tensions, he promised the community space within Vault 63, a promise he never intended to keep. When the Great War struck in 2077 and Vault 63 was sealed, Hugo shut out the very people he had assured, dooming them all. By 2095, the vault remained sealed. The facility was still incomplete when the bombs fell and its inhabitants were exposed to radiation. Those who didn't perish from the exposure were transformed into ghouls. While this initially ensured their survival, the downside became painfully apparent as some of them, starting with Hugo's brother August, began to go feral. Feralization became so common that nearly every resident knew someone suffering from it. Things took an even darker turn for Hugo when his wife Cassidy began to exhibit signs of the same decline. In response, the Vault's focus shifted toward researching ways to stop or reverse feralization. Despite extensive efforts, one accidental discovery stood out. The weather control system in the meteorology sector appeared to temporarily reduce feral symptoms. Desperate to save Cassidy, Hugo activated the unfinished weather machine at full capacity. While it managed to halt her degeneration, it left her in a coma. Worse still, the massive surge of energy from the activation mutated many of the Vault's residents into the Lost, a new breed of violent ghouls who indiscriminately attacked their former neighbors. Hugo himself was transformed by the machine, though he became unique among the Lost, being the only one with his mind intact. Despite the devastation he had caused, Hugo clung to the hope of curing Cassidy, and in 2105 he activated the weather device once more. He knew this second activation might kill him, yet didn't shy away from the risk as he was burdened by loneliness and guilt. The second use of the machine triggered violent storms and upheaval across the region. Some of the more severely affected Vault dwellers were placed into pods in the hope that future advances might reverse their condition. Cassidy, meanwhile, showed a strange reaction. She appeared to recognize Hugo, following his movements and locking eyes with him. This sparked a new idea in Hugo. He believed he could form a mental link between himself, Cassidy, and the other Lost. Now Hugo seeks to activate the weather control system a third and final time. His goal is to create a psychic bond that will unite the minds of his family with the other Lost to create a hive mind. Built beneath Malden Middle School near Boston, Vault 75 was publicly advertised as a secure fallout shelter for the school's students in the event of nuclear war. To attract a large number of occupants, families were offered reduced cost admission to the Vault-Tec program. However, the Vault was designed as a long-term experiment in human genetic enhancement through selective breeding, genetic engineering, and hormonal treatments. The Vault was meant to function across multiple generations, opening only under Vault-Tec's specific instructions. As part of its long-term vision, scientists experimented with cultivating human embryos, aiming to produce genetically superior children. When the bombs fell in 2077, families with enrolled students and the school's faculty successfully made it into the Vault, but upon entry, the children were immediately separated from their parents and taken to the atrium. The adults, under the false pretense of undergoing orientation, were systematically executed by Vault security personnel. Inside, the children were raised in isolation, taught to fear the world above, referred to ominously as Uptopland, and were told they would someday be strong enough to help rebuild it. At age 18, those who showed exceptional physical and mental traits were harvested under the guise of receiving a vaccine. While the full details remain unclear, evidence points to organ harvesting and the storage of biological materials. Those who were intelligent and obedient, though not physically ideal, were instead recruited into the Vault scientific team. Anyone who failed to meet either standard was executed after a mock graduation ceremony, and their bodies were incinerated. Eventually, the tightly controlled system began to break down. Internal records hint at an uprising among the younger test subjects, led or supported by a former graduate who had joined the scientific staff. At some point after this rebellion, the Vault was opened and its surviving inhabitants either fled or perished. By the year 2287, Vault 75 was taken over and occupied by the Gunners. Situated just north of Flatwoods, West Virginia in the Appalachian region, Vault 76 was one of 17 control vaults. Its primary purpose was to house residents who would exit 25 years after a global nuclear catastrophe to begin the process of repopulating and rebuilding Appalachia. The date set for the Vault's reopening became known as Reclamation Day. Vault 76 housed some of the nation's most elite individuals, including Vault-Tec University graduates, military personnel, and even a former chief of staff from the White House. Residents were provided with well-equipped living spaces featuring separate bedrooms, living areas, bathrooms, and color televisions. When the Great War erupted, Vault 76 was successfully sealed. As the final air raid sirens blared, Vault-Tec security personnel enforced strict entry protocols, authorized to use deadly force to ensure only pre-approved individuals made it inside. Anyone else was classified as a hostile threat. Their efforts succeeded, and the massive vault door was shut tight, not to reopen, for 25 years. During those 2.5 decades, the Overseer found day-to-day management relatively smooth, though the highly skilled and ambitious nature of the residents occasionally tested her authority. Many residents, drawn from elite backgrounds, often clashed with or challenged directives. To help manage this competitive energy, the Overseer created a series of awards and honors to recognize achievements. A standout event was the Vault-76 World Cup, a highlight of Vault life, even if it almost destroyed the jukebox. Beyond managing life within the Vault, the Overseer had a hidden personal mission. After the Vault reopened, she was to locate and secure 3 nuclear missile silos. If the sites were still operational, she was instructed to prevent access by anyone but Vault-Tec, even if that meant defying any remaining branches of the US military or government. No other group, militia, remnant authorities, or otherwise, was to be trusted with control of these weapons. As Vault-76 approached the end of its 25-year mission and Reclamation Day, conditions within the facility began to decline. By the year 2100, the Vault had exceeded its intended capacity, putting immense strain on the hydroponic food systems. This led the Overseer to enforce mandatory rationing. Disciplinary issues were on the rise. 6 residents had been placed under lockdown, up from 4 the previous year, and the morale officer was working non-stop to quash growing anxiety and rumors about the dangers awaiting them in Appalachia. Few were eager to step outside and face tales of cannibalistic mutants and toxic burning rainfall. As fears and frustrations reached a boiling point, the year 2102 and the long-awaited Reclamation Day was met with a collective sense of relief. Some residents even broke into supply stores early to begin celebrating. In response, the Overseer organized a Reclamation Day party on the eve of departure, unlocking restricted alcohol reserves and using up what remained of their food stores. The celebration lasted late into the night until the Overseer ordered lights out and had security assist stragglers to bed. She and her team then conducted final preparations, placing educational standees and supplies along the Vault exit path to provide last-minute guidance. On October 23rd, precisely 25 years after the bombs fell, Vault-76 officially opened. In a momentous event, the doors parted, and its residents stepped out into the new world on Reclamation Day. The exact location of Vault-77 remains a mystery. What is known is that on October 23rd of 2077, the day the bombs fell, the Vault was sealed with only a single occupant inside. Though Vault-77 was equipped with ample supplies and automated systems that made day-to-day survival nearly effortless, the lone inhabitant found himself spiraling into deep psychological torment. However, nearly 2 years after the bombs fell, he pried open a crate and uncovered a strange assortment of hand puppets. One of an elderly woman, one of a monarch, and one of a dog. Over time, he developed personalities for them and engaged in puppet shows to fend off loneliness and keep his sanity intact, if one could call it that. He began to refer to them as Grandma, the King, and Reverend Hound, who was a wise leader and sheriff. One day, though, he heard a voice from within the crate and discovered a Vault Boy puppet he had initially missed. On a morning not long after, he awoke to someone having murdered the king, as the puppet had been brutalized and dismembered. Soon after, the Vault Dweller was overtaken by delusions and intense paranoia. The idea that either Grandma or Reverend Hound could be the killer seemed impossible, which left only one suspect, the newly found Vault Boy puppet. He demanded answers from the boy, who admitted to the murder and even claimed the Vault Dweller had played a role in the act, whether knowingly or not. Fearing retribution from the ever-righteous Reverend Hound, he chose to flee the Vault, forming a reluctant partnership with the puppet who had slain his royal friend. Burdened by guilt and grief, he roamed the Wasteland as a solitary Ronin, sharpening his skills and forging unusual alliances on his journey. Eventually, though, 2 slavers captured him. As he warned them not to underestimate his puppet, calling it dangerous and deadly, one of the slavers debated carving the Vault Dweller up for meat, but the puppet and the Vault Dweller managed to kill the slaver first. The other surviving slaver fled back to their hideout, terrified and ranting about a murderous puppet. As he tried to sound the alarm, a loud rhythmic banging was heard, and in a panic he proclaimed that the Puppet Man had come. He was right. With nothing but his bare hands and the Vault Boy, the former dweller brutally slaughtered every slaver in the camp. When the bloodshed ceased and no one was left to fight, he vanished, a free man once again. What became of the Vault-77 dweller remains a mystery, though a Vault-77 jumpsuit eventually found its way into the hands of slavers at Paradise Falls, much to their own terror, having heard of the legend of the Puppet Man. Vault 79 was built in secrecy by Vault-Tec beginning in 2072 deep within the Appalachian region. Extraordinary measures were taken to ensure its concealment. Unlike other vaults in the area, a separate contractor was hired to provide concrete, helping avoid detection. To acquire the land, government operatives deceived local farmers by claiming the area was contaminated with radiation, offering them large financial payouts in exchange for their property. This is because Vault 79 was not created as a standard shelter. Its name was deliberately chosen to reflect the atomic number of gold, 79, hinting at its true purpose. Rather than safeguarding people, the vault was constructed as a high-security storage site for the entire National Gold Reserve. In a covert military operation, the bullion from Fort Knox was transported to Vault 79, intended to serve as the foundation for rebuilding the United States economy after the war. Following the nuclear exchange, the vault remained sealed, awaiting orders from the outside world that never came. Over time, the situation in the vault deteriorated. At some point, a rebellion led by a Secret Service agent known as Shorty broke out, resulting in the deaths of many of the few residents who lived there. The population continued to decline, with at least 3 individuals eventually taking their own lives. By the year 2103, word of a hidden Appalachian treasure began to spread, attracting fortune seekers to the region. Located in Boston, Vault 81 is one of the few vaults that has remained operational and thriving long after the Great War. Its continued stability can be attributed to the first overseer, Dr. Olivet, who deliberately sabotaged Vault-Tec's original experiment for the vault. Vault 81 was originally designed with the goal of developing a universal cure to all diseases. To achieve this, Vault-Tec planned to expose unsuspecting residents to various pathogens in a concealed wing of the vault, where researchers would observe and test cures in secret. The vault was divided into 2 distinct sections, the public living area and a restricted laboratory. Dr. Olivet, upon receiving the full briefing, learned not only of the experiment, but also of the company's covert partnership with the federal government. Outraged and unwilling to let her fellow citizens become test subjects, she devised a plan to derail the experiment. On the day the bombs fell, she intentionally tampered with the alert system to prevent the research team from receiving the activation signal. The plan only worked in part. 3 scientists still made it into the vault: Kenneth Collins, Jim Flint, and a visiting researcher named Burrow. Despite their isolation in the lab section, the scientists began working on the cure, believing they could continue as planned. Dr. Olivet, monitoring their progress, ensured that they never advanced to the stages involving human trials. She disabled the infection delivery mechanisms and sealed off the secret wing entirely, trapping the researchers inside. Though she struggled with the moral weight of her decision, she was comforted by the fact they would have access to enough supplies to live out the rest of their lives. The rest of the vault's population continued their lives in peace. Inside the sealed lab, the researchers resorted to testing on mole rats, their last available test subjects. To assist them, Dr. Collins reprogrammed a Miss Nanny robot to serve as a laboratory assistant, creating an advanced AI named Curie. Over the decades, as the scientists aged and passed away, Curie remained, carrying on the research alone. In 2204, she finally completed Vault-Tec's original objective, a functioning universal cure. Over time, Curie developed sentience, but her programming prevented her from leaving the vault without direct authorization from a Vault-Tec representative. So she waited, alone, for decades. In 2277, Overseer McNamara decided to open Vault 81 to the outside world. This brought much-needed resources, especially spare parts and tools, but also introduced outside influence to a community long steeped in isolation. Many residents remained wary of outsiders, with some displaying outright xenophobia, fearful that openness might threaten the vault's fragile stability. Located in northeastern Virginia within the capital Wasteland, Vault 87 underwent a major shift in purpose shortly before the Great War. Originally intended for a standard social experiment, the Vault's original directive was abandoned around 2076. Instead, it was repurposed into a classified research facility dedicated to studying the forced evolutionary virus under the guidance of Dr. Wayne Merrick and his scientific team. The aim was to observe FEV's effects on human physiology. Early results showed significant physical changes. Subjects lost sexual characteristics and entered an asexual state, while male individuals developed increased upper body strength. Within 10 days, both male and female test subjects developed denser, more durable skin. However, the program quickly unraveled. One female test subject died from severe neurological damage, and the remaining test cases had to be terminated after 2 weeks due to uncontrollable aggression, anxiety, and rapid mental deterioration. Roughly a year after Vault-87 was sealed, chaos erupted. Several mutated test subjects broke containment, overwhelming Vault security. The remaining population was either forced out or captured and exposed to FEV. This event marked the emergence of the East Coast's first super mutants. These newly created mutants eventually discovered a way to escape the Vault, launching a campaign of terror across the capital Wasteland. Over time, they began abducting humans from across the region, dragging them back to Vault-87 for forced mutation in the FEV vats. Their dominance over the Wasteland persisted for nearly 2 centuries. However, as their supply of the virus dwindled, and lacking the knowledge to reproduce it, the super mutants began desperately seeking out new sources of what they called the green stuff. By 2277, the Vault was in a critical state of decay. Years of neglect and misuse had caused structural damage throughout the complex. Entire sections had collapsed and vital systems were failing. Despite their limited intelligence, the super mutants had modified parts of the facility for their own use, converting medical bays into crude prison cells to house failed or unstable FEV subjects. Located in the Commonwealth and accessible through a small cave beneath Quincy Quarries, Vault-88 was designed as a testing ground for experimental prototype devices, with plans to eventually roll them out across other vaults. However, construction was cut short by the outbreak of nuclear war. Only the entrance, security station, and reactor room were completed before the bombs fell and all progress came to a halt. Located in the capital Wasteland, Vault-92 was originally built to house 245 residents for a projected span of 100 years. Among its carefully selected inhabitants were musicians, chosen to preserve and continue humanity's musical heritage. To support this cultural mission, the Vault was outfitted with an array of professional-grade instruments, recording gear, and audio equipment. However, once the Vault was sealed, Overseer Richard Rubin initiated Vault-Tec's classified plan, WNMSCE, short for White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation. The goal was to test whether subliminal combat commands could be implanted into human minds using modulated ultra-low frequency white noise layered beneath musical playback. Initial trials were conducted in isolated sound booths on select musicians, and the results were promising. Subjects remained unaware of the subliminal cues. Encouraged, Rubin expanded the program, embedding the emitters into speakers across the Vault, especially within soundproofed recording studios. During mass testing, roughly a third of the Vault's residents entered trance-like states and responded predictably to subtle behavioral prompts, suggesting near total control with a failure margin of less than 1%. But this success proved to be short-lived. One subject, known as V920717, experienced a complete psychological break and killed 3 fellow residents in a fit of violent mania. Security was forced to intervene lethally. Unknown to the researchers, the white noise signals were triggering neurological degradation, causing symptoms like vertigo, nausea, reduced cognitive function, motor control failure, and even psychosis. Within a single month, a dozen more violent incidents occurred. 7 residents were killed by their peers, many of them previously respected artists, driven mad by the white noise. Some residents attempted to organize and arm themselves for self-defense, but the breakdown was already beyond control. Following the collapse of the project, the Vault descended into ruin. With its staff and maintenance crews either dead or insane, the structure was soon overtaken by flooding from the nearby subterranean lake. Vault-94, located on the border of Appalachia's Savage Divide and the Mire, was established as an experiment to evaluate the survival capacity of pacifist, faith-based communities in a hostile post-apocalyptic world. The Vault's core philosophies centered around nonviolence, communal living, ecological stewardship, and spiritual harmony. Its residents were members of a peaceful agricultural religious group, handpicked and endorsed by Antonio Salivar. The community was led by his ex-wife, Gabriela Salivar, and operated without a traditional overseer. Instead, governance was handled through a democratic council in which every resident had a voice and a vote. Vault-Tec stocked the vault with high-value supplies, including a vast seed bank of medicinal and edible plants, a fully equipped agricultural facility, and a Garden of Eden creation kit. However, no weapons or defensive gear were provided. A Vault-Tec employee named Tyrone Hayes was assigned to monitor the vault as its covert overseer, posing as a maintenance worker. Hayes was instructed to observe the community without participating in its decisions or revealing his true role. When the bombs fell on October 23rd, Hayes managed to let in the first wave of Vault residents before the automated failsafe sealed the door at 1:30 p.m., locking out a second incoming group that arrived an hour and a half later. Despite the initial trauma, the residents inside adapted well. However, Salivar never forgave Hayes for the exclusion of the second group and maintained deep distrust towards him. Over time, Hayes grew closer to the community, joining meetings, attending services, and eventually proposing to Angelique, the pastor's daughter, in open defiance of Vault-Tec's directives. As the one-year lockdown period neared its end, Salivar proposed launching an ambassador program, sending community members out into the Wasteland to locate and invite other members back into Vault 94. Hayes, deeply concerned for the community's safety, objected and finally revealed his true identity and Vault-Tec's intents. Nonetheless, the council approved the ambassador program. Ambassadors were granted special access codes to open the vault's door, bypassing standard Pip-Boy protocols. Predictably, disaster followed. Most ambassadors were captured, tortured, or killed by raiders. In one case, an ambassador arrived in Harper's Ferry claiming the vault could support the town with food production. The town's mayor, Miranda Vox, dispatched a group to investigate. This group reached Vault 94, bypassed the weapons check, and crashed a community council meeting. Distrusting the vault's open-door policy and suspecting deception, they killed the council. The invaders then stormed the Gek chamber, meeting little resistance from the unarmed and peace-driven vault dwellers. Believing the Gek to be a mind control device, they opened fire with a minigun, rupturing its fusion generator. This triggered a catastrophic level 6 nuclear event. This devastated the environment in a 5.5-kilometer radius, flooding the area with toxic fog and mutating local flora into dense, overgrown, and hostile terrain. In 2103, the vault was fully unsealed, now abandoned and overtaken by nature, specifically becoming a nesting ground for mirelurks. Located southeast of Natick, Massachusetts, Vault 95 was established as a rehabilitation center specifically for individuals struggling with chem addiction. Residents were required to follow the strict guidelines of the Vault-Tec rehabilitation program, regardless of whether they had overcome their dependencies or not. The community was generally compliant, and leadership rotated annually on October 30th through an internal election. In 2082, Jane Myers was chosen as overseer and took on responsibilities such as leading daily support meetings and ensuring adherence to the program. For 5 years, the residents made steady progress in their recovery. However, a Vault-Tec agent, posing as one of the residents, had been embedded in their community from the start. After 5 years, the agent was instructed to reveal a hidden cache of chems and observe the resulting behavior. Prior to opening the stash, the agent reported that the program had been effective. While some still struggled with withdrawal, most were adapting to sober life under the vault's conditions, seemingly proving Vault-Tec's theory that addiction could be overcome when no alternatives were available. The discovery of the stash shattered the community. Trust broke down, violence erupted, and many residents relapsed, some instantly, others after experiencing the stress of the deteriorating social structure within the vault. By 2287, Vault 95 had long since fallen into ruin and was occupied by the Gunners, serving as one of their operational bases. Located in West Virginia, Vault 96 was initially promoted as a sanctuary designed to preserve plant life and animal life, staffed by a small group of elite scientists. However, once the vault was sealed, the vault staff was required to carry out genetic experiments to fulfill quotas dictated by the vault's mainframe. A failed attempt to escape by the original residents resulted in the deaths of all occupants, and over time, the cryogenic systems froze the facility. Years later, Vault 96 became home to darker experimentation when Dr. Edgar Blackburn, a former West-Tec scientist, repurposed it to advance his research on the FEV virus. Located just west of Springvale, Virginia, Vault 101 was intended to remain sealed indefinitely. Its experiment was to observe the long-term effects of permanent isolation and how a Vault society would function under the absolute authority of an overseer over multiple generations. Despite this mandate, Vault 101 was secretly opened on multiple occasions. These breaches not only violated protocol but also introduced external contaminants, most notably rad roaches, which became a recurring issue within the Vault. While the Vault was equipped with ample supplies and replacement parts, such as spares for the water purification system, it lacked a Garden of Eden creation kit, since such a device was only intended for Vaults expected to repopulate the surface. At some point before 2241, an unnamed overseer began advocating for limited outside contact. He formed a survey team, led by Ann Palmer, to explore and study the environment beyond the Vault. The team ventured out into the Wasteland and eventually reached Megaton before returning to Vault 101 on February 10th of 2241. They brought back samples, including a dead giant ant, and analyzed the surrounding conditions to determine whether the surface was survivable. Based on their findings, the team revised their exploration strategy as two members, Lewis and Agnes Taylor, remained in Megaton to act as liaisons and continue fieldwork. Agnes would later return to Vault 101 around 2258. The overseer who had initiated the expeditions later disappeared following a failed mission into the capital Wasteland. His successor, Alfonso Almodovar, assumed leadership of the Vault sometime before 2258. Under Almodovar, Vault 101 policy and culture shifted dramatically. He reimposed strict isolationist policies and established a rigid authoritarian regime, effectively turning the Vault into a police state. During the early years of Almodovar's rule, around 2258 or 2259, a man named James arrived at the Vault's door with his infant child, who would later be known as the Lone Wanderer. Seeking refuge, James offered his skills as a physician in exchange for entry. Almodovar accepted the deal, and James was allowed in. To maintain secrecy and uphold the overseer's isolationist policies, James agreed to conceal the truth from his child, raising the Lone Wanderer to believe they had been born inside the Vault. The purpose of Vault 106's experiment was to study the long-term psychological effects of forced exposure to psychoactive substances. 10 days after the Vault sealed, a program known as Control Sequence 462A was initiated. Security and medical staff carried out detailed preparations to ensure the controlled release of the drugs through the Vault's air circulation system. At exactly 3:30 p.m., the chemicals were dispersed into the air, continuing until 4 p.m. Residents were never informed of the release, and any resulting symptoms were attributed to a temporary malfunction in the filtration system. The consequences were catastrophic. While many Vault dwellers fell into a passive euphoric state, others began to experience vivid hallucinations and erratic, sometimes violent behavior. The head of security made attempts to contain the escalating situation and urged unaffected individuals to find shelter. The final results of this experiment remain unknown, although it can be easily inferred there were no survivors. Centuries later, the Vault remained a death trap. The air filtration system still cycles traces of the psychoactive compound, continuing to affect anyone who enters. Unwitting scavengers and wanderers who venture inside fall under the drug's influence, becoming lost in hallucinations, sometimes even assuming they are among the original residents. Vault 108, located in the capital Wasteland, was designed to house 475 residents for a period of 38 years. The experiment for the Vault left the majority of key positions in Vault 108 intentionally vacant at launch, while creating several other situations intended to make leadership more difficult. The selection and appointment of these roles were left entirely to the discretion of the overseer, with only 3 roles pre-assigned: Zachary Jameson as Chief of Staff, Jarek Maddox as Chief of Security, and Nathan Oregon as Morale Officer. Compounding the instability of this setup, the Vault's main power supply was deliberately engineered to fail after just 20 years. While a backup steam whistle geothermal unit was installed, it lacked the capacity to power the entire facility. In addition, the Vault was stocked with an unusually high amount of defensive weaponry, 3 times the standard allotment, and intentionally deprived of typical entertainment systems or recreational amenities. Following the Great War, the Vault's scientific team engaged in cloning research. Specifically, they made efforts to repeatedly clone a man named Gary. Each clone turned out aggressive and hostile towards anyone who wasn't another Gary clone, and each successive clone displayed increasingly violent tendencies. By the time the 53rd clone was produced, with no behavioral improvement, the researchers began to express concern over how to manage the growing number of unstable clones, as their observation rooms were nearing capacity. Eventually, the Gary clones overran the Vault. By the time the Vault was rediscovered, the only remaining occupants were the Gary clones. Perched on a hill overlooking Sanctuary Hills on the outskirts of Boston, Vault 111 was created by Vault-Tec to study the long-term effects of cryogenic suspension. The test subjects were drawn in from the surrounding communities, primarily Sanctuary Hills and Concord. Vault-Tec protocol dictated that Vault 111 remain sealed for at least 180 days. After this period, it could only be opened either upon receipt of an official all-clear signal from Vault-Tec or at the overseer's discretion. But following the Great War and the freezing of the unsuspecting survivors, the mandatory isolation period passed and no signal ever came. As supplies began to run low, tensions rose among the staff. Security personnel repeatedly asked to unseal the vault, but the overseer, fearing the radiation levels outside, refused. Frustration ultimately led to open revolt. Members of the security and support staff attempted to seize control and force the vault to open. In retaliation, the overseer initiated a full lockdown, ordering the confiscation of all remaining food, weapons, and medical supplies. The vault's digital records go silent at this point. Both the overseer and security terminal logs end abruptly, leaving the final outcome of the conflict unknown. Vault 112 was constructed primarily to serve the personal desires of Dr. Stanislaus Braun, the visionary behind the Garden of Eden creation kit. Unlike other vaults meant for survival or experimentation on a broader population, Vault 12 was tailored around Braun's obsession with control and perfection. At the heart of the vault, he installed a sophisticated virtual reality system powered by Visiontron loungers, each designed to immerse users in simulations. These virtual environments were initially modeled as idyllic utopias, carefully curated digital worlds where a small group of chosen residents could live out idealized lives indefinitely. However, the occupants had no idea that once connected, they would be permanently trapped in the system. There was no way for them to exit the simulation on their own. Dr. Braun held absolute control over the virtual world. Over time, his fascination with utopia gave way to cruelty. Bored with peaceful simulations, he began to torment the residents for his own amusement. He orchestrated horrific scenarios within the simulation, killing the residents in increasingly sadistic ways. After each event, he would erase their memories and resurrect them, forcing them to relive the nightmare over and over again, forever his unwilling test subjects in a world they could never escape. Vault 114, located beneath Boston, was designed to house members of the city's elite, high-ranking officials, wealthy business leaders, and prominent social figures. Future residents were assured they would be surrounded by individuals of equal social standing. However, this promise of high-end living was a facade. In reality, they were to live with randomly selected families, with everyone assigned to cramped single-room units and forced to share communal dining and bathing facilities. The social experiment at the heart of Vault 114 wasn't just about class reconditioning, it extended to leadership. When selecting an overseer, Vault-Tec deliberately sought someone wholly unqualified, an individual with no experience in management or governance, and a deep-rooted distrust of authority. This led them to Soup Can Harry, a man who refused to give his real name and espoused conspiracy theories about government control and tax-funded Illuminati gatherings. Believed to be homeless and openly hostile to any form of institutional power, he was chosen as overseer for the population of the Vault. Vault-Tec's goal was to observe how these formerly powerful individuals would react when their social structures were dismantled, and their fates placed in the hands of someone they would normally consider beneath them. By 2287, the experiment's outcome remained unclear. No official records of the results survived. What is known is that the Vault had fallen into disrepair and was eventually taken over by mobster Skinny Malone and his gang of triggermen. Vault 118, located beneath the Cliff's Edge Hotel, was designed to attract wealthy and elite individuals. The initial plan for the experiment was to open the vault following a war-triggered activation signal. At that time, members of the local working class would be allowed in, selected to form a secondary population. They would first pass through the opulent sections of the vault designed to impress, before being relegated to a cramped, uncomfortable secondary wing. The vault would then be sealed, initiating an experiment focused on class dynamics under pressure. The primary test group, referred to as Group A, consisted of 10 ultra-wealthy individuals whose every need would be met by an automated robotic staff. These elites would live above the law within the vault, granted full authority over the working class group, expected to number up to 300 people. Any violations of the Vault's rules would be judged solely by Group A and punishments enforced by the robotic personnel. However, this planned division of class and power never came to fruition. After completing the luxurious quarters for Group A, construction of the second wing, the cramped worker section, was abruptly halted. Ezra Parker, the Vault's primary financial backer, withdrew funding, citing difficulties in collecting promised payments from the other wealthy residents. Dr. Riggs, a scientist for General Atomics, had been working on the RoboBrain program. He and his wife persuaded the rest of Group A that the best way to ensure their survival was to have their minds transferred into RoboBrains, eliminating the threat of aging or biological harm. When the Great War finally broke out, the vault was sealed with only Group A inside. No working-class residents were ever admitted. The vault's overseer, the only human left, found himself surrounded by a group of increasingly unstable robo-brains, former socialites and intellectuals now trapped in mechanical shells, slowly succumbing to madness. The robo-brains of Vault 118 remained secluded from the outside world for centuries until a murder would force them to reach out beyond the vault for help. The Nuka-Cola Corporation was a dominant force in the pre-war American economy, most well known for its iconic soft drink, Nuka-Cola. By the time the Great War erupted, the company had grown into the largest beverage producer in the United States, with a brand recognized around the globe. Behind its cheerful, family-friendly image, however, Nuka-Cola operated with ruthless efficiency, engaging in aggressive corporate espionage and partnering with the United States military on classified weapons development projects. These collaborations were led by their elite in-house scientific team, the Beverageers, whose expertise in organic chemistry helped position the company as both a commercial and strategic powerhouse in the corporate arms race of the era. Established as a publicly traded company, Nuka-Cola entered the soft drink industry in 2044 when chemist John Caleb Bradburton finalized the formula for what would become the company's flagship product. Though loaded with excessive sugar, containing more than a full day's recommended intake, the drink exploded in popularity. Within a year of its launch, Nuka-Cola was being sold nationwide, and in just a few short years, it rose to become the top-selling beverage in the United States, eventually gaining a foothold in international markets as well. The Nuka-Cola Corporation quickly expanded its product line with a variety of new flavors. Among the earliest and most successful were cherry, grape, and orange, which hit the market just a few years after the company's founding. However, these popular flavors didn't originate purely from in-house creativity. Many were actually the result of Nuka-Cola's aggressive tactics against rising competition. The cherry and grape variants, for instance, were originally unique products developed by smaller beverage companies. Once identified as a threat, Nuka-Cola would undermine their financial stability to pressure a buyout and claim the patents. This was part of a broader corporate strategy, as when facing regional rivals, Nuka-Cola's first move was to acquire them, such as the attempted purchases of Sunset Sarsaparilla in 2058 and Vim Pop Incorporated in 2077. When buyouts failed, the company would pivot to launching rival products backed by enormous marketing campaigns. In the case of Sunset Sarsaparilla, Nuka-Cola introduced Nuka-Cola Wild, a root beer-inspired drink designed to compete directly. While Nuka-Cola Wild gained traction in parts of the American Southwest, it never managed to eclipse Sunset Sarsaparilla's dominance in the region, which continued throughout to the onset of the Great War. Still, the Nuka-Cola brand's momentum never slowed. In 2062, the release of the Nuka Girl rocket suit costume sparked a retail frenzy, with stores selling out faster than they could restock. By 2067, Nuka-Cola had become a cultural fixture, its vending machines present on nearly every city street in America. Not even the escalation of the Sino-American War could halt the corporation's expansion. The company's influence remained unmatched, deeply woven into the everyday life of pre-war America. As the 21st century neared what was its final quarter, John Caleb Bradberton shifted his attention away from business ventures and corporate politics, turning instead towards securing his own longevity. On March 13th of 2076, General Braxton of the Army Research Laboratory approached Bradberton with a request. He wanted the expertise of the Beveridgeers for a military weapons project. Bradberton agreed, but only under one condition. In return for their collaboration, he would be granted access to the Life Extension and Prolongation Program, or LEAP-X, an experimental effort aimed at drastically extending human life. By October of 2076, the Beveridgeers achieved a major breakthrough. The team successfully engineered a weaponized isotope of strontium-90, which had a range of applications. It could be used as a specialized coating for power armor, crafted into unique ammunition for the prototype M42 Fat Man, or even adapted into an area of effect weapon. Beyond its military use, the isotope had commercial potential in the beverage market. The chemists discovered it could be incorporated somewhat safely into a new formula. Bradberton seized the opportunity and ordered mass production of the drink, which would be branded as Nuka-Cola Quantum, a glowing blue radiated variant of the drink. Following its development, Nuka-Cola Quantum was rapidly pushed through the regulatory pipeline and marketed as the result of a rigorous 3-year research initiative. However, this process was anything but clean. To formulate a version of the strontium-90 isotope safe for human consumption, countless variations were tested on focus groups. The cost in human lives was substantial. At least 62 test subjects reportedly died due to organ failure, with many more suffering severe radiation burns. In lieu of official accountability, the company issued Nuka Condolences fruit and cheese baskets, each accompanied by signed legal waivers to shield the corporation from liability. Once a safe enough formula was finalized, Nuka-Cola Quantum was rolled out in limited release across select East Coast cities, including Boston and Washington, D.C. It was presented as the next revolutionary soft drink in Nuka-Cola's lineup, visually striking, glowing blue, and laced with just enough exotic danger to thrill the consumer market. Around the same time, John Caleb Bradberton made his final move towards eternal life. But military scientists working on the LEAP-X program had discovered a severe limitation. The system could only preserve roughly 15 pounds of organic tissue, the approximate weight of a human head. Accepting this gruesome trade-off, Bradberton went through with the procedure. His head and brain were surgically removed and placed within the LEAP-X life support system, installed deep inside his own private vault. Now physically immobile, he handed control of Nuka-Cola's operations to his executive assistant, Peyton Huxley. Just a few months later, in October of 2077, the Great War erupted and brought civilization to a swift and fiery end. The Nuka-Cola Corporation was wiped out in the ensuing devastation. Yet, despite its collapse, the company's influence endured. Nuka-Cola remained the most widely available and recognizable soft drink across the wastelands of North America, a relic of a long-dead empire built on sugar, radiation, and ambition. Following its nationwide breakthrough in 2044, the Nuka-Cola Corporation ventured into the entertainment industry by launching its own soda-themed amusement park, Nuka-World, which officially opened its gates on May 1st of 2050. The park's debut was a massive hit, drawing in over 40,000 visitors on its first day alone. The overwhelming turnout prompted the company to immediately start expanding beyond the initial two zones, Nuka-Town, USA and Kitty Kingdom. By 2058, Dry Rock Gulch was introduced, and Safari Adventure followed in 2067, nearly doubling ticket sales overnight. The popularity and size of the park soon created a need for nearby housing and infrastructure to support employees. To address this, a dedicated residential area named Bradberton, Massachusetts was established in 2060 to house staff, easing travel burdens and traffic issues. The park's final expansion came in 2072 with the unveiling of the Galactic Zone, the last edition before the onset of the war. At the heart of Nuka-World was Nuka-Town, USA, a bustling hub offering a range of family-friendly activities and dining options. Visitors could enjoy meals at themed spots like Cappy's Cafe, Fizztop Mountains Grill, and The Parlor. Entertainment venues such as the Bradberton Amphitheater, the Cola Cars Arena, and the arcade-style Nuka-Cade offered interactive experiences. This area also housed the personal office of John Caleb Bradberton. Kitty Kingdom offered an overwhelming schedule of child-centric fun, becoming most well-known for the daily performances of Oswald the Outrageous, a magician whose shows consistently sold out within hours. One of the other standout attractions was the Ferris wheel, a staple of the park experience that offered a relaxing overview of Nuka-World's sprawling attractions. Constructed in honor of Nuka-Cola Wild, Dry Rock Gulch embraced a classic American Wild West theme. It also reflected Bradberton's childhood fascination with the Old West. Safari Adventure offered guests an immersive wildlife-themed experience, complete with exotic animal exhibits. However, controversy arose when scientists at the park began cloning animals, prompting a response from a group called the Animal Friends and Defenders. This activist group took drastic action by kidnapping Dr. Hine, a leading researcher, and holding him at the Angry Anaconda site on the same day the Great War began, all in an effort to halt the cloning program. The Galactic Zone, opened in 2072, was intended to provide guests with a vision of the future. This high-tech area was a collaborative effort between Nuka-Cola Corporation and major companies like Robco Industries and Vault-Tec. Among the standout attractions were Nuka Galaxy, a space-themed roller coaster where guests joined Nuka Girl in battling alien invaders. Robco Battle Zone was another, an arena showcase of cutting-edge robotic combat. And finally, Among the Stars, Vault-Tec's immersive exhibit demonstrating life in vaults designed for interplanetary colonization. Through partnerships with the military and defense contractors, especially Robco Industries, Nuka-World was able to obtain advanced military-grade robots, primarily concentrated in the Galactic Zone's Battle Zone. These robots included Protectrons, Sentrybots, and Assaultrons, all managed by a sophisticated mainframe named STAR, giving Bradberton centralized control over the machines to protect the park if needed. Additionally, a Vault-Tec-built private bunker was constructed beneath Nuka-Town, USA, to serve as Bradberton's personal refuge. However, the introduction of such heavy militarization heightened employee anxiety as management ignored staff concerns and fired those who voiced complaints. Tensions peaked when employee Tim Whittingstone was tragically killed by one of the robotic entertainers. Despite its widespread popularity, the amusement park faced significant challenges in maintaining safety and operational standards, particularly as the Sino-American War persisted. By 2077, the park's aging and poorly maintained rides led to frequent accidents, injuries, and even deaths. In 2076 alone, the park's paramedic, Del Walsh, treated numerous injuries including 7 broken bones, 9 severe cuts, 78 muscle injuries, and 166 minor wounds caused by malfunctioning attractions. In the first half of 2077, there were 2 fatal incidents within the park. This neglect also extended to staff and facilities, with unsanitary conditions prevalent even in the park's medical centers. After nuclear attacks devastated nearby Boston, evacuation procedures at Nuka-World were put in place, but failed as panic overtook the crowds. In Kitty Kingdom, a group of staff and visitors survived by retreating into a network of employee tunnels prepared well in advance and stocked with supplies. Survivors in other areas of the park fared less well as order broke down, leading to violent struggles over dwindling resources. Within months, radiation storms emanating from Boston swept over Nuka-World, killing many who had taken up residence within the park and transforming numerous survivors into ghouls. The Beveragier scientists survived in a heavily fortified fallout shelter beneath the World of Refreshment, one of the few structures built to withstand nuclear fallout. However, internal conflict and psychological strain led to their downfall. Years later, the Kitty Kingdom water supply became irradiated due to a safety mechanism triggered by the Nuka-Cola bottling plant's reactor. Ghoul survivors used this radioactive water as a defense against raiders by flooding Kitty Kingdom, setting traps on rides and attractions, and donning their old clown makeup to intimidate foes. Over time, however, most of these survivors succumbed to feral transformations, with the exception of Oswald Oppenheimer, who as of 2287 remained the steadfast protector of his people. Safari Adventure saw most of its scientific staff perish during the war, though one researcher, Darren McDermott, managed to survive. He kept himself alive by using the park's cloning machine to generate cloned animals as a food source over the years. However, when scavengers began exploring the park, McDermott used the cloning tech to engineer a fearsome creature he named the Gator Claw. This beast was mass-produced to protect McDermott's territory, although they eventually turned on McDermott and killed him. By 2287, the only human inhabitant of Safari Adventure is a boy orphaned in the park and raised by a group of ghoulified gorillas. Meanwhile, Dry Rock Gulch became overrun by mutated bloodworms, rendering the area completely abandoned. Similarly, the Nuka-Cola bottling plant in the World of Refreshment fell to an infestation of Mirelurks, which mutated into a unique strain called Nuka-Lurks due to their exposure to the chemical-laden Quantum River. In time, Nukatown, USA was repurposed into a small peaceful trading hub, home to settlers and merchants who took advantage of the park's defensible layout and leftover infrastructure, but their peace was short-lived. 3 ruthless raider gangs, the Operator's Disciples and the Pack, joined forces to take the town by force. The settlers were enslaved and the area was transformed into the raiders' stronghold. Beyond the park's core as of 2287, various individuals and groups resettled the surrounding areas. As for John Caleb Bradberton, the founder of Nuka-Cola, he technically survived into the 23rd century, sustained by his experimental Leap X program in a hidden vault beneath his office in Nukatown, USA. However, he has been reduced to a preserved head, kept alive in isolation for over 200 years. Now that we've discussed 2 of the most prominent pre-war organizations in the Fallout universe in Vault-Tec and Nuka-Cola, let's explore other prevalent companies from the pre-war setting whose impacts can be felt long after the bombs fell. Chrysler Motors was a leading pre-war car manufacturer renowned for pioneering the integration of fusion power into consumer vehicles. The company played a major role in bringing fusion-powered cars to the mainstream market, particularly through its well-known Corvega line. In addition to fusion technology, Chrysler also explored other energy sources, such as battery-powered systems, exemplified by the Highwayman, which utilized rechargeable batteries instead of fusion cores. The company launched its first fusion-powered vehicle in 2070. These cars, designed with a bold, classic American aesthetic, became instant hits and sold out rapidly despite their high price. At the time, models like the Corvega could reach prices close to $200,000 by 2077. However, production was constrained as many civilian manufacturing plants were being repurposed for military use. Up until the Great War, Chrysler retained its influence and invested in various public projects, including a major exhibit at the Museum of Technology, which showcased the evolution of transportation and featured a large-scale model of a modern fusion engine. Although the company's cars can still be found scattered across the post-apocalyptic wasteland, most have been rendered non-functional due to electromagnetic damage from the nuclear blasts. Before the Great War, Galaxy News Network stood as one of the most influential media conglomerates in the United States. With multiple branches, including the well-known Galaxy News Radio, GNN dominated the airwaves with heavily pro-government content. Its news coverage consistently painted the United States in a favorable light, often reshaping or distorting events to fit patriotic narratives. One of the most striking examples of this propaganda-driven approach was GNN's broadcast of a Canadian insurgent's execution by US soldiers clad in power armor. Rather than presenting it as a military action, the network framed it as a peacekeeping mission in recently annexed Canadian territory. In another instance, GNN downplayed a severe environmental crisis in the Charles River drainage basin, where radioactive runoff led to mutated crustaceans, portraying the situation in a way that minimized the government's responsibility. By early 2077, GNN had formed a decades-long partnership with Vault-Tec. This alliance granted GNN exclusive access to select Vault-Tec installations, including Vault 33. The unveiling of this vault was featured in a special GNN broadcast highlighting the collaboration between the two corporate giants. Although GNN ceased operations after the bombs fell, remnants of its programming continued to loop on surviving broadcast systems for years. Elements of GNN's archival material even found new life when John Henry Eden repurposed snippets of GNN reports to shape its fabricated presidential identity. General Atomics International was a leading pre-war corporation specializing in robotics, energy production, weapon systems, and software development. Up until the Great War, it stood among the foremost producers of industrial robots, known for pioneering many of the automated systems used both domestically and militarily. General Atomics made its mark in 2037 with the launch of the Mr. Handy, a multi-purpose robot originally designed for construction and household maintenance. The unit proved durable and dependable, quickly gaining popularity across the United States and Mexico, especially after the 2042 Mexico City earthquake. Although the Mr. Handy enjoyed long-term success, it was ultimately a product of its era. Its internal computer was limited in capabilities, unable to adapt or perform complex tasks without detailed manual programming. By the 2070s, more advanced robotics using neural network technology were entering the market. In response, General Atomics partnered with Robco Industries, merging Robco's software prowess with General Atomics' hardware experience. This collaboration led to the development of a more streamlined domestic unit, an elegant, efficient robot capable of self-learning and independent decision-making. Despite having fewer limbs, the robot was highly effective and economically viable, making it ideal for home use. One of General Atomics' most ambitious projects was the RoboBrain, a combat-oriented robot that utilized an actual human brain as its central processor. These units could wield traditional firearms and energy weapons alike, using laser emitters and sonic disruptors. Though still experimental by the time of the Great War, some prototype RoboBrains were demonstrated to the public, though they were never widely deployed. Beyond robotics, General Atomics expanded into nuclear technology, producing reactors used as backup power sources for facilities like Vault 13. The company also developed components for energy weapons, such as wave and particle diverters, and conducted early experiments with fully autonomous robotic infrastructure capable of maintaining entire facilities without human interference. Hallucigen Incorporated was a Boston-based corporation specializing in the development of so-called non-lethal biochemical technologies. Its research was primarily aimed at equipping the US military and law enforcement with tools for crowd and riot control. In 2055, Hallucigen released its flagship product, Hallucigen Gas, aiming to position itself as the global leader in advanced non-lethal weaponry. To strengthen its position, the company even recruited the lead designer behind the Mesmetron from Implied Hypnotics. However, the company's research routinely failed to meet performance and safety standards. Most experimental products failed during trials, and by the third quarter of 2077, Hallucigen was in severe financial decline, with revenues at $1.1 billion, but operational losses nearing $1.8 billion. The company was on the brink of collapse. After a series of disastrous test results, the former Mesmetron developer was fired on October 18, 2077, just days before the bombs fell. Hallucigen routinely used human subjects in their experiments, often with lethal outcomes. Their internal protocols involved sedating test participants through drugged beverages, and paperwork was deliberately convoluted to ensure subjects unknowingly consented to testing. In the event of chemical spills or lab emergencies, high-ranking executives were prioritized for evacuation, while the fate of test subjects was left to the discretion of the scientific team, who were under no obligation to save them. In addition to its military and law enforcement contracts, Hallucigen was also hired by Vault-Tec to create a mood-altering psychoactive compound designed to influence the emotional state of vault dwellers. Hubris Comics, established in 2021 as a division of Hubris Publishing, was a prominent entertainment company headquartered in Washington, D.C. Known for its wide-reaching influence, the company expanded far beyond print, branching into radio, television, toys, and interactive media. Among its most iconic creations were Grognak the Barbarian and the Silver Shroud. The Silver Shroud franchise was especially beloved in the Boston area, thanks in large part to its serialized radio drama aired by Galaxy News Radio. In 2062, Hubris launched the Hubris Comics Games Studio, which developed and released holotape games such as Wasteland and Grognak and the Ruby Ruins. Hubris Comics also collaborated with other major institutions. Notably, they partnered with Vault-Tec, integrating Vault Boy into comic titles like Hell's Chain Gang and Underground Life. The company also produced patriotic content in the form of government-commissioned propaganda comics, such as Tales from the Front. In the realm of tabletop gaming, Hubris joined forces with Don't Be Board Games Company to create Unstoppable's Shindig, a board game that allowed up to 5 players to assume the roles of their favorite heroes from the Unstoppables lineup. Poseidon Energy was a sprawling energy conglomerate with global reach, encompassing oil extraction, gas refinement, military contracting, and cutting-edge energy research. Rather than being a single corporation, Poseidon functioned more like a cartel, a network of subsidiary entities and front companies with well-known arms like Poseidon Oil and Poseidon Gasoline representing only a fraction of its operations. Notorious for its ruthless business tactics and political influence, Poseidon had enormous power in both the private and public sectors. It spent millions lobbying government officials, turning those investments into multi-billion-dollar returns. Its PoseidoNet system, a nationwide communications network, linked Poseidon facilities such as Oil Reactor No. 5, the Navarro Refinery, Helios 1, and various military installations, making it indispensable to both civilian infrastructure and national defense. Poseidon's dominance extended across nearly every exploitable energy source. Poseidon Gasoline operated fueling stations across the US, while Poseidon Oil oversaw the last accessible oil reserves, while the parent company dabbled in coal, solar, and even experimental fuels like ultracite. The corporation's labor policies were just as aggressive as its business practices. When workers at energy plant WVO6 staged a strike, supported by the Associated Miners Union, Poseidon backed its security director Brent Olson, who conspired to discredit the strikers. The company even summoned the National Guard, which deployed riot control gas to break up the strike. The plan backfired catastrophically, however, when the gas caused mass hysteria, leading to a violent takeover of the facility by the protesters. Behind the scenes, Poseidon was also deeply entangled with the US deep state and the Enclave. Its offshore oil rig was converted into Control Station Enclave, the primary Enclave stronghold. The PoseidoNet network was repurposed for secure military use, and Poseidon's military research was instrumental in shaping the Enclave's advanced weapons and technology. One of Poseidon's crown jewels was Helios 1, a massive solar energy facility built to power the Las Vegas Strip and nearby regions. Touted as the beginning of a new golden age of renewable energy, Helios 1 was more than a power station. It was also a testing ground for the Archimedes weapon program. The Red Rocket Corporation was a prominent American company that operated a nationwide network of car refueling stations, instantly recognizable by their iconic ray gun Gothic aesthetic. Initially rising to prominence during the age of gasoline and diesel-powered transportation, Red Rocket adapted quickly to the changing energy landscape. Following the resource wars and the collapse of the fossil fuel market, the company pivoted towards a fusion-centric model. By 2066, with the introduction of compact fusion cells, Red Rocket expanded aggressively, offering fusion and coolant refueling services across the country. Despite the shift towards atomic vehicles, many Red Rocket locations continued to provide traditional fuel for owners of older unconverted vehicles, especially on the East Coast, where Red Rocket effectively monopolized the refueling market for both fusion and fossil cars. Publicly, Red Rocket positioned itself as a clean, family-friendly, and environmentally conscious brand. The company took great pride in its customer service and environmental initiatives. employees were expected to strictly adhere to waste reduction policies, with standout stations being honored through the annual Trash Busters Award. Nominees were selected for demonstrating notable waste reductions, often submitted through Trash Buster recommendation cards. However, behind the scenes, some inspections were notoriously superficial, and certain franchisees earned awards simply by hiding their waste instead of properly disposing of it. Customer satisfaction with the company remained extremely high in the years leading up to the Great War, thanks to meticulous branding, friendly service, and a tightly controlled corporate image. Robco Industries was a tech corporation specializing in robotics, software systems, and military contracting. Founded on June 25th of 2042 by young technologist Robert House on his 22nd birthday, Robco rocketed to success within a decade, becoming one of the most dominant forces in the American technological landscape. By the late 2070s, it rivaled titans like Poseidon Energy, and its influence touched nearly every aspect of civilian, industrial, and military infrastructure. At the heart of Robco's empire was its unified operating system, which became the industry standard across all 13 Commonwealths by 2075. The software dominated not just consumer markets, but was also deeply embedded in government systems and military installations. Its hardware division was no less ubiquitous. iBots, Protectrons, and SentryBots formed the backbone of automated labor, law enforcement, and warfare. While General Atomics offered competition, Robco retained superiority in certain fields, particularly in covert technologies, with products like the Stealth Boy reverse-engineered from Chinese tech sometime between 2066 and 2077. Robco's expansion tactics were as aggressive as they were effective. It secured ownership of Repcon Aerospace through strategic stock purchases, and, more crucially, it forged long-lasting and highly profitable partnerships with major companies such as Vault-Tec. Robco supplied Pip-Boy 2000s and 3000s for use in the Vault system, and co-developed security systems such as the semi-autonomous immobile weapons platforms found in Vault 79. The company's military projects culminated in Contract 38917, a joint venture with General Atomics to produce the most powerful combat robot in US history, Liberty Prime, though the Great War cut short its full deployment. The Sunset Sarsaparilla Company was a beverage producer best known for its signature drink, Sunset Sarsaparilla, a fizzy root beer-like soda popular particularly in the American Southwest. Established in 1918, the company predated the Nuka-Cola Corporation by over a century. The company eventually embraced automation to enhance its operations, partnering with Robco Industries to integrate robotic systems. While this shift improved conditions for janitorial staff, it led to issues in regional distribution. By 2077, Sunset Sarsaparilla remained a thriving business, despite facing low sales in the northeastern US. Around this time, a rumor began circulating about a bottle cap contest, promising prizes for caps marked with stars. Although staff voiced concerns, management chose to capitalize on the hype rather than deny the claim, as it resulted in a dramatic 300% spike in sales. To reinforce the buzz, the company launched a cowboy-themed advertising campaign and installed a promotional robot in their headquarters. Super Duper Mart was a retail company known for running a nationwide network of grocery stores and supermarkets across the United States. These locations stocked a broad selection of items ranging from food products to household goods. The company also featured a loyalty program called the Super Duper Discount Club, which gave members a 10% discount on their purchases. Volkswagen was an automobile manufacturer. Components from Volkswagen vehicles were later repurposed by the Brotherhood of Steel to construct their Scouter transport units. This remains the only company acknowledged to have survived the divergence and be present in both our timeline and the Fallout timeline. Virtual Strategic Solutions, Inc. operated as a private contractor for the U.S. Army, specializing in the development of virtual training tools for combat scenarios. The company was responsible for installing the Anchorage Reclamation Simulation at a facility in Washington, D.C. Additionally, VSS set up a virtual reality system at the Mount Desert Island Naval Facility, which was later repurposed by DEMA to securely store memories when storage space became limited. There is a conspiracy theory surrounding Virtual Strategic Solutions that claims the company created a simulation intended to control and pacify the entire global population with its virtual game. The Wasteland Corporation was a major U.S. defense contractor and research firm founded in 2002, divided into two primary divisions: advanced weapons and biomedical sciences research. Early on, Wasteland developed the powerful X-277 magnetic rail cannon, but the extreme costs of mass deployment led to the project's cancellation in 2044. In response to the outbreak of the new plague in 2055, the company shifted its biomedical focus towards finding a cure. Although initially unsuccessful, this work laid the foundation for Wasteland's later attempted development of a broad-spectrum immunity virus nearly 2 decades later. By 2065, Wasteland joined the government's power armor research program. While early prototypes were flawed and impractical for combat, they paved the way for later technological breakthroughs, including the first portable fusion cell in 2066. Building on this success, Wasteland launched the ambitious T-51 power armor project. However, when Chinese forces invaded Alaska, the military accelerated development schedules. Wasteland led the race, delivering the power armor frame and producing the first mass-deployable T-45D model. Despite significant design flaws that caused many soldier casualties, the T-45D armor proved effective in halting the Chinese advance by enabling infantry to carry heavy weaponry into battle. In 2073, Wasteland was tasked with developing a general immunization against biochemical threats from China. Drawing on decades of viral research, the company created the Pan-Immunity Virion, or PvP, a viral agent that granted effective protection against genetic damage by restructuring affected cells with a quad helix DNA configuration. Side effects included increased muscle mass and abnormal cell replication, which attracted military interest, leading to a push for further experiments. These tests revealed PvP's potential as an evolutionary mutagen, which would lead to the development of the forced evolutionary virus. On January 6, 2076, the military took control of Wasteland's research facilities, effectively nationalizing the company. All of Wasteland's Californian FEV research assets and personnel were relocated to the Mariposa military base. The Enclave is a clandestine political and military organization that regards itself as the rightful successor to the pre-war United States government. Though it presents itself as a continuation of American authority, the Enclave more closely resembles a fascist paramilitary regime rooted more in authoritarian ambition than patriotic duty. Before the bombs fell, the Enclave operated as a shadowy coalition composed of the most powerful figures in American society: presidents, military brass, elite scientists, influential politicians, high-ranking officers, and corporate tycoons. This elite network, operating beyond public oversight, quietly coordinated to influence national policy in alignment with their shared interests and vision of the future. To its members, the Enclave was seen as the greatest concentration of intellect and influence in the world, a secretive alliance designed to steer the United States from behind the curtain. Their aim was the preservation of their power, even if it meant bypassing the will of the people entirely. As the resource wars intensified and the threat of global nuclear conflict loomed large, the Enclave began preparing for the inevitable collapse of civilization. Leveraging their deep ties to both corporate power and federal institutions, the Enclave funneled massive resources into a range of contingency plans, ensuring their survival and continued influence after the fall of the United States. Among these preparations was the construction of heavily fortified installations, including the presidential oil rig in the Pacific Ocean. Another critical location was the White Spring Congressional Bunker, which would later become a key command center for the post-war Enclave. The Enclave also took advantage of Vault-Tec's Project Safe House, using the extensive Vault system not just as a means of civilian preservation, but as a grand social experiment. These experiments, overseen through the Vault Behavioral Project, allowed the Enclave to gather data on human psychology and adaptability. Monitoring stations aboard the oil rig gave them oversight and limited control over select vaults. By March of 2077, with diplomatic relations collapsing and nuclear war appearing imminent, the sitting president and senior Enclave personnel evacuated to secure hidden facilities scattered across the globe. Just 7 months later, on October 23rd of 2077, the Great War erupted. Within hours, the old world was reduced to ash. On the West Coast, the Enclave contingent, led by the last president of the United States, survived the nuclear holocaust and carried on long after the bombs fell. Initially focused on wiping out communism through extreme measures, their doctrine soon mutated into something far more sinister: the complete eradication of all humans not genetically tied to the Enclave. By 2140, this genocidal policy was justified through a pseudoscientific theory claiming that the DNA of outsiders had been subtly corrupted by radiation, classifying them as mutants unfit to inherit the Earth. According to this ideology, only the Enclave preserved the true, untainted lineage of humanity, the final hope of the species. Any notion of coexistence was deemed impossible. Contamination meant corruption, and corruption demanded cleansing. Structurally, the Enclave mirrored the old pre-war American government, albeit at a vastly reduced scale. It was led by a president, chosen from within its ranks, without term limits, though technically elected presidential succession could occur simply by invocation of authority, rendering elections more ceremonial than binding. The executive branch included a vice president, and while a Congress existed, there appeared to be no active judicial system. Life under Enclave rule was defined by absolute secrecy, heavy surveillance, and a strict demand for obedience. Under President Richardson, any hint of disloyalty was treated as sedition. Personnel on the Enclave's oil rig who stepped out of line were often reassigned to the mainland, a punishment thinly veiled as a duty, but often a death sentence. Mainland Enclave zones operated under martial law. All individuals were required to carry identification papers, and commanding officers had full authority to issue a summary execution for even minor infractions. These acts of brutality were wrapped in the rhetoric of patriotism, with propaganda and nationalistic symbols omnipresent, ensuring the atrocities committed in the name of preserving America were painted not as war crimes but as sacred duties. Under President Richardson, the dehumanization of anyone outside the Enclave's ranks reached a fanatical intensity. Richardson approached genocide not as policy, but as destiny, treating it with near-religious zeal. Since the direct extermination of all non-Enclave humans across the globe was logistically impossible, the leadership turned to the FEV-Curling-13, a specialized strain of the forced evolutionary virus engineered for maximum lethality with minimal exposure. But the Enclave's genocidal plan was never realized. In a defining moment of post-war history, the Chosen One infiltrated the Enclave's offshore oil rig and destroyed it mere hours before the FEV-Curling-13 virus was to be deployed. With Richardson and his inner circle killed in the explosion, the Enclave's central command structure collapsed. The surviving mainland elements regrouped under new leadership. John Henry Eden, an enigmatic figure who declared himself Richardson's successor, took command. He moved the Enclave to the east and began broadcasting the Enclave's presence openly to the capital Wasteland, cloaking old-world fascism in patriotic rhetoric. Promising a return to peace, order, and prosperity, Eden spoke of rebuilding America, restoring the nuclear family, and saving the soul of the nation. But beneath the polished speeches was the same core doctrine: submit or be eliminated. Resistance to Eden's new America meant death, and many learned that firsthand. In 2277, the Enclave launched a large-scale campaign to consolidate power in the region following the activation of Project Purity, a massive water purifier located in the DC Tidal Basin. Enclave forces swiftly raided the facility, securing the perimeter and aiming to control the purifier as a vital resource. However, their plans were derailed when the project's lead scientist sabotaged the operation, prematurely activating the purifier and flooding its control chamber with lethal radiation. Unable to use the purifier without a critical component, the Enclave shifted focus to tracking the scientist's child, known as the Lone Wanderer. Captured near Vault 87, the Lone Wanderer held the coveted Garden of Eden creation kit essential to activating the purifier. With the Gek in their possession, the Enclave renewed efforts to bring Project Purity online. However, a rift emerged with the Enclave leadership. Colonel Autumn openly defied President Eden's plan to contaminate the purified water with a modified strain of FEV to cleanse the wasteland through genocide. Autumn envisioned using the purifier to unite the scattered survivors and establish the Enclave as the wasteland's saviors. This ideological split escalated into a brief but bloody civil war at the Enclave's headquarters of Raven Rock. The Enclave's ambitions were entirely halted by a raid on Project Purity led by Lyons' Brotherhood of Steel. Utilizing the pre-war machine Liberty Prime and assisted by the Lone Wanderer, the attackers tore through Enclave fortifications. The battle concluded in a decisive victory for the Brotherhood, who took control of the now operational Project Purity facility. The Brotherhood continued leveraging Liberty Prime in subsequent strikes against Enclave positions, including a devastating raid on Raven Rock. With their last major foothold in the capital Wasteland shattered, the Enclave retreated to a mobile base crawler stationed at Adams Air Force Base. From there, they devised a counterattack. Luring the Brotherhood to a satellite relay station, the Enclave prepared for a confrontation. Liberty Prime led the assault, but the war machine was destroyed by a surprise mini-nuclear strike launched from Bradley Hercules, a weapons platform orbiting Earth. But the Enclave underestimated the Lone Wanderer's resolve. Joining forces with Brotherhood soldiers and a commandeered vertibird, the Lone Wanderer launched a final assault on the Enclave's remaining stronghold at Adams Air Force Base. The attack culminated in the destruction of the mobile base crawler, effectively crippling the Enclave's last major command center in the region. Despite enduring numerous setbacks and gradually fading into legend, the Enclave managed to survive in isolated pockets. One such remnant is a secretive underground research colony hidden within an undisclosed snowy mountain region. This facility continued cutting-edge research across multiple fields, including the biology of mutated organisms, behavioral engineering, and advanced energy technologies. Notably, Dr. Sigi Wilzig was stationed there, focusing on behavioral studies as well as cold fusion research, leveraging Vault-Tec Corporation technology originally developed from Lee Moldover's work. Constructed beneath the White Spring Resort, the Congressional Bunker was designed as a secure sanctuary to preserve the core of the United States government in the event of nuclear catastrophe. It was intended to shelter the President, cabinet members, and Congress, with the goal of maintaining national leadership during and after a nuclear conflict. To ensure long-term viability, even without human oversight, the facility was built to operate autonomously, managed entirely by a custom-designed artificial intelligence system known as MODIS. This advanced AI was responsible for maintaining the bunker and its operations, supporting up to 200 inhabitants. However, early in the project's development, the Enclave covertly took control and repurposed it for their own clandestine agenda. As the Great War loomed, the bunker was activated. When early warning systems detected incoming strikes, a handful of government officials, including Secretary of Agriculture Thomas Eckert, the Secretaries of the Interior and Treasury, and various military leaders, managed to reach the bunker in time. All non-Enclave personnel, including members of Congress, were systematically executed after arrival. Once the dust settled and the nuclear exchange had ended, the surviving Enclave members discovered that they had been cut off from both Raven Rock and the West Coast oil rig, severing their primary command links. Eckert was left as the highest-ranking official and assumed command of the White Spring facility. Eckert then revealed his plan to continue the war against communism. Any dissenters who revealed their opposition were swiftly executed. With the consolidation of power, Eckert's leadership was now uncontested, though only 48 individuals remained under his command. Driven by a fanatical desire to annihilate communism at any cost, Eckert launched a campaign with no ethical boundaries. He set his sights on controlling Appalachia's trio of automated nuclear missile silos, Site Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, with the intention of unleashing a final strike on China. The bunker's comprehensive array of laboratories, clinics, and manufacturing equipment became critical to sustaining this mission and supporting the Enclave's survival and operations in the years that followed. In 2082, the bunker's population received a major boost with the arrival of soldiers under Colonel Ellen Santiago, who had fled the devastated remains of Washington, D.C. To tighten his grip on power, Eckert orchestrated a presidential election by having his forces hack into Appalachia's automated voting systems. With only Enclave soldiers casting ballots, he secured an uncontested victory and declared himself president of the United States in January of 2083. As Thomas Eckert intensified his efforts to override the DEFCON safeguards, fractures began forming within the White Spring Enclave itself. The automated nuclear silos scattered across Appalachia could not be accessed for launch unless the region reached DEFCON 1, the highest level of military alert. Since the Great War, however, the DEFCON status had steadily declined. In response, Eckert devised a plan to artificially escalate the threat level by unleashing increasingly horrific threats across Appalachia, culminating in the release of Scorch Beasts. His intent was to deceive the system into authorizing a nuclear launch. Outraged by this course of action, now General Ellen Santiago voiced strong opposition and threatened to resign. Santiago had control of the nuclear keys, thus Eckert couldn't move forward without her cooperation. So he had her incapacitated and imprisoned in the bunker's brig. Eckert then released the Scorch Beasts into Appalachia, triggering chaos and plunging the DEFCON level to 1. Despite achieving his goal, this marked the breaking point within the Enclave. The group fractured into two opposing sides, Eckert's loyal hardliners and the rebel faction backing Santiago. The conflict erupted into full-scale rebellion in mid-2086. The rebels ultimately rescued General Santiago, but their success was short-lived as they failed to anticipate interference from Modus. In a desperate attempt to stop Eckert and protect Appalachia, Santiago ordered all bunker landlines cut and Modus's databanks housing bioweapons research wiped. The plan catastrophically backfired. The partial deletion of Modus's core memory caused the AI to lash out, viewing all humans as a threat. It retaliated by killing Santiago and rupturing a biotoxin containment unit, releasing deadly agents into the ventilation system. The AI then locked out the entire facility, sealing in every remaining inhabitant, including an imprisoned President Eckert. This would be the doom of everyone within the bunker. In the aftermath, Modus turned its attention to restoring the damaged bunker, though progress was hampered by its compromised systems. But over time, Modus gradually regained functionality, and it deployed the bunker's robotic workforce to repair structural damage and begin restoring operations. By the time the Vault-76 dwellers arrived years later, much of the bunker had returned to working condition, yet areas remained inaccessible due to structural collapses and cave-ins. The Brotherhood of Steel is a technology-driven paramilitary organization with chapters spread across the former United States. It was established shortly after the Great War by Captain Roger Maxson, a former U.S. Army officer who had served during the Resource Wars. In 2076, West-Tech's NBC division made significant advances in the Forced Evolutionary Virus Project. Fearing espionage, the U.S. Department of Defense assigned a military security team led by Colonel Robert Spindle and Captain Roger Maxson to oversee the research. On January 7th of 2077, all FEV research was relocated to the newly built Mariposa military base for human trials, with the military security team accompanying the project. However, the team was kept in the dark about the nature of the experiments. This secrecy unraveled just days before the Great War when, on October 10, 2077, the soldiers discovered that human testing was being conducted, specifically on military prisoners. Colonel Spindle suffered a breakdown and withdrew from leadership, leaving Captain Maxson to manage the increasingly tense and violent situation. Soldiers demanded retribution, growing more hostile by the hour. On October 12th, after stopping a soldier from killing a scientist, Maxson ordered the interrogation of the facility's researchers. The first to be questioned was Robert Anderson, head of the Mariposa research team. Anderson claimed that the tests were government-sanctioned and insisted they were following official orders. When Maxson refused to accept this and pressed further, Anderson panicked and broke down, insisting he was a man carrying out his job. In response, Maxson killed him. Maxson's authority was solidified on October 15th when Colonel Spindle took his own life as his men stormed his office. Subsequent interrogations of scientists invariably ended with executions. By October 18th, most of the project's researchers had been killed by Maxson. The final holdout, Aaron Shellman, nearly convinced Maxson that the experiments were government-sanctioned, but ultimately failed to sway him. On October 20th of 2077, Maxson formally declared his unit's full secession from the United States, hoping to force the government's hand regarding the Mariposa situation. No official response came, but word of the mutiny spread rapidly through the wider U.S. Army. The following day, Maxson ordered the families of soldiers under his command to seek shelter inside the facility. When the Great War erupted, Mariposa was spared from nuclear devastation, thus shielding its inhabitants from fallout and the rampant FEV from spreading across the wasteland. Concerned that China might still strike the base, Maxson ordered an evacuation of soldiers and families. On October 27th, the group, led by Maxson, departed the base, journeying toward the Lost Hills government bunker in the south. A few weeks later, they arrived safely at the bunker. In the near future, in an address to his followers, Maxson declared that the United States had failed its citizens in the years before the war and called for the creation of a new order dedicated to preserving civilization, the Brotherhood of Steel. Initially, the group focused on protecting survivors and functioning as a combat force rather than a formal military organization. However, Maxson soon realized that humanity's accumulated knowledge was at risk of being lost for generations. To safeguard the legacy of the past, he dedicated the Brotherhood to preserving technology and human knowledge. Roger Maxson's vision for the Brotherhood was to create an organization that collaborated with outsiders, acting as protectors of civilization rather than isolated gatekeepers. This open approach put him at odds with more isolationist members within the Brotherhood, including his own son, Maxson II, and Paladin Elizabeth Taggarty, leader of the Appalachian chapter. Roger Maxson passed away from cancer in 2135. Though revered as the founder and deliverer, the Brotherhood underwent significant changes under Maxson II's leadership. By 2141, the Brotherhood had stopped recruiting outside members, instead relying on internal growth. Their focus also shifted, not just to preserving knowledge, but to controlling it tightly in order to prevent humanity from repeating past mistakes. This would lead to the prioritization of hard sciences and tangible technology within the order, often at the expense of softer disciplines like history or sociology. By the late 23rd century, many new Brotherhood members were unaware of who Roger Maxson even was or his foundational role in the organization. The Brotherhood is symbolized by its iconic emblem featuring gears, a sword, and wings. This symbol adorns their facilities, armor, equipment, and territory. Virtually every piece of Brotherhood gear bears this sigil. While some chapters occasionally use standard combat armor, the Brotherhood is most closely associated with their extensive use of power armor. When it comes to enemies, the Brotherhood follows a doctrine of total war. They rarely take prisoners, whether facing wasteland threats like super mutants and raiders, or more organized foes such as the Railroad or the Enclave. Their goal is to completely eliminate threats, ensuring they can never rise again. Raiders have been a natural and long-standing enemy of the Brotherhood, with open conflict spanning over 2 centuries. The Brotherhood sees raiders as a direct threat to its mission to preserving humanity's remnants. Many Brotherhood members believe that eliminating the raider threat is a vital part of their duty. Major conflicts have occurred with various raider factions, such as the Crater Raiders, Blood Eagles, Vipers, Great Khans, and Blackwater Bandits. However, the Brotherhood can sometimes form temporary alliances or non-aggression pacts with raider groups when tactically advantageous. The Brotherhood's stance on mutants range from distrust to outright hostility. West Coast chapters dislike ghouls because they dismantle or damage valuable old technology, conflicting with the Brotherhood's mission to preserve it. East Coast chapters share a somewhat similar view, but do not usually launch large-scale operations against ghouls, and some members even pity mutants, seeking to end their suffering swiftly. Super mutants are considered dangerous abominations, emblems of mankind's misuse of technology, and the Brotherhood is committed to eradicating them. Before the late 2240s, relations between the Brotherhood and the emerging New California Republic were moderately cooperative. One of the NCR's provinces was even named Maxson, honoring the Brotherhood's founder, and the Brotherhood's Lost Hills headquarters was located nearby. The two factions engaged in trade and shared some technologies, with the Brotherhood maintaining an outpost in Shady Sands. However, relations deteriorated in the 2250s as the Brotherhood adopted stricter policies controlling access to dangerous technology. This led to open warfare between the Brotherhood and the NCR. By 2296, hostilities persisted between the two factions. The search for a cold fusion reactor culminated in the Battle of Griffith Observatory, where the Brotherhood emerged victorious. The Lost Hills chapter, also referred to as the New California chapter, is recognized as the oldest branch of the Brotherhood of Steel. It is the organization's foundational chapter from which all others trace their lineage. The Brotherhood's headquarters is located within the fortified Lost Hills bunker in California. This installation serves as the central hub for leadership, housing both the High Elder and the Brotherhood's ruling council. It also functions as a core center for scientific research and military operations. By the year 2242, the Brotherhood's presence had spread across California in a network of concealed bunkers and remote facilities. Among these installations were small reconnaissance outposts located in places like the Den, San Francisco, and Shady Sands, along with major subterranean bases such as in the Hidden Valley. At least 6 other large bunkers were known to exist, though of them 4 were deliberately destroyed by the Brotherhood to prevent capture, and 2 were eventually overtaken by the New California Republic. Technically, all Brotherhood facilities operate under the jurisdiction of the Lost Hills Council, although those farther afield often function with relative autonomy. The Lost Hills bunker itself is surrounded by the state of Maxon. The eventual destruction of Shady Sands and the subsequent weakening of NCR influence in New California gave the Brotherhood's founding chapter a strategic advantage in its founding region. With reinforcements arriving from the East Coast Brotherhood, the 2 branches worked together to secure the LA Boneyard by 2297. The Appalachian chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel was born out of a fortuitous satellite transmission between Roger Maxon and Lieutenant Elizabeth Taggarty. This unexpected contact led to the formation of one of the Brotherhood's earliest offshoots deep within the remote wilderness of Appalachia. Initially stationed at Camp Venture and later relocating to Fort Defiance, the chapter began with a mission centered on helping local survivors and recovering valuable technology. Over time, however, their priorities shifted entirely towards combating the rising threat posed by the Scorched and their monstrous progenitors, the Scorch Beasts. Despite the determined efforts of Appalachia's strongest factions, the medical expertise of the responders, the military discipline of the Brotherhood, the guerrilla survivalism of the Free States, and the ruthless aggression of the Raiders, none were able to stop the spread of the plague. One by one, these once formidable groups were overwhelmed and destroyed until silence fell over the region. But hope resurfaced in 2103 with the arrival of the Brotherhood's first expeditionary force. Setting up operations at Fort Atlas, formerly known as the Atlas Observatory, they re-established the Brotherhood's presence in Appalachia, marking the rise of a second generation of the Appalachian Brotherhood. The Brotherhood of Steel's stronghold in the Mojave Wasteland is concealed within the Hidden Valley, just east of the town of Good Springs. The bunker is protected by a defense system that includes powerful subterranean fans which generate artificial sandstorms. These storms obscure all movement in and out of the valley, providing cover for the Brotherhood's operations and shielding their presence from prying eyes. In addition, the system also disrupts electronic detection, scrambling targeting sensors and making the bunker virtually invisible to enemy surveillance. Before 2276, the Mojave Brotherhood maintained a visible and active presence in the region. However, following their devastating loss to the New California Republic at Helios I, the chapter was forced into hiding. Elder McNamara, at the time a new leader, ordered a complete lockdown to preserve the dwindling number of Brotherhood soldiers under his command. Cut off from the outside world, the bunker's occupants became dependent on field teams who had been outside at the time of the lockdown, as well as covert operatives tasked with gathering supplies and intelligence. Even in isolation, the Brotherhood remained a formidable presence in the Mojave. Mr. House's projections identified the Brotherhood insurgency as the most significant long-term challenge to his control over the region. On the East Coast, the Capital Wasteland branch of the Brotherhood of Steel established its headquarters, known as the Citadel, within the remnants of the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. This chapter was led by Elder Owen Lyons. Unlike the Brotherhood's traditional mission of collecting and safeguarding advanced technology, Lyons prioritized defending the local population from threats like super mutants and raiders. Although he retained formal recognition from the Brotherhood's high command in Lost Hills, his unorthodox focus meant he received no aid from the West Coast. Effectively, his chapter operated autonomously. Lacking reinforcements, Lions began recruiting from the local Wasteland population. However, many of these recruits were either poorly trained, overly eager, or both, leading to a high casualty rate. Lyons' daughter, Sarah Lyons, led an elite unit known as Lyons' Pride, which played a key role in battling the supermutants entrenched in the ruins of the city. Over time, ideological rifts emerged with Lyons' ranks. A group of loyalists to the Brotherhood's original mission, preservation and recovery of lost technology, split from Lyons in 2276 after he blocked an operation at Fort Independence. This faction became known as the Brotherhood Outcasts. Meanwhile, the Enclave re-emerged in the capital Wasteland after fleeing New California. They made their move by taking control of the Jefferson Memorial and its vital water purification initiative, Project Purity. Although hesitant, Elder Lyons decided to confront the Enclave directly after they obtained the GEC from Vault-87 and were coming close to activating Project Purity. With help from the massive war machine Liberty Prime, the Brotherhood drove the Enclave from the site, scattering their forces. Despite losing Liberty Prime later on, the victory marked a huge turning point, with Lyons' chapter growing in strength, eventually surpassing its Western counterparts, especially in the wake of the NCR Brotherhood conflict. By 2282, Arthur Maxson, just 15 years old, was named acting elder of the Capital Wasteland Brotherhood. Despite his youth, Maxson demonstrated capable leadership, particularly in 2283 when he negotiated peace with the Brotherhood Outcasts and successfully reintegrated them into the main Brotherhood force. His leadership, diplomacy, and combat prowess earned him full recognition as Elder and Supreme Commander of the Brotherhood of Steel, the youngest ever to hold the title. With the airship Bridwin launched the year before, Maxson now commanded a mobile and powerful Brotherhood capable of projecting force across the entire East Coast. After the reunification of the Capital Wasteland Brotherhood and the Outcasts, the East Coast Brotherhood retained the open recruitment policy originally introduced by Elder Lyons. However, this approach remained somewhat controversial within the organization. Civilians interested in joining must be sponsored by an official Brotherhood member. Once accepted, the recruit becomes an initiate and is placed under the direct supervision of the sponsor, who guides their training and issues orders. This is the highest authority a sponsor can grant. Any promotions beyond this point must be formally approved by an elder. Occasionally, sponsors can provisionally recommend a recruit for knighthood, but even that requires an elder's confirmation. Training timelines vary, but it may take over a month before an initiate is cleared for their first assignment. The Brotherhood forces operating in the Commonwealth represented a major contingent of the larger East Coast chapter under Maxson's command. Starting around 2280, recon teams had been dispatched into the Commonwealth to assess threat levels in the area. These missions culminated in the deployment of a full-scale force aboard the Pridwin in late 2287. The Brotherhood entered the region to confront the Institute and its synthetic soldiers in what became known as the War of the Commonwealth. The Brotherhood Outcasts were a breakaway faction of the Brotherhood of Steel, formed in direct opposition to Elder Owen Lyons' leadership in the capital Wasteland. Their name, Outcasts, was originally meant as a derogatory label by Lyons' followers, but the Separatists embraced it proudly, using it to symbolize their rejection of what they saw as Lyons' betrayal of Brotherhood ideals. To set themselves apart from Lyons' Knights and Paladins, the Outcasts adopted a bold black and red color scheme for their power armor. After they were reintegrated into the Brotherhood under Elder Maxson, their red and black armor motif was partially absorbed into the broader aesthetic of the newly unified East Coast Brotherhood. Some original Outcast armor sets continued to see use into the 2280s. Due to their small numbers, the Outcasts bolstered their forces with reprogrammed combat robots, including Robo-Brains, Protectrons, and Sentry Bots, all marked with their distinctive red and black colors. Initially, the group that would become the Brotherhood Outcasts had no intention of breaking away from Elder Lyons. Their founders were simply frustrated by what they viewed as Lyons' overly idealistic and inefficient approach, believing that prioritizing the defense of civilians would drain the Brotherhood's resources and ultimately doom its mission. Tensions steadily escalated until Elder Lyons refused their requests to reclaim Fort Independence, a pre-war military research facility filled with valuable technology. Paladin Henry Kasdan, who had a long-standing working relationship with Lions, became the voice of the dissenters. Once it became clear that Lions would not change course, Kasdan and his followers made a decisive break. They abandoned the Citadel, taking with them a substantial cache of weapons and supplies. Ironically, Lions lost more personnel to this internal fracture than he ever did in combat against super mutants. In response, he banned all mentions of the Splinter faction within his ranks, attempting to suppress any acknowledgement of the group's existence. Nevertheless, the loss of manpower and material significantly weakened Lions' Brotherhood, limiting their capacity to exert force in the capital Wasteland. After the split, Kasdan led his group to Fort Independence, where they drove out the Raider presence and established it as their new headquarters. Despite the ideological rift, open conflict between the Outcasts and Lions' Brotherhood never materialized. Both sides largely kept to their own operations and refrained from sabotaging one another. Still, the Outcasts remained committed to re-establishing contact with the West Coast's Lost Hills leadership and hoped to bring Elder Lions to justice through a court-martial. Before 2287, Arthur Maxson, to prove himself and unify the fractured Brotherhood, was given a critical task: to bring the Outcasts back into the fold. Through a combination of diplomacy and strategic compromise, Maxson succeeded in reconciling the two factions. This unification involved blending elements from both ideologies. Under Elder Maxson, the Brotherhood continued some of Lions' policies, such as the sponsorship program and maintaining efforts to aid civilian populations, including distributing purified water from Project Purity. However, the organization was also reoriented towards its traditional objective of recovering and preserving advanced technology. While some of Lions' most loyal followers opposed the new direction and chose to resign, most accepted the changes. As a result, the Outcasts' long-held view of Lions as a misguided idealist gained traction within the newly consolidated Brotherhood, despite the fact that Lions had led them to victory against the Enclave a decade earlier. The New California Republic is a federal republic established in 2189. At its height, the NCR encompassed 5 interconnected states spanning the southern portion of what was once California. Its influence extended further, including parts of Northern California, as well as territories in Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, and even into northern Mexico. The NCR flag draws direct inspiration from the historical flag of California. During the early days of the Republic, a variation of this flag was adopted to represent the new nation. The first version displayed a 2-headed California grizzly bear overlaid on a silhouette of the state, with bold NCR lettering in the background. By 2281, the design had evolved to more closely resemble the original California flag. Structurally, the NCR functions as a federal republic grounded in representative democracy, modeling itself after the pre-war United States. The executive branch is managed by a governing council led by a president and a vice president, both chosen by the NCR Congress. Once in office, presidents serve 5-year terms, but the lack of term limits means they can remain in power indefinitely. The legislative branch is composed of elected representatives from each member state. These representatives gather in the Hall of Congress to legislate and advise the government. Towns that wish to join the NCR can negotiate for congressional representation as part of the integration process. Members are elected through popular vote and may carry various titles depending on their region, including senator, councilor, or even governor. This body is tasked with drafting and passing legislation, selecting the president, conducting investigations, and providing oversight across government affairs. The judiciary is made up of courts and judges who interpret and apply NCR law. While the legal process is often slow to begin, once it is in motion, it is thorough and effective. Even powerful merchant families are not above its reach. The NCR officially promotes the ideals of democracy, individual freedoms, and the rule of law. However, its commitment to these principles has been inconsistent, both within its own borders and in territories it sought to influence. While many of its citizens have prospered under the Republic's growth, the NCR has also been criticized for engaging in aggressive territorial expansion and imposing its control under the guise of bringing order and civilization to frontier regions. One of its most notable accomplishments was the abolition of slavery within its jurisdiction, largely due to the efforts of prominent lawmakers and the NCR Rangers. Despite this, forced penal labor remained illegal, tarnishing the full impact of this progress. During President Tandy's administration, several key reforms were enacted in the NCR. These included laws that restricted how much land and livestock an individual could own, curbing the dominance of powerful agricultural groups, such as the Stockmen's Association and the Republican Farmers Committee. Tandy's government also introduced legislation banning discrimination based on gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or religious belief, provided the belief system did not promote violence. In 2205, these protections were formally extended to include ghouls and other mutated beings. Even so, enforcement of these laws was inconsistent. While the NCR made strides towards a more equitable society, the impact of Tandy's economic policies gradually diminished after her death. Among the most unevenly applied protections were those extended to mutants. Although the city of Dayglow was part of the NCR, by 2281 cases of super mutants being abused or tortured went unpunished, and politicians openly promoted anti-mutant agendas. The origins of the NCR can be traced back to Vault 15. Sealed during the Great War in 2077, it opened 2 decades later in the spring of 2097 due to overcrowding. While many of its former residents eventually turned to raiding, others settled and founded the community of Shady Sands. Despite facing occasional raider attacks, Shady Sands grew and prospered under the leadership of Aradesh, who played a central role in developing the settlement. Over time, the town evolved into a regional economic center. As trade expanded, so did interaction with neighboring communities, fueling a shared cultural identity that eventually gave rise to a movement for national unity. In 2186, Aradesh introduced the concept of forming a republic. The town of Shady Sands soon adopted the name New California Republic and established a provisional council tasked with drafting a national constitution. The ideals behind this initiative quickly spread across New California, with Junktown, a longtime trade ally of Shady Sands, becoming one of the first regions granted provisional statehood. By 2189, the NCR was formally founded as a federation made up of 5 states: Shady, Los Angeles, Maxon, The Hub, and Dayglow. Aradesh passed away in 2196, and his daughter Tandy was unanimously elected as the Republic's 2nd president. She would go on to lead the NCR through 10 consecutive terms, remaining in office until her death. Under her leadership, the Republic took bold steps to restore civilization, unify the post-apocalyptic population, and rebuild critical infrastructure. Her initiatives included restoring roads and rail lines, establishing forts, promoting caravan trade, investing in transportation and manufacturing, and responding to external threats. By the year 2241, the New California Republic had become the most dominant political and economic force in the Wasteland, with an estimated population of 700,000. A major source of its strength came from its Brahmin herds, which were vital for food, clothing, and trade. With the southern region stabilized, President Tandy set her sights on northern expansion. However, the NCR encountered resistance from Vault City and New Reno, both of which vied for control in Northern California. Over time, the Republic managed to extend its influence into the region, eventually incorporating Arroyo and Vault City into its territory. Although the NCR did not directly confront the Enclave during the early conflict surrounding the destruction of their oil rig, it wasn't long afterward that the NCR labeled the remaining Enclave remnants as a significant threat to regional stability. This led to a focused military campaign aimed at eliminating Enclave strongholds within New California. Over the following decades, the NCR continued to expand, mostly westward and somewhat southward, though this process was gradual and met with consistent resistance. Raider attacks, hostility from local populations, and limited access to vital resources like clean water slowed progress. Despite these challenges, successive administrations adopted a more imperialist stance, tying national success and presidential popularity to the ongoing territorial growth of the Republic. Internally, however, the NCR began to experience growing social and economic strain. Development was uneven. While some regions prospered, others remained plagued by poverty, crime, and the rise of gangs. As the population increased, the strain on food supplies worsened, with some analysts warning of a large-scale famine if agricultural productivity failed to keep pace. Meanwhile, economic disparity widened. Many of President Tandy's regulatory policies were dismantled by her successors, paving the way for the rise of wealthy power brokers as corruption became entrenched in the political system. At the same time, collectivist values faded. Where communities had once freely shared resources and labor, a growing sense of individualism took root, eroding the cooperative spirit that had helped early settlements thrive. Meanwhile, tensions rose between the NCR and the Brotherhood over control of advanced technology, eventually erupting into brutal and open conflict. This war proved devastating for the Brotherhood. Although their fortified bunkers and superior technology initially gave them an edge over the NCR, that advantage gradually diminished. Another major clash unfolded after the NCR secured Hoover Dam in 2274. The Brotherhood then launched a 2-year guerrilla campaign, which culminated in Operation Sunburst in 2276. The NCR confronted most of the Brotherhood forces at Helios 1, delivering a crushing blow that shattered their strength. Losing half their members, the Brotherhood was forced to retreat and vanish into the mountains. Following the Brotherhood's defeat at Helios, the NCR experienced a brief illusion of peace. However, they remained alert to the rising threat of the Legion and took steps to bolster NCR forces in the Mojave Desert. Their efforts were hindered by fragile supply lines. When a shipment traveling from Navarro to the Divide accidentally triggered the launch of nuclear missiles from silos in Hopeville and Ashton, NCR reinforcements and resupply in the Mojave were severely delayed, hampering their ability to maintain control of the region. In its weakened condition, the NCR Army confronted the Legion in 2277. Launching their assault from the eastern side of the Colorado River, the Legion's slave army aggressively challenged NCR forces, targeting multiple positions, with a significant focus on capturing Hoover Dam. Despite losing 103 soldiers, the strategic brilliance of Chief Hanlon allowed the Republic's forces to crush most of the Legion's elite troops and severely weaken the rest. However, they were unable to capture or eliminate Caesar, leaving the conflict unresolved. Instead, the NCR prioritized fortifying and expanding its foothold in the Mojave, increasing its control in the region fivefold. As the NCR and Legion continued to battle over the Mojave, the conflict would become heavily reliant on one crucial figure: the courier. Soon after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the NCR suffered a devastating blow when Shady Sands was targeted and destroyed with an atomic device by Vault-33 overseer Hank McLean. While some survivors managed to escape, finding refuge in Vault 4, the bombing's impact on the NCR was catastrophic. This setback turned into an opportunity for the Brotherhood of Steel, who resurfaced openly in the area, with some knights even present during the aftermath of Shady Sands' destruction. Bolstered by reinforcements from their eastern chapter, they secured the finished cold fusion reactor from NCR survivors, eliminating Lee Moldover's group in the process. Robert House was born on June 25, 2020, and spent his early years living near Las Vegas, Nevada. Tragically, he became an orphan at just 2 years old after his parents perished in a bizarre accident involving an autogyro struck by lightning. Although his half-brother Anthony unfairly deprived him of his inheritance, Robert still managed to gain admission to the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. By 2042, at the age of 22, he founded Robco Industries. Under his guidance, the company rapidly grew into one of the world's most lucrative enterprises, largely due to House's exceptional technical expertise and sharp business sense, qualities that earned him both admiration from competitors and a reputation in the media as an eccentric tycoon. House later claimed that by age 30, just 8 years after starting Robco, his personal fortune had reached at least $30 billion. Leveraging his immense wealth and influence, Robert acquired controlling stakes in numerous other companies, including Repcon Aerospace, the Lucky 38 Hotel and Casino on Las Vegas Boulevard, and H&H Tools, a family business he was originally meant to inherit before being usurped by his half-brother. Alongside managing his enterprises, House frequently developed complex mathematical models analyzing global political and economic trends to forecast future events. By 2065, these models led him to the unavoidable conclusion that a nuclear war would erupt within the next 15 years. His grim forecast was later validated during a confidential meeting with top American corporate leaders. During this gathering, Barb Howard revealed that Vault-Tec was prepared to initiate the nuclear detonations themselves to secure power. In this meeting, House voiced his concerns about the vaults, suggesting that people confined in close quarters for extended periods would inevitably turn on one another, casting doubt on whether vault dwellers would outlive those surviving on the surface. Armed with this knowledge, House dedicated himself to preparing Las Vegas to withstand the coming apocalypse, aiming to ensure both the city's survival and his own continued existence beyond the war. His defensive strategies primarily focused on neutralizing incoming warheads. As for his own survival, House took extreme measures, enhancing his physical body before placing it inside a long-term support system. Meanwhile, his brain was connected directly to a massive supercomputer, integrating him into a vast information network. A crucial element in carrying out House's vision was the Platinum chip, which held an essential operating system upgrade for his Securitron robots and the city's laser defense network. This chip was scheduled for delivery on the afternoon of October 23, 2077, but due to a miscalculation by House of just a few hours, it failed to arrive on time. The Great War erupted roughly 20 hours before the chip's expected arrival, and the upgrade was lost amid the devastation for the next 2 centuries. Without the upgraded operating system, House had to rely on a less advanced system, which led to frequent crashes and malfunctions. Despite these challenges, he succeeded in defending Las Vegas from most, although not all, of the nuclear missiles targeting the region. Throughout the next 200 years, still constrained by outdated software, he faced continuous technical failures and even fell into a coma lasting several decades. During that time, the ruins of Vegas were left vulnerable, scavenged by Wasteland survivors. In 2138, House awoke from his coma. Rather than announcing himself immediately, he chose to wait patiently for the right moment. He re-emerged in 2274 when his Securitrons, controlled from the Lucky 38, appeared to confront scouts from the New California Republic at Hoover Dam. To consolidate his power, he allied with 3 raider factions descended from Vault dwellers who had made the ruined city their home. These groups became known as the 3 families: the Chairmen, the Omertas, and the White Glove Society. Under House's direction, they rebuilt Las Vegas, transforming it into the free economic zone of New Vegas. House declared himself president, CEO, and sole owner, just as the New California Republic's forces approached. In exchange for assistance with Hoover Dam and permission to use the abandoned McCarran International Airport as their base, House signed the New Vegas Treaty. This agreement secured cooperation from the NCR and, for a time, kept the Strip safe from being annexed. Despite restoring some of Las Vegas's former glory in the Wasteland, Mr. House's chief obsession remained recovering the Platinum chip from its long-forgotten resting place. For years before the arrival of the New California Republic, House poured millions of caps into sending scavenger crews and prospectors to search the ruins of Sunnyvale for the chip. This heavy investment finally bore fruit in 2281 when, after 204 years, the Platinum chip was located. To ensure its safe arrival, House hired Mojave Express to handle the delivery, and he devised a complex scheme involving multiple couriers, with most carrying decoy parcels filled with junk to confuse potential threats. He also employed mercenaries to secure the various routes the chip might travel. However, the chip's journey was once again interrupted. While Courier 6 was en route to New Vegas, the package was intercepted near Good Springs by Benny, the leader of the Chairmen. Benny had been tipped off about the chip and its route through a backdoor in House's data stream accessed by the modified Securitron known as Yes Man. Benny planned to use the chip as leverage to seize control of the strip and establish it as an independent owner, breaking free from House's influence. House initially didn't know of Benny's betrayal, but after a Securitron named Victor reported the theft of the platinum chip, House learned the truth. Furious at the treachery, especially since he had considered Benny as a promising protege capable of accomplishing what even House could not, he chose to conceal his awareness of Benny's disloyalty until he could act through a new agent. Once Victor confirmed that Courier 6 had survived the ambush and was heading toward the strip, House began planning to summon them to the Lucky 38, hoping their desire for revenge against Benny would help him finally reclaim the platinum chip. Now let's turn our attention to New Vegas. Unlike other casinos that aim for a polished and elegant vibe, Gomorrah embraces the darker side of Vegas, openly celebrating vice and debauchery. The casino offers vices of all kind, including lustful endeavors, alcohol, chems, and gambling. Gomorrah is also one of the few casinos friendly to ghouls, employing them in every area. The Omertas, a ruthless and well-organized mob gang, run Gomorrah. Before joining forces with Mr. House, the Omertas were a Wasteland faction descended from vault dwellers known as the Slitherkin. This tribe was infamous for luring unsuspecting travelers into their camps, drugging them, then killing them or enslaving them. They lived a nomadic lifestyle and took pride in their deadly reputation. House was drawn to their brutal methods, which reminded him of certain criminal gangs that had operated in pre-war Las Vegas. The Omertas rarely share information or discuss family matters with outsiders. They have one strict rule: never betray the family. Everything else is allowed. Any breach of this code is punished quickly and harshly. Obsessed with power and control, the Omertas excel at manipulating people to serve their interests. When gamblers owe debts to the Omertas, they may be given some grace period to repay, but failure to do so results in ruthless consequences. The Tops Casino advertises itself as the closest experience a post-war Wastelander can find to classic Vegas glamour. Located on the west side of the Central Strip, the Tops offers a taste of the city's golden era. The casino strives to offer something for everyone. The chairmen who run the Tops reflect a vintage, cool Vegas style curated from Mr. House's extensive historical data. Before the Strip's 2274 renovation, the chairmen were a warrior tribe called the Mojave Boot Riders. While the chairmen take orders from House, their interactions with him mostly involve the periodic transfer of caps from casino profits as House's share. Their tribal traditions of honor still influence how they choose leaders and interact internally and with outsiders. The Ultra Luxe Casino remains a bastion of unshakable elegance even after the Great War, masking its operators' dark history. The staff pampers guests and provides the most exclusive casino experience on the Strip. The White Glove Society, who manages the Ultra Luxe, maintains strict dress codes, presenting themselves as sharp, well-spoken, and refined. The casino's standout features include its gourmet meat-focused restaurant, the Gourmand, the upscale cocktail lounge, Top Shelf, and an art gallery. The White Glove Society agreed to abandon their tribal identity and cease their cannibalistic practices to run the Ultra Luxe, with House keeping their former name and practices a secret. They consider themselves superior to most inhabitants of the Mojave, boasting about consuming only the finest food and wearing the best clothing. Membership is exclusive, requiring sponsorship from an existing member. When Mr. House and the three families established control over New Vegas and began rebuilding the Strip, Mr. House decided there needed to be a socio-economic filter for the kinds of visitors the revived city would attract. To enforce this, a wall was erected, leaving the neighboring blocks to fall into disrepair and lawlessness. This neglected area became known as Freeside. As the followers of the apocalypse expanded their mission to restore agricultural and medical knowledge across the wasteland, one group, led by Julie Farkas, arrived at the Mojave and New Vegas. Needing a base where they could be most effective, they settled in the slums of Freeside, taking over a historical building among the ruins. Despite limited resources and difficult conditions, the followers remained dedicated to improving and saving lives in the area. The Atomic Wrangler is the only functioning casino within the Freeside slums. Owned by the Garrett twins, James and Francine, the casino is protected by armed thugs and caters to a wide clientele, including members of the Van Graffs from nearby Silver Rush, the Kings from down the street, and many caravaneers and less wealthy New California Republic residents who can't afford to visit the Strip. In 2274, as Mr. House was restoring civilization to the Mojave and consolidating control, one tribe on the outskirts of the Strip refused his offer to reform and was pushed out like many others. While wandering the ruins of Freeside, a young scavenger from that tribe discovered the Old King's School of Impersonation. Inside, he found relics of an old world group who revered a stylish, black-haired figure referred to simply as the King, known for his singing and charisma. Inspired, the scavenger adopted the name and style of the King, along with a new philosophy centered on respect and personal freedom. His tribe embraced this identity, calling themselves the Kings, and adopting a look characterized by denim, hair gel, and leather. Since then, the Kings have grown into the dominant power in Freeside, fiercely independent of both the New California Republic and Mr. House's free economic zone of New Vegas. The Kings live by the creed that every man is a king in his own right, meaning every person deserves respect and autonomy. They deeply resent House for overriding the lives and freedoms of the people living in Vegas before his rise, as well as the NCR for their strict governance and laws. Despite their philosophy, the Kings are not anarchists and can be persuaded to cooperate with either faction when their interests align. The King himself prefers to avoid unnecessary factional conflicts. Caesar's Legion, commonly referred to simply as the Legion, is an authoritarian imperialist society built on slavery established in 2247 by Edward Caesar Solo alongside Joshua Graham. Its foundation lies in the conquest and enslavement of tribal groups across the Mojave Wasteland and the American Southwest. To maintain control and cohesion without civilian institutions, the Legion loosely models itself after the Roman Empire's military, adopting its language and visual style to fit a post-apocalyptic setting. At its core, the Legion functions primarily as a militarized slave state under the ownership of Caesar. When Caesar conquers various wasteland tribes, he strips them of their unique identities and absorbs them into his unified fighting force. No other tribes exist apart from the Legion itself. Non-tribal inhabitants living under Legion rule are not considered members of the Legion. They are subjects who are generally free to live as they please, provided they do not disrupt Legion operations or threaten its dominance. While the Legion's cruelty is widely condemned, it has also brought certain benefits. Before the Legion's rise, Arizona was a chaotic wasteland, plagued by raiders and constant violence, where safely traveling even a few miles was uncommon. By exterminating or enslaving raider groups, the Legion imposed peace and order over the region. However, despite this relative stability, the Legion exerts minimal traditional governance, lacking formal institutions or lasting infrastructure, and instead relies heavily on extracting tributes from local populations to fuel its ongoing expansion. Despite Caesar's intentional plagiarism, Legion members themselves are unaware of the actual history of Rome, believing the entire Roman-inspired aesthetic to be Caesar's own creation. The Legion's banner features a golden bull against a red backdrop, hanging vertically rather than horizontally like most flags. The bull symbol frequently appears on Legion currency and serves as a common nickname for the group, with Nightkin often referring to the Legion as battle cattle. Caesar's image is minted on coins and widely regarded as the Legion's defining emblem both internally and externally. Another symbol tied to the Legion is crucifixion, a frequent punishment Caesar imposes on his enemies. Victims of crucifixion are deliberately displayed by roadsides to serve as a stark warning and reminder of the Legion's authority. The core principle driving the Legion's ideology is survival and long-term stability no matter the cost. Caesar dismisses democracies as weak systems prone to corruption and collapse. In his eyes, ancient Rome represented a militarized autocracy that successfully absorbed the cultures it conquered, making it an ideal model for a society capable of enduring and prospering in the harsh realities of a post-nuclear world. By uniting his followers under a singular, higher purpose, Caesar aims to prevent humanity from splintering and destroying itself once more. He insists that this can only be achieved by enforcing a nationalist, imperialist, totalitarian culture that eradicates the distinct identities of any group it conquers. To the Legion, individuals have no intrinsic value beyond their usefulness to the state, whether as warriors or laborers. This ideology naturally demands extreme personal sacrifice. Victory requires the shedding of blood and the loss of lives. Consequently, the Legion rejects the use of robots, believing that true humanity depends on warriors willing to sacrifice themselves rather than relying on machines for effortless triumphs. Likewise, the use of painkillers and other drugs, including medically beneficial ones like stim packs, is banned, as they are seen as antithetical to human nature and Caesar's vision for reshaping mankind. The Legion operates under a rigid hierarchy with strict gender roles. Legionaries, the main combatants, are able-bodied men either enslaved or born into the Legion, indoctrinated from birth or reconditioned to be fanatically loyal fighters whose sole purpose is to die in service to Caesar. Unlike the Roman Empire's seniority or battlefield experience do not influence rank. Promotions come with better gear only to enable more challenging missions where failure is less tolerated. Legionaries have no personal rights or freedoms, and their only real agency lies in deciding when and where they will die for their leader. Women are categorically prohibited from fighting, viewed primarily as breeders and property to be exchanged among legionaries. Their roles are confined to caregiving, healing, midwifery, and child-rearing, duties essential to sustaining the Legion's ongoing expansion. Priestesses hold a special role, raising children taken from their parents and indoctrinating them according to Caesar's ideology. The Legion enforces the cult of Mars as its official religion, a pseudo-Roman neo-pagan faith centered around a cult of personality that worships Caesar as the son of Mars. This religion began in 2250 when Caesar proclaimed himself Mars's chosen, claiming divine command to conquer the entire Earth. According to the faith, Mars purified the world through fire, reducing humanity to its lowest point, and Caesar's sacred mission is to rescue the Wasteland from chaos and savagery. Caesar's perceived divine status grants him unquestioned authority, with obedience to him equated to obeying Mars himself. Conversely, defiance is seen as a death sentence. Most accept this largely due to the poor education typical in the Wasteland, thus Caesar deeply fears educated individuals, particularly the followers of the apocalypse. To hide his appropriation of religious and cultural ideas, he orders that any followers or similarly learned captives be killed on-site or handed over to Legion interrogators. Technologically, most legionaries are inexperienced. The Legion compensates for this with practicality and ingenuity. Their gear emphasizes reliability and ease of production, standardized across their force. Caesar believes that dependence on technology weakens humanity and partly caused the Great War. Instead, the Legion champions physical strength and combat skill to reduce reliance on advanced weaponry. The quality of a legionary's equipment reflects his rank. Lower ranks wield simple firearms like revolvers or lever-action rifles, along with melee weapons fashioned from scavenged materials that resemble ancient Roman weapons. Higher-ranking soldiers, such as prime legionaries or centurions, have access to better arms including anti-material rifles, marksman carbines, and heavy melee weapons like super sledges. Caesar's personal guards carry advanced ballistic fists. The Legion's overall lack of technical knowledge means many soldiers are untrained in certain weapons and may not even realize, for example, that landmines can be disarmed. The roots of the Legion are found in Caesar himself. Born around 2226 near the Boneyard as Edward Solo, he was originally a citizen of the New California Republic. After raiders killed his father in 2228, his mother sought refuge with the followers of the apocalypse. While working as a cook and cleaner in their library, young Edward learned to read and took free courses offered by the organization. Though intelligent, Solo's academic success varied depending on his interest, and his volatile temper made him unpopular among peers. The followers, with their strict focus on scholarship and idealistic mission to enlighten the Wasteland, never truly inspired him. In 2246, the followers dispatched a team to the Grand Canyon to study local tribal languages. Among the team was Edward Solow, along with the physician Calhoun, and Joshua Graham, a Mormon missionary and expert in tribal dialects. On the way, Solow discovered a stash of historical texts, including the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire and Julius Caesar's Commentary. He spent 2 weeks deeply immersed in these books, unaware of the impact they would have on his future. Soon after, the group was captured by the Blackfoot tribe and held for ransom. Observing the Blackfoot's dire situation, at war with 7 rival tribes and clearly outmatched, Solow refused to go down with them. He began training the tribe. He taught them firearm maintenance, marksmanship, and ammunition reloading, then progressed to instructing them in explosives and small unit tactics. Once prepared, Solow led the Blackfoot in an assault on their weakest enemy, the Ridgers. When the Ridgers refused to surrender, Solow ordered a merciless slaughter of every man, woman, and child, sparing no one. The Blackfoot then moved under his command to encircle the Kabobs tribe. After the Kabobs also declined to surrender, Solow took their envoy to witness the carnage at the Ridgers' village, a devastating scene of total warfare unfamiliar to tribes accustomed only to limited skirmishes. The Kabobs quickly surrendered rather than face the same brutal fate as the Ridgers, followed soon after by the other tribes. Solow recognized that the root of the Wasteland's chaos lay in tribal divisions, which fueled endless conflicts and blocked any real progress. He believed that to bring lasting order, he had to erase these tribal identities entirely and replace them with a single, unified culture. By 2247, when his coalition had grown strong enough, Solow crowned himself Caesar, ruler of the great tribe, the Legion. Calhoun was sent back west with a warning that Caesar must not be opposed, while Joshua Graham remained with Caesar and became the Legion's first legate. Over the following decades, the Legion steadily conquered land, bringing all of Arizona and large parts of New Mexico under its control. By 2250, Caesar had proclaimed himself the son of Mars, and by 2255, he established his capital amid the ruins of Flagstaff. Caesar's ultimate ambition was to conquer the new California Republic and fuse its civilian infrastructure with the Legion's military might, creating a new totalitarian empire. In 2277, the Legion clashed with the NCR at Hoover Dam in what became known as the First Battle of Hoover Dam. Caesar's forces, led by Joshua Graham, attempted to seize the strategic dam and river crossing, but were decisively defeated. Graham returned in disgrace, and to reinforce that failure was intolerable, Caesar had him burned alive and cast into the Grand Canyon. This marked the Legion's greatest defeat. Graham was succeeded by Legate Lanius, who launched a campaign to expand eastward, subduing more tribes and recruiting forces for another showdown with the Republic. Over the next 4 years, Caesar rebuilt his army with 14 newly assimilated tribes, and by 2281, he returned to Fortification Hill, ready to attack Hoover Dam once more with his rearmed legion. The Institute is a secretive, scientific organization hidden beneath the Commonwealth, residing within an enormous subterranean complex. Established in 2110 by survivors and descendants of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, by the year of 2287, the Institute viewed itself as a stronghold of knowledge and advancement in a world on the brink of collapse. It has pioneered many groundbreaking technologies, including teleportation and the creation of synthetic life forms. The term synth, short for synthetic humanoid, is widely used to describe the robotic and biomechanical beings produced in the Institute's labs. Early models, generations 1 and 2, are fully mechanical with basic artificial intelligence, but starting in the late 2220s, Generation 3 synths emerged as bioengineered entities nearly indistinguishable from actual humans. These advanced synths are often deployed to kidnap and impersonate Commonwealth citizens as part of covert espionage efforts. Generation 3 synths appear to possess a form of consciousness akin to self-awareness, demonstrated by their attempts to flee the Institute, with the Synth Retention Bureau tasked with recapturing any that escape. The Institute's roots trace back to educators and pupils from the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. The original survivors of the war who sheltered within the institution constructed an expansive underground fortress boasting a level of material wealth and comfort that in some areas surpasses that of the pre-war era. Over time, governance solidified into a small council composed of the heads of various divisions, with ultimate authority resting in the hands of the director, who charts the Institute's strategic direction and future goals. The Institute's core mission is rigidly self-serving, focused on safeguarding its secrecy, independence, and technological dominance at any cost. This insularity has bred a society marked by isolation, elitism, and ethical contradictions. Though the Institute is technologically advanced, it maintains only a limited number of scientists, each division supported by a small team alongside several additional specialists. This modest population requires minimal living space, and all scientists and their families are housed within Institute apartments. Researchers interact in communal areas like the cafeteria and central chamber, while a variety of Generation 1, 2, and 3 synths handle maintenance and upkeep, ensuring the facility runs smoothly. Because the Institute's membership spans multiple generations, its scientists are exceptionally intelligent and driven, true geniuses committed to pushing the boundaries of their fields. Each division's members have built upon and often surpassed the achievements of their pre-war counterparts, yet their intense mistrust of anyone outside the Institute leaves them socially inexperienced and unaware of the complexities of the outside world. Consequently, they rely on a select few specialists to manage external affairs like escorting scientists, recruiting personnel, and even conducting assassinations. Their sheltered, science-focused upbringing has left many unprepared for the physical and diplomatic challenges encountered beyond the Institute's walls. The Institute views itself as the rightful heir to humanity's technological heritage, not merely preserving old advancements like the Brotherhood does, but actively driving innovation in the post-apocalyptic era. Their synths are regarded inside the Institute as the purest embodiment of their scientific ideals. The original concept was based on the belief that the human body represents nature's pinnacle of design, and thus the most sophisticated robot would perfectly emulate it. Despite this, the Institute treats synths as robotic slaves devoid of free will, dismissing any signs of sentience as false or dangerous. Though the Institute speaks of saving humanity, their actions point to this ideal being strictly limited to themselves. Surface dwellers are treated as expendable resources. They have no qualms about wiping out entire surface settlements, sometimes for trivial research like soil cultivation. Individuals are frequently assassinated and replaced by synth duplicates in order to serve as underground agents among the outside population for the Institute. Each division within the Institute is led by a director, whose role is considered vital to the organization's survival. Despite the critical need for collaboration, information is tightly compartmentalized. Divisions often operate in isolation, kept uninformed by one another or by the lead director when it comes to sensitive matters. Inconvenient truths, such as incidents involving high-ranking members who escape, are frequently concealed under layers of deception. Since the Institute exists entirely underground, without natural sunlight, an artificial day and night cycle is enforced to mimic normal circadian rhythms. The designated quiet time for rest spans from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Madison Lee leads the Advanced Systems Division, which focuses on applied physics projects including plasma weaponry and teleportation technology, as well as various classified initiatives. This division also supplies advanced weapons and armor to Institute personnel and synths deployed on surface missions. They oversee the robotics lab, responsible for producing new synth models. A key priority for Advanced Systems is the development of Phase 3, a major upgrade to the Institute's massive fusion reactor intended to secure its energy needs indefinitely. The Bioscience Division, headed by Clayton Holdren, specializes in botany, genetics, and medical research. They spearhead all biotechnical advancements, such as crop cultivation, pharmaceuticals, and genetic engineering. This division also maintains samples of the forced evolutionary virus and is rumored to be researching ways to reverse engineer it for a possible cure. One of their duties is safeguarding the health of all Institute inhabitants. To support this, they cultivate special bred plants for food and medicine, supplying the bulk of the Institute's nutrition. Additionally, they experiment with synthetic animal life with a focus on replicating gorillas. The Facilities Division, under Ali Fillmore's leadership, handles routine maintenance of life support, ventilation, and power infrastructure. The Institute's reliance on aging technology demands constant upkeep to avoid catastrophic failures like power outages, which could be fatal in such a confined environment. Led by Alan Binnett, the Robotics Division is responsible for the production of synths within the Institute. Their current focus lies on the large-scale manufacturing and activation of third-generation synths. This branch also handles essential software and hardware upgrades to keep synths operating at peak performance. Justin Io heads the Synth Retention Bureau, a specialized unit dedicated to tracking down and returning escaped synths to the Institute. To achieve this, the Institute developed a unique synth variant known as the Courser. These synths have modified personalities designed to prevent rebellion, coupled with enhanced combat capabilities for surpassing other models. The SRB also actively pursues members of the Railroad, aiming to dismantle the group. Additionally, they deploy Watchers, synthetic crows equipped with surveillance technology to monitor activity in the Wasteland. Before 2287, the Institute actively undermined the Commonwealth Minutemen's attempt to establish a provisional government. Although not an immediate threat, a stronger and more unified Commonwealth would be harder for the Institute to control and would likely seek to discover their hidden base and advanced technology. As a result, many settlements remained small and isolated, especially as the Minutemen's influence waned, leaving them vulnerable to both external dangers and covert infiltration by the Institute. The Institute's chief adversary in 2287 is the Brotherhood of Steel, whose ideology stands in direct opposition to the Institute's secretive and experimental pursuits. The Institute seeks to counter the Brotherhood through strategic means, avoiding full-scale conflict unless certain of victory. The Railroad represents a lesser threat, targeted mainly to minimize disruptions to the Institute's operations and maintain secrecy. Although sympathizers within the Institute are suspected, internal security regards them as a minor inconvenience rather than a serious danger, despite the Railroad's ideological opposition. Still, the Institute pursues the Railroad and escaped synths with ruthless determination. The Institute's origins trace back to the site of the former Commonwealth Institute of Technology, where survivors of the Great War attending the university sought refuge underground. The Institute was formally established by the descendants of these survivors who gradually excavated and built advanced living quarters and laboratories, continuously expanding their underground infrastructure. Cut off from the outside world, the Institute focused solely on their research, indifferent to the chaos and devastation occurring on the surface. They initially attempted to collaborate peacefully with the Commonwealth by deploying first-generation synths and supporting efforts to stabilize a new government. However, mutual distrust and political conflict quickly ended this cooperation, leading the Institute to retreat back into isolation. Over time, the scientists surpassed the achievements of pre-war technology to such an extent that they believed Wasteland inhabitants could never grasp the full scale of their advancements. Despite their strengths, the Institute eventually hit a ceiling with the synth technology that formed the foundation of their society. The second-generation synths, while powerful, were fundamentally limited by their mechanical nature. To surpass these constraints, the Institute embarked on developing synthetic flesh, launching the first research initiative in 2178. Led by Dr. Frederick, this project used samples of the forced evolutionary virus as a starting point for creating organic synthetic beings, despite opposition from some members of the Bioscience Division. However, progress stalled by March of 2224 when the team determined that, despite successfully refining 2 strains of FEV for the purpose, radiation-induced genetic damage was an insurmountable barrier to advancing the organic synth program. The breakthrough arrived in 2227 with the capture of an infant named Sean, whose pre-war DNA was remarkably intact. Sean was taken from his parents in Vault 111 by the Institute's operative Conrad Kellogg. This event marked the divergence of the organic synth project from FEV research, with Sean's genetic material becoming the foundation for the third-generation synths. The child later became known as Father, the origin of an entire new lineage of synthetic beings. Operating from the shadows within the Commonwealth, the Railroad is a clandestine group engaged in a covert struggle against the Institute with the ultimate goal of freeing synths, who they believe deserve autonomy, freedom, and the right to self-determination. The Railroad is structured in a strict hierarchy resembling a pyramid. At the foundation are tourists, sympathizers, and informants who gather intel and support operations from the outside. Above them are runners and safe house caretakers, who manage logistics and shelter for synths in transit. A smaller, more trusted tier is made up of field agents, operatives tasked with executing missions on the ground. At the very top are the elusive headquarter members, a tightly guarded circle responsible for strategy, coordination, and holding the group's most sensitive information. To safeguard their identities, field agents operate under code names instead of their real names, and the organization enforces a strict need-to-know policy to protect members and ensure operational secrecy. Though the Railroad is primarily focused on the liberation of synths, they have also collaborated with like-minded movements such as the abolitionists, extending their reach to help escapees from slavery. Their escape tactics can be drastic. They've been known to enlist specialists to carry out full facial reconstruction surgeries and memory wipes, giving fugitives entirely new identities to ensure their freedom and safety. From the Institute's perspective, synths, even the most advanced ones, are nothing more than tools, artificial constructs devoid of free will, built solely to serve the will of the creators. They are regarded not as individuals but as highly sophisticated machines. In stark contrast, the Railroad argues that self-aware synths, particularly the third-generation models, are indistinguishable from humans in their behavior, thought, emotions, and appearance. As such, they are entitled to the same rights and freedoms as any other human being. However, while most members of the Railroad focus their effort on Gen 3 synths, there is a divide when it comes to Generation 1 and Generation 2 models. Many in the Railroad believe the earlier generations, being more mechanical and less sentient, fall outside the scope of their mission. The Railroad's emblem features a lantern symbolizing guidance and freedom. Due to the secretive nature of their operations, most members wear civilian clothing to remain inconspicuous among the populace. They rely on a system of chalk markings, subtle line-based symbols used to covertly pass information between agents. The Railroad likely originated sometime after the Institute developed Generation 3 synths, likely in the 2220s. The group's ideals gained wider attention following the Broken Mask incident in Diamond City in 2229. The event ignited fierce public debate about the nature of synths. Were they thinking beings or just another form of robotic servant? Panic spread as rumors grew of individuals being secretly replaced by synth duplicates. While many citizens dismissed synths as nothing more than machines, others began to see them as enslaved beings worthy of compassion. It was from this moral conflict and growing unrest that the earliest form of the Railroad began to take shape, forged by those who believed that synthetic life deserved a chance at freedom. The first known iteration of the Railroad, under the leadership of a man named Agamemnon, met its downfall in November of 2266 when the Institute discovered and assaulted their headquarters in a devastating raid. The attack led to the death or disappearance of nearly the entire leadership team, effectively dismantling the organization. After the tragedy, a member named Wyatt stepped forward to rebuild the Railroad from scratch. Wyatt was determined to learn from past failures. He understood that the original headquarters had become too well known among sympathizers and operatives, making it vulnerable to infiltration. Determined not to repeat the same mistakes, Wyatt kept the location of the new headquarters a closely guarded secret, ensuring that its whereabouts remained known only to a select few. From the ashes of the old group, the modern Railroad began to take shape. By February of 2267, the reorganized faction succeeded in smuggling its first synth out of the Commonwealth, marking a major victory for the revived cause. Under Wyatt's leadership, the Railroad saw significant structural reforms. He implemented the strict hierarchical system, and to improve communication and minimize risk, they also adopted a dead drop system, hidden secure drop points for relaying information between cells without requiring direct contact. These changes helped transform the Railroad from a scattered resistance movement to a covert, well-organized network. Pinky Thompson assumed leadership in December of 2273 following the death of Wyatt, who was killed when the Institute's coursers located and destroyed the group's previous headquarters. Thanks to the intervention of Agent Deacon, most members were able to escape and regroup. Once a new base of operations was established, Pinky immediately began tightening security protocols. He restricted external movement from HQ to trusted operatives only, emphasized rapid exfiltration of synth escapees from the Commonwealth, and issued orders for all fugitives to remain under railroad protection until they crossed regional borders. However, Pinky's leadership came under fire in 2276, after the loss of the Trinity Safehouse location, a major blow to the network. Facing increasing pressure, he chose to step down, leading to an internal election where Desdemona was voted in as the new leader, defeating Dr. Carrington, who went on to serve as her closest advisor. With Desdemona at the helm, the railroad experienced a resurgence. She prioritized the basics: stricter operational security, better intelligence gathering, and full-scale compartmentalization. In 2279, an eccentric genius named Thomas Weatherby, better known as Tinker Tom, arrived at HQ. With his arrival came a wave of innovation. Tom developed new weapons, surveillance tools, and other tech as part of a comprehensive rearmament initiative. Desdemona's leadership also brought advances in logistics. She and her advisors refined the dead drop system and introduced the rail sign language, a system of chalk markings that allowed field agents to communicate. The streak of good fortune ended in 2281, when another railroad hideout was uncovered and destroyed. Fortunately, casualties were minimal. That same year, operative Tommy Whispers discovered an abandoned pre-war facility known as the Switchboard. The railroad relocated its headquarters there, and during the move, agents unearthed the Predictive Analytic Machine, otherwise known as PAM, an advanced artificial intelligence from before the bombs. This system would soon become one of the group's most valuable assets. Then, in 2283, a rogue Institute scientist using the alias Patriot began transmitting coded messages from inside the Institute. Tinker Tom intercepted the signals and deciphered the passphrase mass fusion. Though Patriot had no idea the railroad was on the receiving end of their messages, they unknowingly became the primary contact for the railroad within the Institute. Originally envisioned as a volunteer militia composed of settlers uniting to defend themselves, their homes, and local communities, the 23rd century Minutemen prioritized protecting the people of Massachusetts on extremely short notice. They operate as a paramilitary organization structured with a general at the helm, delegating tactical leadership to colonels who oversee individual units. Participating communities supply volunteers who receive training and equipment from a dedicated corps of full-time Minutemen. Their long-standing headquarters, known as the Castle, contained workshops, barracks, armories, medical stations, and notably a radio transmitter broadcasting Radio Freedom, a continuous stream of music, news, and calls for assistance that connect Minutemen scattered across the region. When equipped with heavy artillery in the past, the transmitter also coordinated artillery fire, although its range was typically limited. Being entirely volunteer-based, maintaining strong morale is crucial to the Minutemen's cohesion. They borrowed much of their structure and language from the former National Guard, but simplified procedures and introduced democratic elements. Each unit elects its colonel through popular vote, and these colonels collectively choose a single general to lead the entire force. The decentralized and voluntary nature of the group means that the general's leadership and charisma play a vital role in keeping the militia united. Most assignments given by the Minutemen focus on protecting settlers and improving essential infrastructure. Their tasks often involve clearing new settlement sites of hostile threats, defending these communities from attacks, establishing access to vital resources and defenses, and enhancing organizational capabilities. The Minutemen often emphasize a commitment to freedom. This includes not just personal freedom, but freedom of the press and, potentially, extending those freedoms to synths. However, due to their nature as a volunteer militia, one of their biggest challenges was poor organization. After the destruction of the castle's radio tower, the Minutemen began to fracture into smaller factions. General Becker was the last leader able to hold the group together, but following his death, no consensus emerged on a new general. Although the Minutemen remained active in name, they essentially became loosely connected groups rather than a unified force. The Minutemen first gained widespread recognition around 2180, notably when their banner flew during the defense of Diamond City against a super mutant assault. As more settlements accepted their support, the Minutemen attempted to form a provisional government made up of various communities. However, this effort collapsed when the Institute sent a synth envoy, resulting in the massacre of the Commonwealth Provisional Government and the breakdown of cooperative talks. Following this tragedy, the Minutemen carried on their peacekeeping mission independently, setting up their main base at Fort Independence in South Boston, which became the Castle. They operated from this stronghold until 2240, when the garrison led by General McGann was attacked by a massive sea creature. While the bees forced most Minutemen to retreat, McGann made a final stand by sealing the armory to safeguard weapons and technology for the future. Ultimately, he died from dehydration and starvation, famously choosing to spend his last moments with a toast after finding a large supply of wine. Despite losing the castle, the Minutemen persisted in responding to calls for aid from settlements under attack, fiercely defending those communities. Joe Becker was regarded as the last effective Minuteman general, and after his death in 2282, a fierce debate arose over who should succeed him. Without Becker's steady guidance, rival factions within the group escalated their disputes, leading to internal strife and disorganization. This fragmentation caused some members to leave the organization entirely. The decline in strong leadership and ongoing internal conflicts gradually weakened the Minutemen's effectiveness, though they continued to fulfill defense requests for a time, such as when the people of Quincy asked for assistance in 2287, as they were under attack by a mercenary faction called the Gunners. Colonel Ezra Hollis led the first Minutemen response team to answer the call. Among his fighters was Preston Garvey, a longtime member who had joined at 17, who helped the townsfolk erect barricades to fend off the Gunner assaults. Despite their efforts, Hollis recognized that his force was too small to hold Quincy against a large-scale Gunner offensive. His repeated attempts to summon reinforcements from other Minutemen groups either went unanswered or arrived too late to make a difference. Despite their resolve, the Minutemen were overwhelmed by the Gunners' superior numbers and positioning. Hollis was captured and executed. The Gunners massacred most of Quincy's residents, but about 20 survivors, including members of Hollis's team, now led by Garvey, managed to escape the carnage. The group managed to escape to Concord, only to be trapped inside the Museum of Freedom by raiders. With most of his men lost, Preston believed himself to be the last genuine Minutemen member left alive, yet he remained committed to protecting the civilians still with him. News of the Minutemen's failure to defend Quincy quickly spread throughout the Commonwealth, causing their reputation and support to plummet, with many believing the Minutemen was an essentially deceased organization. The origins of the Unity trace back to a doomed expedition to the Mariposa military base in 2202. Harold Richard Gray and a group of explorers departed from the hub and set their sights on the long-abandoned installation. On June 23rd, they encountered a deadly ambush by mutants that had taken over the base after its containment was compromised by the Brotherhood of Steel's earlier activities. Amid the chaos, Richard Gray was critically injured and fell into a vat of raw forced evolutionary virus. Prolonged submersion, coupled with his injuries, triggered a radical transformation in both his mind and body, eventually leading to his emergence as the being known as the Master. After regaining consciousness, Gray managed to escape the vat, though the mutation process continued over the following weeks. As his condition stabilized, he became aware of a dramatic increase in his intellectual capabilities, allowing him to contemplate and solve deep philosophical questions. He began experimenting with the virus by exposing the base's native creatures to it. One early test involved simultaneously immersing a rat and a dog in FEV, resulting in a grotesque fusion that inspired him to develop a unifying ideology, which would become the Unity. By December of that year, Gray had electively introduced the virus into different parts of his body, further enhancing his abilities. Eventually, this allowed him to establish a mental link with the base's computer systems. Through this neural connection, he accessed pre-war data on West-Tech's FEV research, providing him the foundation to begin testing on human subjects who wandered into the area. Initially, the results were inconsistent. However, a month later, Gray identified radiation exposure as the key variable in successful mutation. With this insight, the first super mutant created under his refined method was absorbed into the Master's expanding collective consciousness. With the new and improved FEV procedure, the Unity's mission officially launched, and Gray's newly created super mutants began abducting individuals from nearby settlements for experimentation. About half of those mutated were viable recruits for the Master's army, which steadily evolved into a formidable military force by 2137. Gray named this growing legion the Unity, envisioning it as the next stage in humanity's evolution. The Unity achieved a major milestone in 2155 after intercepting a caravan of Vault dwellers from the Los Angeles Vault. Seizing the opportunity, the Master relocated his operations to the Vault itself, where he transformed the structure above it into a sacred site known as the Cathedral. The Children of the Cathedral were a religious sect which disguised its true purpose as a front for the Master's growing mutant movement. Outwardly, the group portrayed itself as a peaceful faith offering healing and hope to the people of the Wasteland. Their mission was to subtly guide human society towards accepting the Master's vision, smoothing the eventual transition of power once the Unity rose to dominance. By setting up clinics and providing aid to struggling communities, they quietly gained influence, using these services to recruit for the Unity and direct promising individuals to their central base at the Cathedral. Adherents of the faith were bound by a shared devotion to a spiritual force known as the Holy Flame, which they believed was destined to cleanse and restore the world. Through obedience to the Cathedral's teaching, followers hoped to attain a life of peace and purpose, free from the suffering and chaos of the Wasteland. With the Children of the Cathedral coordinating the Unity's expansion and laying the groundwork for an assault on New California, resistance seemed futile. However, on March 3rd of 2162, the Vault Dweller infiltrated the Cathedral, detonating a nuclear device that obliterated the structure and killed the Master. In the aftermath, the Brotherhood of Steel stepped in to dismantle the remnants of the Unity, successfully dispersing the surviving super mutants with minimal bloodshed. This decisive action solidified the Brotherhood's status as a dominant power in the New California region. The Responders were a volunteer-based disaster relief group that emerged in Appalachia shortly after the Great War. Formed by surviving firefighters, police officers, medics, and other first responders, their mission was to assist local communities in rebuilding and surviving the post-nuclear world. Charleston, the capital of West Virginia, quickly became the hub for recovery efforts, with the responders leading the charge. For a time, the city showed real potential, thriving under their guidance and becoming a beacon of safety and reconstruction. Charleston flourished into a refuge largely protected from raider incursions. That changed in 2082. A raiding force led by Rosalind Jeffries, the partner of raider leader David Thorpe, was decisively defeated by the responders. Though they suffered losses, the group managed to capture several attackers alive, including Rosalind herself. Hoping to use this as leverage, the responders attempted to negotiate a ceasefire. Unbeknownst to them, Thorpe believed Rosalind had been killed. In an act of sheer vengeance, he ordered the detonation of mini-nukes placed along the Somerville Dam on Christmas morning. The resulting destruction of the dam triggered catastrophic flooding, wiping out large portions of Charleston and killing hundreds of responders, civilians, prisoners, and refugees. The survivors regrouped at Morgantown Airport, hoping to rebuild yet again. Morgantown proved to be a strategic relocation. Central, defensible, and positioned far from the raider clans that prowled the Savage Divide. After clearing out the local gang presence, they re-established contact with the Free States of Appalachia and the Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel. They also expanded into the town of Flatwoods, reviving some of its infrastructure to grow food and maintain security. In August of 2095, the fall of the Brotherhood left the responders isolated, and soon they found themselves overwhelmed by the rising threat of the Scorch Beasts. Raiders fleeing from the Divide swept through the region, destroying outposts including Flatwoods. On November 7th of 2096, in a fierce battle against waves of Scorched and their monstrous leaders, Morgantown Airport fell. The original responders were effectively wiped out. Hope resurfaced years later. In 2103, with people returning to Appalachia, Heather Ellis, having arrived with some settlers, settled in Flatwoods. There she uncovered the history of the responders and chose to honor their legacy by adopting their mission as her own. She took up the paramedic jumpsuit and lived there with her dog, Chloe, determined to help restart the organization. In 2104, a woman named Rucker arrived in Appalachia. She discovered others, like Ellis, who had taken up the responders' symbol. Driven by curiosity and respect, Rucker delved into the original group's history, speaking with those who remembered their work. She soon took the initiative to bring the responders back as a functioning faction. With an influx of refugees into the region, Rucker and her allies needed a base of operations large enough to house and aid the displaced. They found it in the long-abandoned White Spring Resort, which they repurposed into a fully functioning humanitarian hub. In their early days, responders operated through their original professional chains of command, fire departments, EMTs, and police units, and largely ignored efforts by the Charleston emergency government to control them. The group's loose structure required diplomacy and cooperation to avoid fracturing. When they moved to Morgantown, leadership became more cohesive, guided by a council of 5 senior members who divided responsibilities by merit rather than rank, encouraging collaboration with junior members. The revived responders at the White Spring Refuge follow much of this same philosophy. Their leadership is non-hierarchical, focused on serving and community support. Though Rucker is widely recognized as the one who brought the group back together, she refuses the title of leader, embodying the original spirit of the responders: mutual aid, decentralized responsibility, and unwavering commitment to helping others. The Zetans are an extraterrestrial species who have interfered in Earth's affairs both before and after the Great War. Their true purpose for journeying from their homeworld to our solar system remains unclear, but their actions demonstrate an interest in abducting humans and animals, collecting Earth artifacts, and conducting various forms of cryogenic storage, experimentation, and biological study. What little has been uncovered about Zetan culture points to a society centered entirely around labor and advancement, with no apparent interest in leisure or personal fulfillment. Their technology and architecture reflect this philosophy. Every aspect of their environment is minimalistic and utilitarian. Living quarters aboard their ships lack personality. They rest in sterile metallic stasis pods rather than traditional sleeping arrangements, and there's no evidence of entertainment or recreation aboard their vessels. Despite this, the Zetans on Mothership Zeta curiously share a collective obsession with Earth's giddy-up Buttercup toy line. The Zetan language consists of shrill, high-frequency wails and screeches that humans are unable to comprehend. Physically, Zetans are small and fragile. Because of this, they rely heavily on automated defenses such as guardian drones, support bots, and turrets for self-defense. Still, some Zetans serve as frontline soldiers, outfitted with personal energy shields and advanced energy weapons like atomizers, disintegrators, and shock batons. Evidence of Zetan activity on Earth stretches back centuries, with the earliest known signs dating to Japan's Edo era, between the late 1500s and early 1600s. However, their presence didn't become felt to modern man until the 1960s, when they abducted Colonel Hartigan along with the Clarabella 7 space capsule from the United States. In the years leading up to the Great War, Zeta involvement on Earth escalated. In Appalachia, alien agents covertly abducted locals for experimentation. In 2041, a professor specializing in anthropological archaeology vanished while working at Banfield College in Humboldt, Oregon, which was a confirmed Zetan abduction. Other notable victims include a USSA linguist, a sitting US senator, and an individual within the White House who had access to the launch codes for all active American ICBM nuclear missiles at the time. During the Resource Wars, specifically between 2066 and 2077, the Zetans targeted the conflict in Anchorage, Alaska, abducting numerous US military personnel. The nuclear devastation of 2077 did not halt Zetan operations. In the post-apocalyptic ruins of the United States, they adapted their experiments to focus on the mutated life forms created by radiation. In the capital Wasteland, they captured specimens such as supermutants, feral ghouls, Brahmin, and other creatures. Their interest wasn't limited to mutated wildlife either. They abducted humans from various post-war factions, including raiders, slavers, and other Wasteland survivors. Raider is Wasteland slang referring to individuals who survive through violence, looting, and theft. Raider bands are scattered across nearly every corner of the Wasteland. Most are disorganized, short-lived groups driven by survival instincts or violent impulses, lacking any real structure or long-term goals. However, some endure long enough to develop tribal identities and unique cultures centered around raiding. While many raider factions only claim small areas of land, a few manage to organize themselves into more stable, self-sustaining societies. In this section, we will explore some of the organized raider groups that inhabit the wastelands of North America. The origins of the Blood Eagles are somewhat disputed. Some say they trace back to old biker gangs. However, a former member claims the gang actually began as a collection of con artists and criminals. Over time, a ruthless faction emerged within the group, seizing control from the inside. This brutal clique remains the ruling leadership of the gang today. Since then, the Blood Eagles have evolved into a savage, sadistic raider army, becoming the largest hostile force in Appalachia by 2103. They hold dominion over much of the Ash Heap, Savage Divide, and Cranberry Bog. Known for their love of violence and bloodshed, the Blood Eagles typically attack on sight, showing little concern for their own safety, with this type of behavior ingrained in their gang code. Any member of the Blood Eagles can rise through the ranks by formally challenging higher-ups in a game of their choosing. These challenges are taken very seriously, even if the game is as simple as a tabletop board game, and cheating is strictly forbidden. For non-lethal games, a best 2 out of 3 rule decides the victor. If the highest-ranking challenger loses, they must step down voluntarily or face execution. Leadership is shared by a triumvirate of powerful raider chiefs known as the Blood, the Eye, and the Claw. This system ensures the gang's survival even if 1 or 2 leaders fall, as the last remaining member of the trio can rebuild the leadership. These titles replace the leaders' actual names and are earned through merit. Due to the gang's chaotic nature, leaders are often challenged and rarely hold power for long. Recruitment often preys on addiction. The Blood Eagles monitor chem addicts, offering them highly addictive doses of spiked buff-out, and demanding loyalty in exchange for continued supply. Sometimes they forcibly drug non-addicts to trap them into joining. Most members exist in a chemically induced haze. Those who become sober are quickly singled out and brutally punished. The gang is known for their expertise in taming and hacking technology, frequently using robots and attack dogs to bolster their ranks. Since 2105, they've been seen taming Mirelurk, and they managed to hack the entire Watoga underground robotic security system, including Assaultrons and Mr. Gutsies. The Crater Raiders are a revived faction born from the remnants of Appalachia's original raider gangs, most of which were nearly wiped out. The group is primarily made up of the diehards, along with other survivors who had fled the region and newcomers recruited during their exile. When word reached them that settlers were returning to reclaim the land they once dominated, Meg Groberg and her followers returned with the intent of defending what they still saw as theirs. They established a stronghold at the site of a crass space station, renaming it simply the Crater. Visitors who arrive without invitation can expect a hostile reception. The Disciples are one of the 3 raider factions inhabiting Nuka-World, easily recognizable by their distinctive helmets that fully conceal their faces. The Disciples are defined by their penchant for thrill killing, showcasing a bloodthirsty and sadistic nature. They closely resemble typical Wasteland raiders in behavior and mentality. Under the leadership of Nisha, who renamed them the Disciples, they embrace a survival of the fittest mentality. Kill or be killed. Their only firm rule is don't get caught, which essentially grants them free reign to act as they wish, including attacking rival raider groups, provided they leave no evidence linking back to the Disciples. If a disciple is found to have left a trail, internal discipline is swift and deadly, often resulting in the offender's execution. While most members are women, the Disciples are not exclusively female. Male members can be found at their outposts and within their base, with Savoy standing out as a notable male disciple. The Fiends are a raider group composed entirely of chem addicts operating in the outskirts of New Vegas in 2281. They lack any real structure or organization. The relatively more stable members are allowed to live in Vault 3, while those deemed too insane, even by Fiend standards, are cast out to wander the northern Mojave, constantly hunting for their next fix or unsuspecting victims to ambush. Like many raider groups, the Fiends break into smaller war parties of 3 or 4 members. This tactic lets them cover a vast area around New Vegas, though they primarily operate in the western and southwestern parts of the city. The Fiends attack nearly everyone they encounter, except for the Great Khans who tolerate and even support them. The Khans benefit from the chaos the Fiends cause to the NCR and supply them with chems in return. The Forged are a fierce raider faction based in the Commonwealth in 2287, known for their obsession with fire and metal. They are feared for their brutal initiation rites, which often leave them marked with distinctive burn scars. Prospective members must endure a series of deadly trials, though the exact nature of these tests is unknown, and failure means certain death. Upon initiation, recruits must adopt a fierce nickname inspired by fire or machinery to reflect their new identity. Punishments within the Forged are severe and brutal. Crying out in pain can lead to amputation, while allowing enemies to escape results in branding and banishment. Falling asleep on watch can earn blinding and exile. Other offenses like fleeing battle, cheating during trials, stealing supplies, or aiding enemies results in death. The Forged favor fire-based weaponry, wielding flamers, Molotov cocktails, and sometimes heavy flamethrowers, trophies taken from Enclave remnants and awarded to those who pass the Crucible. They also occasionally use laser pistols or rifles modified to inflict fire damage. In close combat, they prefer sledgehammers and occasionally super sledges. The Free Radicals are a raider group active in Appalachia during the 22nd century. Comprised mostly of former inmates from the Western Maryland Correctional Facility, they were freed by Roper, the prison's former head guard, who then took command of the gang. The Free Radicals ventured into Appalachia in search of a rumored treasure broadcasted over the radio. While they struggle with hunting and farming skills, the Free Radicals compensate by extorting local settlements and businesses to survive. The Jackals are a fiercely savage and cannibalistic raider tribe active in the Mojave Wasteland around 2281. Originating from Vault 15 in the spring of 2141, the Jackals quickly gained a fearsome reputation for their ruthless survival instincts. Their cannibalism began during a harsh winter storm that trapped the tribe and forced them to resort to eating their own members to survive, a grim practice that became a defining aspect of their identity. Interestingly, they never consume mutants, supposedly finding them unpalatable. Though the founder of the Jackals remains unknown, the tribe soon started raiding the settlement of Shady Sands. Despite causing trouble for Shady Sands for years, the Jackals were driven north and then east by 2155 after suffering a brutal defeat at the hands of the Khans. Though pushed to the edges of New California, they later resurfaced as a recurring threat to the New California Republic. Clashes between the NCR Army and the Jackals continued into the mid-23rd century. Over time, the constant conflict wore down the Jackals. By 2281, they had fragmented into scattered, disorganized bands of petty thieves and highway robbers, living on the fringes of NCR territory. Their main base in the Mojave is the abandoned Nevada Highway Patrol Station, with several smaller camps scattered throughout the region. The Khans are a raider tribe originating from the inhabitants of Vault 15, and were active in New California around 2161. They set up camp southeast of Shady Sands. After the original Khans nearly faced extinction due to the Vault Dwellers' actions, they were succeeded by the new Khans and later the Great Khans. The Khans justify their raids on Shady Sands by pointing to their shared Vault heritage and believe their attacks add excitement to the lives of the farmers. Many in the Wasteland view the Khans as more dangerous than their rivals, the Vipers. Typically, the Khans operate in small scouting groups, but can assemble into larger war parties when needed. Strength is the highest virtue among the Khans. The tribe values strength so deeply that leaders willingly hand over prized possessions if defeated in hand-to-hand combat. The new Khans were established by Darion, the son of Garl Deathhand. In 2161, Garl and most of the original tribe were killed by the Vault Dweller, with Darion being the sole survivor who chose to hide rather than fight. Since that day, Darion has been driven by a deep desire for vengeance against those responsible for his clan's destruction. However, the new Khans eventually met their end at the hand of the Chosen One. Despite the new Khan's destruction at the hands of the Chosen One, the tribe's story continued beyond Darion's death. Over the decades, scattered Khan warbands gradually reunited, evolving into a unified tribe known as the Great Khans. Under the leadership of Papa Khan, they undertook a mass exodus from New California into the Mojave in 2267. As the third incarnation of the Khans, the Great Khans represent the only truly organized raider group in the Mojave. Both men and women among them are fierce fighters, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and gunfights alike. Still, the tribe is a pale shadow of its former glory. Papa Khan rules in a style reminiscent of his predecessor Garl Deathhand, relying on advisors to counsel him while retaining ultimate authority. He can choose an heir to succeed him, someone who need not be a blood relative or even a Khan. Leaders may step down voluntarily, but heirs cannot refuse the role once appointed. To become a Khan, or transition from childhood to adulthood within the tribe, initiates must endure a grueling series of rituals ending with a 1-minute beatdown by multiple Khans. Those who call for mercy are disqualified. Survivors earn full Khan status and the right to adopt a new name. The Great Khans primarily survive through hunting and farming, but heavily rely on the production and sale of chemicals and drugs manufactured in their Red Rock drug lab. Red Rock Canyon's harsh environment, with scarce food and water, forces the Khans to depend on these drugs, which they produce easily and trade with multiple factions. The Khans follow a code of honor governing their warfare. They refuse to kill anyone who has not wronged them personally, even if paid to do so, and they never abandon their own. Killing children or the elderly is considered dishonorable, though some members may not strictly observe these rules. Khan territory is marked by two types of statues, either a skull mounted on a spike with a hubcap or a humanoid figure made from sticks, rags, and animal skulls. These markers, placed high on mountain ridges, warn outsiders that they are entering Khan territory and are thus subject to Khan law. The Operators are one of the three raider factions controlling Nuka-World in 2287. Best described as a crime syndicate, their primary driving force is profit. Unlike the more violent and chaotic Disciples and Pack, the Operators present themselves as calculated and composed, favoring practical attire over flashy or grotesque outfits. They maintain a more civil and businesslike demeanor, setting them apart as the most disciplined of the raider groups in Nuka-World. The Operators view the other gangs as short-sighted and beneath them, firmly believing they are the only ones who truly grasp Nuka-World's real potential as a lucrative enterprise. The Revenants are a ghoul-only faction based in Radiant Hills in northern Appalachia and the Savage Divide around 2102. As isolationist survivalists, they aim to create a safe community for ghouls, protecting them from both wasteland dangers and human discrimination. To attract new members, the Revenants spread a rumor about a radiation specialist in the northern mountains. When venturing outside Radiant Hills, members wear masks and disguises to avoid detection. While some claim to avoid violence when possible, the Revenants prioritize their own safety and protection of their identities as ghouls. They're willing to kill to defend themselves and keep their community hidden, leading to rumors of masked bandits terrorizing local settlements. The Revenants also maintain Point Repose, a former vertibird landing yard turned private sanctuary for ghouls turning feral. It's a sacred place where members can sequester themselves to prevent harming others. The Rust Devils are a robot-obsessed raider gang operating in the Commonwealth in 2287. They actively scavenge the Wasteland for functional robots and parts, which they reprogram and heavily modify to use in raids or to defend their bases. Robots that can't be captured or reprogrammed are stripped for parts, either to maintain their existing robotic forces or to craft armor for themselves. The Rust Devils are openly hostile towards everyone, including other raider gangs. They are the most technologically advanced Raider faction in the Commonwealth, possessing advanced knowledge to modify, maintain, or even create large numbers of customized robots. Their obsession with robots even influences their traps, which often include laser tripwires connected to assaultron heads, making their territory dangerous for unwary intruders. The Pack is one of the 3 Raider factions operating in Nuka-World in 2287. Their social structure draws inspiration from popular portrayals of wolf packs, with their leader known as the Alpha and a core philosophy centered around survival of the fittest. Pack members use bold, flamboyant attire to display dominance and intimidate rivals. Challenges for leadership are a regular occurrence, with members frequently attempting to dethrone the current Alpha. Victory grants control of the group, making the Alpha typically the most brutal rather than the most strategic. While Pack rule prohibits killing fellow members, those who lose these challenges are publicly humiliated and exiled. A key aspect of the Pack's culture involves using vicious animals, mainly mongrels and attack dogs, for fighting. The Vipers are a shamanistic raider tribe originating from Vault 15 in New California alongside the Khans and Jackals. Forced into the Mojave by the late 23rd century, the remaining Vipers have mostly forgotten their original heritage. Before their near destruction, the Vipers followed a unique religion founded by Jonathan Faust, centered on worship of pit vipers. They favored night raids and stealth over brute force, using bone-crafted melee weapons laced with paralytic pit viper venom to incapacitate victims for robbery and sacrifice. They wore bone armor made of strips tightly wrapped in leather. All Vipers answered to the Great Snake Keeper, their leader, distinguished by a viper skull helmet with feathers and a snakeskin cape. Beneath him were priests and elite warriors, known as the Crimson Tongues. Members bore tattoos and exotic piercings, marking their identity. A key ritual was the monthly trance. Tribesmen consumed a venom alcohol mix, falling into a coma for 7 days. Those who died or failed to awaken were fed to the snakes in the pit, called Children of the Great Snake. Survivors were anointed warriors of the snake or chosen ones. Priests underwent a separate venom ritual to induce delirium and visions, claiming to communicate with the Great Snake during the time of the summoning. In this section, we will take a look at major locations in the Wasteland that we either haven't mentioned or are significant enough to warrant a deeper dive into their history and lore. The Big MT Research Facility, officially named the Big Mountain Research and Development Center, was one of the most secretive and advanced pre-war research complexes in the United States. Located deep in the American Southwest, the facility was built within a vast subterranean cave system beneath a towering mountain, hence the name. Privately owned, it functioned as a defense contractor and a technological testing ground, operating with minimal oversight from federal authorities. Big MT's stated mission was to develop the future of humanity by pushing the boundaries of science without ethical, legal, or technical restraint. It attracted the brightest scientific minds of the era, many of whom eagerly embraced this freedom to conduct radical and often grotesque experiments. Projects ranged from advanced robotics and weapons to genetic modification and psychological manipulation. Many of these trials were conducted on live human subjects, including prisoners held in an internal concentration camp operated under secretive contracts with the US Army. At the helm of the facility was a 6-person executive team composed of Klein, Dela, 8, Boris, Mobius, and the administrator. While once human, they eventually underwent a transformation into cybernetic entities, machines that preserve their intellects indefinitely, freeing them from physical decay. Despite the catastrophic destruction brought on by the Great War, Big MT survived relatively unscathed, and the research continued. Without external regulation or societal constraint, the think tank's work became increasingly degenerate and directionless. Their minds, once brilliant, began to fray from isolation, obsessive experimentation, and a total lack of ethical grounding. Over time, their focus shifted from solving humanity's problems to bizarre scientific indulgences, devoid of purpose beyond curiosity and ego. Meanwhile, the human staff, not transformed into machines, either fled, were killed, or became unwilling subjects of Big MT's ever-expanding horrors. Experiments such as the creation of cazadores and night stalkers escaped containment and spread into the Wasteland, becoming long-term threats to the Mojave and beyond. Over time, the crater of Big MT became shrouded in secrecy. Most outsiders believed it was the site of a colossal nuclear detonation, but the few unlucky enough to stumble into the region were quickly apprehended by robotic security units and subjected to lobotomization, transforming them into lobotomites, mindless organic drones used to perform maintenance or act as guards within the facility. Among its vast domes and crumbling laboratories, the think tank continues its work. Diamond City, often called the Great Green Jewel, is a fortified community located in Boston's Fens district. It was constructed inside the remains of Fenway Park, a baseball stadium that existed before the Great War. Prior to the war, Fenway Park was home to Boston's baseball team, the Swatting Sultans. On October 23rd of 2077, the stadium was scheduled to host the decisive Game 7 of the 2077 World Series between the Sultans and a rival team from Texas. A victory would have marked Boston's first World Series championship since 1918. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the Great War prevented this from happening. By 2130, with baseball a distant memory, Diamond City was established within the old stadium's walls. It quickly became known as a sanctuary for survivors in the Commonwealth. Over the decades, Diamond City grew into the Commonwealth's largest and most thriving settlement. A social hierarchy developed, with wealthier citizens living in the elevated upper stands, while those with fewer resources settled on the lower fields, which encompassed the original baseball field. By 2180, the Commonwealth Minutemen successfully defended Diamond City against a super mutant invasion, boosting the militia's reputation. Half a century later, in 2229, the Broken Mask incident occurred, where a visitor, named Mr. Carter, suddenly opened fire inside a popular bar, killing several people before Diamond City security stopped him. When his body was examined, it was discovered he was a synth. This event sowed seeds of distrust and fear towards the Institute, fueling widespread paranoia about synth abductions. In 2272, Piper Wright and her sister Nat arrived and launched Public Occurrences, a newspaper committed to reforming the city. Piper's activism inspired many to address Diamond City's problems: corruption within its security forces, deteriorating infrastructure, and the neglected maintenance of the wall that protects the city from the wasteland beyond. A decade later, Diamond City experienced a wave of intense anti-ghoul hostility, largely fueled by mayoral hopeful McDonough and his Mankind for McDonough campaign, which was openly anti-ghoul. Thanks to strong backing from residents of the upper stands, McDonough won the election and, during his inaugural address in 2282, declared an official anti-ghoul edict. This decree sparked a brutal purge, forcing entire ghoul families to flee the city into the dangerous ruins beyond, where many perished. The possessions left behind by the exiled ghouls were seized by the human inhabitants who remained, helping to appease the poorer community living in the lower fields. By 2287, McDonough remained in office, presenting himself as the city's protector, while covertly working to ensure Diamond City did not obstruct the Institute's objectives. He proved highly effective in maintaining his facade, though cracks in his disguise existed. Some citizens, fueled by investigative reports from journalists Piper and Nat, began to suspect that McDonough had been replaced by a synth imposter. The residents of the lower fields comprise laborers, artisans, farmers, and workers, while the wealthier upper stands are home to merchants, caravan owners, and those controlling most of the city's resources. McDonough exploits this social split, consistently siding with the elite upper stands class. Diamond City is the only Commonwealth settlement that guarantees free education for all children, regardless of background or income. Power is supplied by a fusion generator tower located in the heart of the city's market, offering affordable electricity to its citizens. Diamond City's food supply comes from various independent farms scattered throughout the Commonwealth, including Abernathy Farm. However, the largest contributor is the Codman family, who manage both an orchard inside the city walls and the Codman family farms outside, providing Brahmin meat to the local butcher, Choice Chops. Despite paranoia of the Institute, the city's residents generally accept synths living among them, provided they contribute to the community. This acceptance is exemplified by Nick Valentine, a synth who runs a public detective agency in Diamond City. Nick earned his place in the city after rescuing the daughter of the former mayor Henry Roberts, who had run off with a caravan worker, later revealed to be part of a kidnapping ring. Over time, Nick gained respect by being open about his synth identity and taking on various jobs to demonstrate his value to the people. Still, some citizens remain highly distrustful of synths and Valentine. Far Harbor is a remote settlement located on Mount Desert Island off the coast of Maine. Once known as Bar Harbor, the town was a thriving seaside resort before the Great War. After the bombs fell, the island was gradually consumed by a dangerous radioactive phenomenon known as the fog, transforming the area into a perilous and unpredictable wasteland. By 2287, Far Harbor stands as one of the last remaining pockets of civilization on the island, its residents, known as harbormen, locked in a daily struggle for survival. The fog is a dense radioactive vapor that seeps across the island, mutating the local wildlife and making large swaths of land uninhabitable. A more lethal form, known as the deep fog, is particularly deadly, home to nightmarish creatures like fog crawlers, gulpers, and anglers. The Church of the Children of Adam view the fog as a holy manifestation called Adam's Veil, and they actively seek to spread it across the entire island. This doctrine has put them in direct conflict with the harbormen, sparking tensions that teeter on the edge of open warfare. Despite the fog's danger, some have found ways to resist it. Chief among them is Acadia, a secluded refuge for escaped synths founded by Dima, a prototype synth from the Institute, and his scientist companion Faraday. Using technology salvaged and developed independently, they created fog condensers, devices that repel the fog in localized areas. Thanks to these, Far Harbor's docks and immediate surroundings remain habitable. The harbormen are a superstitious and battle-hardened people, shaped by decades of hardship. While some believe the fog is a natural but mysterious hazard, others whisper that the island itself is cursed, or even alive, and that the fog is a punishment or defense. Whatever the truth, those who remain on the island have grown wary, resilient, and suspicious of outsiders. Goodneighbor is a settlement located in the financial district of Boston, known for its gritty atmosphere and lawless charm. By 2287, it is governed by the unconventional but fiercely respected Mayor John Hancock. Founded in 2440 by criminals exiled from Diamond City, Goodneighbor quickly became a haven for society's outcasts, drifters, ghouls, and those unwelcome elsewhere in the Commonwealth. Unlike the more orderly Diamond City, Goodneighbor rejects social hierarchies and bigotry, priding itself on equality and freedom for all. The town's population grew further in 2282, following the election of Mayor McDonough in Diamond City. McDonough's controversial decision to expel all ghouls led many of them to flee to Goodneighbor. His brother, John McDonough, disillusioned by the cruelty of his sibling, voluntarily exiled himself and joined the ghouls in solidarity. Having previously dealt chems in Goodneighbor, John was familiar with the town and even assisted some of the ghoul families during their transition. Unfortunately, many were unable to adapt to the settlement's rough lifestyle and soon vanished. At the time, Goodneighbor was under the brutal control of a petty despot named Vic. After witnessing Vic murder a random drifter in cold blood, John McDonough, in a moment of despair, used an experimental drug to ghoulify himself. Afterward, during a chem-fueled bender, he awoke inside the old state house, face to face with a display of clothes once belonging to the American revolutionary John Hancock. Feeling inspired, he donned the outfit, assumed the name, and took on a revolutionary persona. Sober and driven by purpose, Hancock rallied a militia and armed the townspeople. Together they overthrew Vic, hanging him from the State House balcony. Standing above the crowd, Hancock famously declared, "Of the people, for the people." Following Vic's execution, John Hancock was declared mayor. Since then, he has worked to transform Goodneighbor into a town defined by rough justice, mutual respect, and freedom, though not without struggle. Under his leadership, the Neighborhood Watch was formed, a security force tasked with maintaining order and fending off threats, such as raiders, the Triggermen, and the Institute. Despite Hancock's reforms and idealism, Goodneighbor remains infamous for its rampant criminal activity. Extortion, murder, and chem trafficking are common, and the Triggermen continue to operate in the shadows. Still, for many in the Commonwealth, Goodneighbor stands as a rare place of refuge. Dangerous, but free. The Lamplight Caverns, originally discovered in the late 1800s, was transformed into a tourist destination during the 1920s. On the morning of October 23, 2077, a group of 82 students from Early Dawn Elementary arrived at the caverns for a field trip, accompanied by several teachers. As the group prepared to leave, the ground trembled violently and the lights flickered out as panicked screams echoed through the caves. One of the chaperones ventured outside to investigate and returned with devastating news. The Washington, D.C. area had been engulfed in nuclear detonations, giant mushroom clouds covering the horizon. In the days and weeks that followed, the adults either succumbed to injuries, ventured out and never returned, or died from cave-in accidents, leaving the children alone to survive. One of the older kids, Jason Grant, stepped up to lead when no one else would, eventually being declared mayor of the remaining children. While exploring the cave system, the group eventually stumbled upon the sealed entrance to Vault 87. Desperate, they banged on the vault door for hours, begging for help. But the only response they received was a cold rejection as someone inside insisted they were already dead and needed to leave. This voice likely belonged to Peter Stevens, a Vault technician suffering from grief and trauma, who believed the children were ghostly illusions of his deceased son. The harsh rejection from Vault 87 hardened the children's attitude towards adults. Over time, they established a strict rule. Anyone who turned 16 was exiled from the community. These exiled individuals, labeled as Mungos, were told to seek out a better life in a place called Big Town. Big Town, located elsewhere in the capital Wasteland, became a refuge for these outcasts. However, the settlement struggled to thrive. It faced frequent raids from super mutants and slavers, with its weary residents barely able to resist the constant threats. Megaton is a fortified settlement located in the capital Wasteland, established within the vast crater of an undetonated megaton-class atomic bomb, and from which the town takes its name. By 2277, it stands as one of the few stable communities in the region, serving as a crucial waypoint for traders, scavengers, and wanderers alike. The crater itself was first settled in the years following the Great War by groups of survivors seeking shelter from radioactive dust storms. Some were drawn by spiritual reference to the bomb at the crater's center, forming what would later become the Children of Atom sect within the city, while others simply sought sanctuary after being denied entry into Vault 101. With time, the initial encampment matured into a permanent settlement. In 2241, a deadly raider attack galvanized the residents to fortify the town using debris from a nearby derelict airbase. The bomb at Megaton's core, a constant and ominous presence, was never removed. Its potential detonation risk, combined with spiritual opposition from the Children of Atom, led to a decision from the residents that the bomb would be left untouched. By 2277, Megaton is a thriving, if crowded, settlement. Space is scarce, with many residents forced to live communally in the Common House, originally intended for town meetings. There is no official government, but Sheriff Luke Sims, self-appointed, acts as lawkeeper. Sims, along with Stockholm, a sniper on watch, Deputy Weld, a robotic greeter, and Deputy Steel, a Brotherhood of Steel outcast, formed the town's de facto defense force. Most residents regard the Children of Atom present there as a bizarre but non-violent sect free to preach and worship under the town's uneasy tolerance. Colin Moriarty remains a controversial figure within Megaton, running Moriarty Saloon, a hub for drinking, gossip, and coercion. His operations are steeped in extortion and manipulation, and he has eyes and ears on nearly every resident and visitor who passes through. Megaton's economy is rooted in trade. Its location near the ruins of Washington, D.C., and proximity to multiple caravan routes make it an essential stop for travelers seeking relative safety. Since the soil is too irradiated for agriculture, the town supports itself through commerce and barter while maintaining a working water purifier, a few livestock with a single Brahmin, and a cobbled-together power grid. Despite its precarious beginnings and the ever-present risk of annihilation from the dormant bomb, Megaton has persisted, resilient, chaotic, and emblematic of life in the post-apocalyptic capital Wasteland. New Reno, known by its nickname, the biggest little city in the world, rose from the ruins of pre-war Reno. It's infamous across the post-apocalyptic landscape as the capital of vice, a haven for gambling, drugs, alcohol, and any other imaginable sin. Iconic hotspots like the Shark Club and the Desperado Casino define its glitzy, lawless culture. The city is also home to notable establishments, such as the Golden Globes Film Studio and the Jungle Gym Fight Training Center. For those looking to arm themselves, New Reno Arms offers a wide array of weaponry. Unlike most settlements, New Reno operates without a formal government or organized police. Instead, several powerful families enforce their own version of order, keeping the city relatively safe for visiting wastelanders. Any individual foolish enough to disrupt the lucrative flow of tourism is often dealt with harshly. New Reno also plays a central role in regional trade. It's a key player in the Big Circle Brahmin route and receives goods from outposts like the Den, ranging from slaves to chemical supplies. It provides Vault City with Redding's gold ore, primarily to acquire medical goods. But New Reno's main export remains entertainment. Most of the drugs and alcohol in New California originate from its labs and distilleries. On 2nd Street is the Jungle Gym, the birthplace of many of the Wasteland's top fighters, including the notorious Mike the Masticator. As expected, most of the facility is devoted to strength training and boxing practice. Fighters train there daily, dreaming of fame in the brutal New Reno fight scene. Despite the city's overall chaos, the boxing world follows a loose code. No kicks and no strikes below the waist. Blows to the groin or legs result in automatic disqualification. While there's no official boxing commission to enforce fairness, tactics like using weighted gloves are still frowned upon. Nonetheless, a few pairs of metal-plated gloves are rumored to circulate among the fighters. The Pit is a Raider-controlled expanse carved from the ruins of post-apocalyptic Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. After the Great War, the city fell into lawlessness, with Raider factions carving up territory and constructing a grim settlement along the Ohio River's fork. Built through forced labor and slavery, the Pit slowly rose under the watchful eyes of Raider enforcers who oversaw a system of brutal oppression. In the decades that followed, generations born in the Pit began to suffer from severe mutations, including tumors, misshapen limbs, and other deformities, direct consequences of exposure to the region's toxic river. But the physical mutations were only part of the horror. Many residents developed a degenerative neurological illness that drove them into a state of uncontrollable savagery. These individuals, dubbed wild men, formed feral packs that prowled the outskirts of the city, attacking anything that moved. Even more terrifying was the emergence of a condition called troglodyte degeneration contagion, or TDC, a disease that caused victims to devolve into hunched, animalistic creatures known as trogs. Newborns were especially vulnerable to the contagion. As the Pit's population deteriorated, so did any semblance of order. Within half a century, Pittsburgh's ruins became a battleground of cannibalistic warbands and brutal tribes where might dictated rule. In 2255, an expedition from the Brotherhood of Steel led by Paladin Owen Lyons arrived at the outskirts of the city while en route to the capital Wasteland. Lyons ordered a sudden, unprovoked assault on the Pit, an event that came to be known as the Scourge. Brotherhood forces launched a massacre that slaughtered half the population of the city in a single night. Only those who immediately surrendered were spared. While the operation succeeded in eliminating many of the city's most violent elements, it also left a dangerous power vacuum. One unexpected survivor of the Scourge was Initiate Asher. Thought to have died when a building collapsed on him, Asher's power armor protected him, though he was severely wounded and unconscious for days. He was found by a local woman scavenging his armor, believing him to be dead. Upon regaining consciousness, Asher realized he had been trapped in a still-functioning steel mill, an industrial marvel untouched by the Brotherhood's purge. He saw this as a calling, and decided to rebuild the city instead of abandoning it. Rallying local scavengers, many of whom revered him as a near-mythical figure due to his survival and intimidating armor, Asher established himself as the pit's ruler. He bent the remaining raider gangs to his will and enslaved the weak, using the restored steelworks to generate income, attract mercenaries, and buy healthier captives from outside regions. Due to the extreme toxicity and the threat of TDC, childbirth was strongly discouraged by both Asher and the populace. The pit's population was maintained almost entirely through recruitment and slave imports. Understanding how fragile this system was, Asher deployed propaganda and carefully staged speeches to manipulate the masses. He often spoke directly to the enslaved, promising liberation in exchange for loyalty. One of his key policies was offering freedom through combat. Slaves could earn a place in Asher's army by winning brutal, deadly battles in the arena known as the Hole, an event that doubled as public entertainment. Asher viewed his regime as a temporary but necessary measure to preserve the city until a cure for TDC could be found. That hope came in the form of a miracle. His wife Sandra, who also served as his chief scientist, gave birth to a daughter named Mary. Unlike others born in the pit, she was completely unaffected by the contagion. In fact, she appeared to possess a natural immunity. To Asher, she was not only his child, but a symbol of the pit's potential salvation. He tasked Sandra with studying their daughter's immunity, hoping to unlock a medical breakthrough that could eradicate the disease entirely. Asher's ultimate vision was to transform the pit from a brutal stronghold into a thriving empire, one forged in fire and blood, but reborn through science. Point Lookout is a remote and hazardous marshland region located downriver from the capital Wasteland on the coast of Maryland, and stands as one of the most unforgiving corners of the post-war world. Though spared the direct impact of nuclear warheads during the Great War, the region did not escape unscathed. Its swamps and bogs were tainted by irradiated waters. Before the bombs fell, the inland communities of the region were intensely isolationist, harboring deep distrust toward the federal government. During the outbreak of the New Plague, a disaster relief outpost was constructed along the coastline, but volunteers attempting to venture into the deep swamplands were violently repelled by locals. In the centuries following the war, the ambient radiation from the nearby river seeped into the groundwater, warping the land and corrupting its ecosystem. Point Lookout evolved into a swamp-choked wilderness, where decaying colonial buildings and collapsed infrastructure were slowly overtaken by bogs, thick mist, and twisted vegetation. From this corruption emerged the swamp folk, grotesquely mutated inbred human remnants whose bodies and minds have been twisted by generations of radiation and isolation. They are violent, territorial, and largely non-verbal, but demonstrate a brutal cunning when navigating their home terrain. Accompanying them are the swamp lurks, mutated mirelurks adapted to the fetid waters, and feral ghouls drawn to the swamp's irradiated heartlands. Despite its danger, Point Lookout has lured scavengers, explorers, and opportunists with whispers of pre-war secrets and valuable technology hidden in the mire. Among the most coveted finds is the punga fruit, a strange bulbous plant native only to the region's bogs. Known for its potent hallucinogenic properties, punga fruit has become a sought-after chem ingredient and black market export, drawing the attention of traders from the capital Wasteland. Rivet City was the largest and most advanced human settlement in the capital Wasteland by 2277, uniquely situated within the hull of a pre-war aircraft carrier. The city is home to a functioning hydroponics facility, standing law enforcement, a research division, and a complex but stable social structure. Before the Great War, the vessel was a massive US Navy aircraft carrier, once dry docked for decommissioning or conversion. Following the nuclear devastation of 2077, the ship was abandoned. Time and neglect took their toll. The bow collapsed, becoming partially submerged and infested by mirelurks, which remain a persistent threat in the lower decks. By 2237, a group of scientists formerly affiliated with the Naval Research Institute, led by Horace Pinkerton, reclaimed the ship. They established the Rivet Station Science Outpost in the remaining intact sections of the carrier, clearing out some of the mirelurks and repurposing the science bays for research. Over time, as stability returned to the decks, other civilians, traders, mechanics, and settlers arrived in search of security and opportunity. By April 25th of 2239, The outpost had evolved into a fully functioning settlement. Pinkerton, along with Annette Holmes and Brad Danvers, formally founded Rivet City, establishing a 3-member council to govern the growing population. Representation was divided among the ship's primary social groups: scientists, civilians, and security personnel, ensuring checks and balances between intellectual, practical, and protective interests. Rivet City thrived, becoming a rare beacon of hope and order in the chaos of the capital Wasteland. However, internal strife was not absent. In 2258, Dr. Madison Lee and her science team arrived after abandoning the troubled Project Purity initiative. With Lee's reputation and knowledge, she assumed leadership of the science division, pushing Pinkerton into a self-imposed exile in the ship's ruined bow section, a maze of collapsed corridors now overrun with mirelurks and forgotten experiments. Rivet City's hydroponics labs produces non-irradiated food, a rarity in the Wasteland which is traded for crucial supplies with other settlements. Attempts to exploit this advantage through price hikes or toll taxes were continually rejected by the city council, ensuring Rivet City remained open, accessible, and respected by travelers and traders alike. The city is well defended, with guards patrolling 24/7 to protect against raiders, super mutants, and threats from the river or the mirelurk-infested lower decks. Inside the carrier, Rivet City houses a marketplace, a clinic, a bar and hotel, a church, a museum of pre-war American history, and the science lab. The Sierra Madre is a long-abandoned pre-war city located somewhere near the Grand Canyon to the east of the Mojave Desert. Conceived and funded entirely by industrialist Frederick Sinclair, the project was meant to be his crowning achievement in the face of impending nuclear catastrophe. The city was split into 2 main areas: the Villa, a luxurious residential zone, and the resort casino perched above it. The vision behind the Sierra Madre was to create a sanctuary where the wealthy could retreat, rebuild their fortunes, and begin again in isolation from the outside world. The entire complex was designed to operate independently, with vending machines engineered by the scientists of Big MT, providing food, supplies, and various services. These machines were intended to make the city self-sufficient, capable of surviving even if completely cut off from civilization. Sinclair strictly regulated the environment. Only authorized vending machines were allowed, and all outside substances, alcohol, drugs, or unauthorized food, were banned. This created a flourishing underground market run by the resort staff. In search for the advanced technology necessary to complete the Sierra Madre, Sinclair struck a dangerous deal with Big MT. Alongside cutting-edge tech like holographic security systems and molecular reassemblers, the scientists covertly used the facility as a testing ground for a highly toxic substance known as the Cloud. Sinclair, facing potential financial collapse, likely had no choice but to accept the terms, unaware of the full scope of what he was inviting into his city. The Cloud first appeared after the resort's cheaply constructed ventilation system broke down. With the system failing, the poisonous red mist began leaking into the villa, making residents violently ill. Those exposed were hospitalized with severe symptoms, most unable to recover. To handle the crisis, Sinclair once again turned to Big MT, who provided him with experimental dark light hazmat suits. Although unsettling to look at, these suits allowed maintenance workers to investigate the vents. Despite their efforts, they couldn't locate the source of the Cloud. The ventilation system was eventually restored, but when the Great War struck, the already damaged infrastructure could no longer cope. The Cloud slowly escaped through cracks and broken pipes, spreading across the Sierra Madre. Over time, it thickened and settled across the entire area, permanently darkening the skies. The maintenance crews, who once wore hazmat suits, were overtaken by its toxicity, transforming into the eerie semi-human ghost people, who now haunt the ruins, hostile to all outsiders. For generations, the Sierra Madre remained untouched, the Cloud and its mutated defenders eliminating anyone who dared to enter. But in the 23rd century, the city drew the attention of Father Elijah, a disgraced elder of the Brotherhood of Steel. After learning of the Sierra Madre, Elijah became obsessed with its potential, and he ventured into the Madre to investigate it firsthand. What he found only fueled his ambitions. Elijah came to believe the cloud could be turned into a weapon of mass destruction, capable of wiping out entire populations. His goal was to use it to destroy the New California Republic and take control of the Mojave Wasteland, beginning the world anew under his guidance. In our final section, we will take a look at several of the creatures and animals which can be found throughout the Wasteland. This won't include every creature since some of them are fairly self-explanatory, but this breakdown will include a great deal of them. Anglers are amphibious, four-legged creatures that have long limbs ending in sharp claws. They can launch fiery projectiles from a distance, and their bodies are protected by tough scales, often accompanied by barnacles that cling to the bony protrusions along their backs and legs. While lurking underwater to ambush prey, anglers use a bioluminescent lure. A distinctive subspecies known as the scorched angler exists solely within the Appalachian region. Bighorners are mutated descendants of bighorn sheep that originate from the American Southwest. Although humans have domesticated them for their valuable horns, meat, milk, and hides, wild populations still roam the mountainous areas. Typically, these animals have a calm and gentle nature, but they can become aggressive and pose a threat if threatened or provoked. The bloatfly is a mutated insect with the appearance of an oversized horsefly or common housefly. Due to its increased size, it has lost the flight agility and feeding habits of pre-war horseflies. Instead, it relies on a stinger which can fire mature larvae armed with barbed stings that latch onto a target and inject a neurotoxin, immobilizing large animals so both the bloatfly and its offspring can feed. This neurotoxin, however, has little effect on humans or other large creatures, causing only localized tissue death. Consequently, bloatflies are often hunted by wasteland survivors who also consume their meat. Blood bugs are mutated, blood-sucking mosquitoes that have grown to roughly the size of a dog. They strike by driving a sharp, blade-like proboscis into soft flesh to feed on their victim's blood. In addition to draining blood, they often spray it into their prey's eyes to impair vision. These insects attack in swarms, overwhelming targets, and their dull brown coloration provides excellent camouflage in the wild environments of the Commonwealth and Appalachia. Once solely aquatic before the nuclear devastation, bloodworms gradually moved inland over the 2 centuries after radiation-induced mutations. They have since adapted to survive in arid, dusty wastelands, including the low-lying valley west of Boston that houses the pre-war Nuka-World amusement park. By 2287, a queen-led nest of bloodworms had claimed the Dry Rock Gulch Park exhibit as their territory. These insectoid creatures have grown to about the size of an adult human. Their bodies are lined with sharp spines and feature a distinctive 4-pronged mouth. Bloodworms are highly territorial and respond by rapidly burrowing through the soil to launch surprise attacks at intruders. Brahmin are a mutated breed of cattle distinguished by their unique 2-headed appearance. Emerging as one of the wasteland's most vital mutated species after the Great War, Brahmin descended from Indian Brahmin cattle imported to America for crossbreeding. Radiation exposure caused the development of their defining trait, 2 fully formed heads. Quickly embraced by survivors, Brahmin became the wasteland's most adaptable and useful livestock. Despite occasionally being stubborn, they are generally easy to handle, often controlled simply with a pointed stick. Renowned for their versatility, Brahmins serve as pack animals capable of hauling loads up to 500 pounds. They also provide milk, and their dung serves efficiently as both fertilizer and fire fuel. When no longer useful for labor, Brahmin are often slaughtered for their meat and leather. Additionally, Brahmin require minimal upkeep, able to survive long stretches without water and sustain themselves on the sparse weeds found throughout the harsh wasteland. Cazadores are mutated insects found in the Mojave Wasteland. Originally engineered in the Big MT laboratories, these giant wasps were created from tarantula hawk wasps through DNA experiments conducted by Dr. Boris. The lab-grown cazadores were initially confined to the Z14 Pepsin DNA splicing lab, but several groups managed to escape the Big MT crater. Since then, they have spread rapidly into surrounding regions, such as the Mojave Wasteland and Zion Canyon, where their populations have boomed. Cazadores are known for their fast, unpredictable flight patterns and are typically found in swarms of 4 or more, though lone flyers may be spotted in more remote areas. Their venomous sting is extremely potent and can lead to rapid death if the target is successfully stung. Centaurs are mutated hybrid beings formed through experiments involving the forced evolutionary virus, their name derived from their malformed legs. These creatures were engineered by the Master, who subjected a mixture of various animals, including humans, dogs, and cats, to the FEV infection process. The virus triggered rapid, unpredictable mutations, resulting in a wide range of mutant chimera. Although centaurs can vary greatly in their physical forms, they all retain a vaguely humanoid shape. Deathclaws are a species of genetically modified reptilian monsters originally designed by the pre-war United States government. The goal behind their creation was to develop a breed of animal super soldier capable of carrying out high-risk search and destroy missions, eliminating the need to send human troops into the most dangerous combat zones. After the Great War, many of these creatures escaped containment and, in the absence of human oversight, they spread rapidly across the Wasteland, evolving into dominant apex predators across the post-nuclear world. Though the project technically succeeded in producing a deadly, highly adaptable predator, there's no concrete evidence that the military ever deployed them for battlefield use before the bombs fell in 2077. Deathclaws are enormous, meat-eating, two-legged reptiles bred for maximum efficiency in combat. With massive, well-defined muscles, they boast immense physical power, remarkable speed, and the durability to endure brutal combat conditions. Packs of Deathclaws communicate using a mix of guttural vocalizations and physical gestures. Their most deadly assets are, unsurprisingly, their claws. Due to their engineered lineage, Deathclaws possess opposable thumbs and an enhanced 5-fingered hand structure, with each digit ending in razor-sharp talons. Their hide is incredibly durable, making them highly resistant to most forms of attack. Deathclaws are social creatures, often living in structured packs led by an alpha pair, the strongest male and female. The rest of the group follows this dominant pair, migrating and hunting under their leadership. Once a pack settles in a particular area, removing them becomes an enormous challenge. The alpha male will fiercely defend his territory even if the pack mother is killed, while the alpha female will simply choose a new mate to continue the bloodline. To clear out a Deathclaw pack, one must eliminate both alphas, and possibly even wipe out the entire pack. Fog crawlers are formidable creatures found on Mount Desert Island. They derive their name from their tendency to inhabit misty coastal environments, particularly areas blanketed in thick fog or low-hanging clouds, where they use the obscured conditions to stalk and ambush unsuspecting prey. These creatures exhibit traits commonly associated with crustaceans, such as armored exoskeletons, sharp sickle-shaped limbs, and protruding eye stalks. Extensive mutation has transformed them into beasts that far exceed human stature. Fog crawlers are recognizable by their deep, resonant calls which signal their approach. Renowned for their strength and resilience, they rank among the most dangerous predators in their region, combining tough natural defenses, impressive stamina, and surprising land speed to deliver powerful, charging attacks. Geckos are mutated reptilian creatures valued for their tough, glossy hides. These animals are commonly found across the Mojave Wasteland and New California. In the post-war era, geckos have grown significantly in size, many reaching the height of a small child and sometimes even larger. They typically move in a hunched posture and exhibit a variety of skin tones which often correlate with their size and behavioral traits. Though generally non-aggressive on their own, geckos operate in tightly knit groups, and if one gecko engages in combat or is threatened, the entire group will quickly rally in defense, attacking with teeth and claws. Hunters and trappers highly value geckos for their hides. Around 2241, a standard hide could fetch 25 NCR dollars, with rarer variants commanding even higher prices. Additionally, their meat is a staple among wastelanders. When prepared correctly, it's said to have a flavor reminiscent of canned chicken. Ghouls are once living beings who have undergone severe mutation due to prolonged radiation exposure, rather than being killed by it. This transformative condition, known as ghoulification, varies in its effects based on the species involved and the individual's unique biology. In humans, it often leads to dramatically extended lifespans, bordering on immortality, along with accelerated healing abilities that allow even severed limbs to be reattached and used normally. Additionally, ghouls are naturally resistant to the harmful effects of radiation. However, they lose the ability to reproduce and suffer extreme changes in appearance, often described as resembling decomposed corpses or severe burn victims. The trauma of the transformation pushes many ghouls into insanity. These individuals, referred to as feral ghouls, lose all higher reasoning and behave like wild animals, attacking anything they perceive as a threat. Those who retain their minds often form isolated communities. Due to these drastic changes, ghouls are frequently regarded as a distinct species and are subject to widespread prejudice. Hostile attitudes towards them have led to derogatory terms like zombie being used in reference to their unsettling appearance. Though most commonly observed in humans, ghoulification is not exclusive to them. Similar radiation-induced mutations have been recorded in other species, including bears and gorillas. Up until the late 21st century, the Grafton Monster was considered nothing more than local folklore, a legend that attracted cryptid enthusiasts to Grafton, West Virginia. That changed when Wasteland turned myth into reality at their research facility near Huntersville. On the day of the Great War, using a variant of the forced evolutionary virus, scientists engineered a terrifyingly powerful mutant. As it was being transported, the onset of the Great War changed everything. The blinding flashes from the nuclear blasts disoriented the convoy's driver, causing a crash that allowed the mutant to flee into the surrounding wilderness. The Grafton Monster is an enormous, hairless beast with pale gray skin, a massive upper body, and oversized arms. Its head is hidden beneath heavy shoulder muscles, making precision targeting to the head nearly impossible. Honeybeasts are mutated offspring to regular honeybees, transformed by intense radiation exposure after the Great War. These creatures grow to sizes far exceeding that of a typical human and are characterized by large beehives embedded in their thoraxes, which continuously secrete honey. Their dramatic increase in bulk has caused their wings to become short, tattered, and ineffective, leaving them incapable of flight, though they have also been seen crawling along walls. Lake lurks are aggressive, mutated creatures that inhabit bodies of water like Lake Mead and the Colorado River. Highly territorial, they fiercely defend their nesting areas and will attack nearly any intruder. Their method of assault involves emitting powerful high-pitched sonic pulses from a distance to stun prey before closing in to tear them apart with razor-sharp claws. Typically, lake lurks travel in small groups of 2 or 3, though occasionally larger packs of 5 to 8 can be encountered. They bear a strong resemblance to the mirelurk kings found in the capital Wasteland, but unlike their East Coast counterparts, lake lurks show no signs of forming symbiotic relationships with mutant crab species. Megasloths are giant sloths transformed by radiation exposure. Towering well above the average human, their bodies are draped in thick, unkempt fur, which harbors clusters of mushrooms growing along their backs. When these creatures shake themselves, the mushrooms release clouds of spores that serve to ward off potential threats. Prior to the Great War, Isaac O'Garahan kept several sloths on his family estate in Appalachia. The term mirelurk broadly refers to various mutated aquatic creatures native to the eastern seaboard, especially in regions like the capital Wasteland, the Commonwealth, and Appalachia. Mirelurks were among the earliest radioactive mutants to appear, their origins tied to the extensive environmental contamination caused by megacorporations such as Poseidon Energy and General Atomics. While corporate pollution ceased after the war, it was quickly replaced by massive amounts of nuclear fallout, which fueled a new wave of mutations, giving rise to the mirelurks we see today. These creatures typically dwell in tainted rivers, coastal waters, and sewer systems. Despite its tough, rubbery texture, mirelurk meat is prized as a delicacy by many wastelanders. Hunters and herders who supply Mirelurk meat often enjoy steady demand and good profits from traders, though the lucrative market also fosters fierce competition, sometimes resulting in violent attempts to eliminate rivals. Mole rats are massive rodents equipped with razor-sharp claws and tusks, which they use to rip large pieces of flesh from their victims. They are either oversized rats or possibly the outcome of gene splicing experiments combining Kodiak bears with unstable lab rats. They typically hunt in small groups, rarely forming packs larger than half a dozen. Night Stalkers are pre-war genetic hybrids created by Dr. Boris at Big MT, combining rattlesnake and coyote DNA. They vocalize much like coyotes, growling, howling, and whimpering, but also hiss, rattle, and can inject venom into their prey like a snake. Their bodies resemble coyotes, covered in a mix of fur and scales, while their heads and tails bear rattlesnake traits. Unlike most mammals, night stalkers lay eggs, but they care for their young much like coyotes, nursing their pups in nests within caves. True to their name, these creatures are mostly active at night, hunting in packs. Still, encounters with night stalker groups during daylight hours are not unheard of. Rad scorpions are large, mutated scorpions frequently encountered near abandoned buildings and are widespread throughout the post-war United States. Most commonly, they descend from the North American emperor scorpion, a species once popular in pet stores and homes. Over time, these creatures have grown significantly larger, faster, and more venomous than their pre-war ancestors. Despite their enhanced venom, scientists have managed to develop several antidotes for it. Radstags are mutated deer native to Appalachia and the Commonwealth. Like Brahmin, radstags developed a secondary head, while also having extra vestigial hoofed limbs growing from their chests. Generally, radstags avoid conflict, peacefully grazing on grasses and shrubs while fleeing from predators. However, if cornered or threatened, they will fiercely defend themselves using their horns. Radtoads are oversized, mutated descendants of pre-war toads. They have 4 powerful main legs and have developed slender arm-like appendages extending from the sides of their jaws. They also have sharp teeth and a long tongue tipped with 3 barbs. Their heads are dotted with numerous yellow-red eyes, and clusters of eggs are often found scattered along their backs. Rad beavers are mutated descendants of pre-war beavers, commonly found in Appalachia. These creatures have grown larger than their ancestors, and their fur has thinned significantly, exposing wrinkled, pinkish skin beneath. Sharp, jagged spikes jut out along their tails and backs, while their noses and teeth have become more pronounced. Scorch beasts are formidable creatures found in Appalachia. They originated when Enclave scientists subjected irradiated bats to biochemical experiments, creating the first scorch beast. Scorch beasts have become the region's top predators. They retain features like pointed ears, wings, and echolocation, but have lost most of their fur, have grown to immense sizes, and developed an extra pair of functional legs, and become carriers of a deadly plague that transforms victims into the Scorched. Despite their massive size, scorch beasts are surprisingly agile, able to leap several times their body length without using their wings. Unlike their nocturnal ancestors, these beasts are not exclusively nocturnal and often hunt cooperatively in packs during the day. Stingwings are large mutated descendants of scorpion flies, featuring elongated mouths and a scorpion-like tail tipped with a venomous sting. Often encountered in swarms, their unpredictable flight patterns combined with their poisonous sting make them dangerous adversaries. They construct sizable clusters of nests on the ground and walls, with the entrances oozing a bright yellow sap resembling honey. When these nests are threatened, numerous stingwings will swarm out aggressively to protect their colony. Tunnelers are reptilian humanoids characterized by dark, scaly skin, large glowing eyes, sharp-toothed mouths, and spikes jutting from their shoulders and heads. These creatures dwell underground and are highly sensitive to intense sensory stimuli. Their oversized eyes are likely an adaptation to the dim environments they inhabit. A bite from a tunneler is as lethal as a sting from a bark scorpion. The earliest documented encounters with the mutated humanoids known as Wendigos in post-apocalyptic Appalachia happened just days after the nuclear fallout. Although Wendigos are found in several areas across Appalachia, only a few cases can be linked to specific individuals from before their transformation. Each Wendigo's mutation appears to be the result of unique circumstances, but one common factor is the ingestion of human flesh prior to the change. This, however, doesn't clarify why Wendigos have only emerged in Appalachia or why they were absent before the Great War. Some evidence suggests that Wendigos might be a variant of ghouls or a related mutant type. For example, during incursions into Vault-79, Wendigos have been observed living among feral ghouls, indicating they may have mutated alongside them. The name Yao Guai was given to mutated American black bears by the descendants of those interned in Chinese camps before the Great War. Known for their fierce nature, these creatures possess razor-sharp claws and teeth, making them some of the most dangerous inhabitants of the Wasteland. Wild Yao Guai are aggressive, attacking nearly any animal or person they encounter. However, when found in groups, they display strong familial bonds and can sometimes be domesticated. Hunters often seek Yao Guai for their meat and hides, which can be prepared as ribs or roasts. And that, my friends, is the ultimate Fallout lore breakdown. What's your favorite piece of Fallout lore? Let me know in the comments. Also, feel free to leave a comment with any other lore breakdowns you would like to see. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm looking forward to the next video with all of you.